Recording in progress.
Mayor and Council, we are live.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the November 17th, 2025 meeting of the Pasadena City Council. We'll start with the calling of the roll.
Thank you, Councilmember Cole.
Present.
Councilmember Hampton.
Less than honored to be here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Lyon.
Here.
Councilmember Madison is not yet here. Councilmember Masuda.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
Here.
Mayor Gordo.
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Mr. Jones, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, please stand if you're able. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, colleagues, I'm joined here by Mr. Lyon, who's on behalf of the Pasadena community has requested recognition of Transgender Day of Remembrance. Pasadena is a city that prides itself, and the people of Pasadena are a city that pride itself in equality, embracing people from every part of our world and from every background. And so today, Pasadena proudly honors the resilience and contributions of transgender, non-conforming, intersex individuals during TGI Dignity and Recognition Week, and solemnly commemorates the Transgender Day of Remembrance. We stand united against hate and affirm our commitment to safety, dignity, and inclusion of all LGBTQ plus community members, supporting statewide efforts to foster equity, protect rights, and build safe, more compassionate communities. And we have Camila Chameleon, president of the San Gabriel Valley LGBTQ Center, Julian De Jesus, community researcher, and Hector Plasencia, chair of the LA County LGBTQ plus Commission. Camila?
Good evening, council members, mayor, and esteemed colleagues. The San Gabriel Valley LGBTQ Center creates transformation and change for the estimated 120,000 LGBTQIA2S plus residents of the San Gabriel Valley. TGI healthcare is under attack, and the trans community is being vilified at an alarming rate. And we were able to get 5 cities across the San Gabriel Valley to celebrate TGI dignity, equity, and recognition. TGI healthcare is life-saving in a world that continues to erase us. Right. And so we thank the council members today of the city of Pasadena for standing with the city of El Monte, the cities of Monterey Park, the cities of Baldwin Park, and the cities of La Puente. So many amazing folks for recognizing the humanity that we stand with. We appreciate you all, and we're also going to have some words shared by Hector, chair of the LA County LGBTQ plus Commission.
Hola, buenas noches. Thank you all for the recognition of TGI Health Week and Dignity here in the San Gabriel Valley. We understand the power and the role that you play as city leadership to be able to redirect our course one towards humanity. For folks that are not familiar with transgender, gender expansive, and intersex people, we are simply a different type of existence. There are more than two ways of existing in this world, and we recognize the importance of being able to protect every single one of us that lives in the San Gabriel Valley. Gracias for this recognition and for continuing to stand with transgender, gender expansive, and intersex communities in this time. We just had our fellows walk in as well that were actually part of leading this directive, Julian de Jesus and Bowie Huyn.
Come up. In the middle, we'll be on the outside of it.
In the middle.
Okay, next, I'd like to share some news that's very personal for all of us in that we lost a great Pasadenan, Molly Amanda Rodriguez, George, a long time, not just Pasadena resident, but a long time educator and activist for people here in Pasadena. And so I'd like to ask that we adjourn this evening in memory of a longtime Pasadena resident, Molly Amanda Rodriguez George, who passed away this weekend. Born in San Francisco to a family that fled the violence of the Mexican Revolution, she was the third of 8 children, one of the first bilingual teachers in the Pasadena Unified School District. Molly taught first grade at Hamilton Elementary School for more than 30 years. She was hired by Intergroup Education, a department within the school district, to run backyard summer schools throughout Pasadena for our local children. One of those schools was at Central Park, and her educational program was the foundation of El Centro de Acción Social, an important civil rights and community service organization, which operated in Pasadena from 1968 through 2015. Molly was a longtime resident of District 5 since coming to Pasadena in 1956 and spent a few years in District 4. She lived the life of a quiet service and effective service, and we are grateful for her contributions to our community. And let me just say that anyone who knew Molly would have been impressed not just by her dedication to residents of Pasadena as an educator, as an advocate, but in the real humanity that she showed everyone who she advocated for and had crossed her path. But she leaves a great legacy, and the gentleman to my left, your right, her son, Nick Rodriguez, who continues to contribute greatly to this city in the spirit of community spirit and love of Pasadena that I'm sure was instilled by his mother. So thank you. And we all express our condolences. So thank you. And now we'll move on with the agenda. We do have a very long agenda tonight, including a long closed session. And so, again, yes. So we start with a special item, and this is a presentation by State Senator Sasha Renee Perez on the state of the state. Senator.
Hi, good evening. It's a pleasure to be here with you all tonight. I wanted to stop by to be sure that I provided you all with a legislative update, not just going over some of the major legislation that we passed up in the state of California, but also covering some of my own legislation that we got passed here that I think is very significant both to this city as well as to this council. After I'm done with my update, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have in regards to legislation, to my work up in Sacramento, and I'm just very happy and very proud to represent Pasadena as well as be a constituent of Pasadena and be a part of this great city. So first and foremost, want to go over my committee assignments. For those of you that may not know, I am the chair of Senate Education. I also serve on the Senate and Budget and Fiscal Review Committee and on the Budget Subcommittee 1 on Education. In the Senate, education is covering both K through 12 as well as higher education. In the Assembly, both of those are split. So in the Senate, this is one of the third largest volume committees. In addition to that, I serve on Senate Environmental Quality Committee, Human Services, Public Safety, the Joint Committee on the Arts. We worked on the film and tax credit this year. That was very significant, as well as the Senate Affordability Working Group. And I'm also appointed to several boards outside of my role in these committees, including the Advisory Commission on Special Education, Education Commission of the States, the State School Building Finance Committee, and the California State Allocation Board, which allocates all of those bonds that we vote on every single year, particularly like Prop 2, that becomes very important. You may notice that this is a very education-heavy focused background. That's because I spent a significant portion of my career, 14 years, working in the education space. I want to highlight some of the major legislative actions that we saw take place here and across the state. I think first and foremost, it was very significant for us to be able to ensure that we were adding more CAL FIRE firefighters to our capacity. I know so many of you have heard some of the challenges really that our communities faced when the LA fires happened. We saw a number of our firefighters and our firefighting force out in Palisades responding to the fire that was happening there when the fire had began here in Altadena. And frankly, there were many CAL FIRE firefighters who are seasonal, who were not currently working at that time, who were watching these fires happen that wanted to step in, who wanted to take action that weren't able to. The state has invested $39 million as well as $78 million ongoing to bring all of those seasonal firefighters on full time so that they will be able to respond all year round to fires that may come up. We know that fires are no longer seasonal events here in the state of California, and we need to have a fire force that is ready to respond whenever these events may happen. This budget item ultimately came out of an initiative that I led along with leadership and Senate Pro Tem Mike McGuire, the Fight for Firefighters Act. We're very, very pleased to see this included in the budget during negotiations. I want to also highlight some of the work that we did around housing and homelessness, making sure that our HAP money was being placed back into this budget, particularly providing $500 million for that homeless housing assistance and prevention program, and $100 million for the Encampment Resolution Fund. Both of those investments are really critical for our cities. We know that our cities rely on those state dollars in order for us to continue to provide services for individuals that are unhoused. In addition to that, the San Gabriel Valley Caucus secured an additional $1 million for the Council of Governments, or the COG, to support homeless services and public safety efforts, and we're going to continue to see those investments be made in the years to come. As I mentioned before, I serve on the Special Committee for the Arts. This was a particularly important year for us to do that because of the California Film Tax Credit. That was something that we needed to renew. We know so many individuals who live in this city, as well as beyond here in the San Gabriel Valley, are employed by the film and tax industry. And we have seen that industry leave to other states across the country, as well as to other parts of the world. And so this is really an effort by the legislature and by the state of California to make sure that we are keeping that industry here. It is a program that is going to invest a total of $750 million towards the film and television industry. And we're really excited to see the impacts and the ripple effects that that'll have on economies like Pasadena's. In terms of public safety, we saw a number of initiatives move forward. One of the discussions that I know many folks here heard about was the increase in looting that we saw, particularly targeting fire survivors and fire victims. And frankly, it was just really, really disappointing to see what had taken place. We have increased the criminal punishment for offenders who take advantage of those folks by impersonating either peace officers, firefighters. We saw a case in the Palisade where somebody was impersonating a firefighter in order to loot a home. And so we've increased the penalties around that to make it very clear that that is frankly not something that we are going to accept here in the state of California, and that folks will be held accountable if they take these actions. In addition to that, we've provided $100 million to backfill some of the federal cuts that we've seen towards the Victims of Crime Act program. We know that those programs are incredibly important. We want to make sure that those who are victims are being taken care of, that they have access to mental health resources, that they have access to the support networks that they so desperately need. I want to take a moment to jump into some of my district-focused legislative actions in my own bills. We introduced 22 bills in total this year. 9 of them were signed by the governor, and we had a very significant bill package focused on fire recovery efforts. And following the Eaton fire, we had heard directly from homeowners, from tenants, from business owners who are struggling to navigate the recovery process, and that helped with shaping our priorities and shaping our legislation, and really hearing direct feedback from those individuals helped to drive so much of this legislation. The first bill I'd like to highlight, SB 293, the Generational Homeownership Protection Act, is focused on allowing for homeowners that have not transferred title to be able to do so without penalty. We discovered that many generational homeowners, particularly those that were Black and Latino, had not transferred title, and in some cases would be liable for up to 8 years in back taxes. So SB 293 has been signed into law. It's taken effect. We've been encouraging folks to go ahead and to update those documents. Those documents are critical because it also makes them eligible for other benefits that they may take advantage of, especially as they're going through the recovery process. SB 547, the Commercial Insurance Protection Act, extends what was protections for homeowners to extend to business owners as well, making sure that insurance cannot cancel up to 1 year following a declared emergency. And so that now applies to business owners as well. We know this was a major concern for many of the businesses in Pasadena. We know that their commercial corridor was very heavily impacted by the fires. Continuing on, SB 610, which is a tenant protection bill. We also introduced and brought forward SB 610, makes it so that any tenant who is living in an apartment, in a complex, in a rented home that has been impacted by the fires and suffers smoke or ash damage, it makes it very clear that the landlord is liable for cleaning up smoke and ash damage. We had heard directly from so many tenants who were being told by their landlords that they had to do the cleanup. This is frankly unacceptable. In other cases, we had heard from tenants who were being told that they had to continue paying rent, even though their home was no longer habitable. SB 610 makes very clear that when a disaster like this happens, smoke and ash damage deems a unit uninhabitable. You do not have to continue paying rent, and it is on your landlords to take care of that remediation process. In addition to that, we also passed SB 782, the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District Act. This builds upon existing EIFDs. It essentially allows for any agency, whether it's a city or a county, after they've gone through a declared disaster, to pursue the rebuilding effort by generating a bond based off of future tax revenues. We partnered with the County of Los Angeles on this initiative in particular. We know that the county is facing some pretty dire financial constraints right now, and they need additional resources in order to assist with Altadena's rebuilding process. People are going to be rebuilding, and after they're done rebuilding, they want to connect to a working water system. They want to connect to electricity. They want sidewalks, all of the public facilities that we benefit from as a community, and the county needs the resources in order to meet that need. So we're really excited to do this. Supervisor Catherine Barger has already taken action with SB 782 and begun moving forward to create this enhanced infrastructure financing district. The next two bills I'd like to highlight are focused really on responding to our concerns around immigration enforcement, and not just here in Southern California, but really all across the state. You know, we've seen a dramatic increase in discriminatory ICE raids happening around the country. And frankly, many of these ICE agents have been operating without masks, not presenting any sort of identification, and oftentimes are being very aggressive and violent with people that they're interacting with, and are hiding their identities so that we do not have an ability to hold them accountable. In addition to that, we've also heard direct concerns from constituents here in Pasadena and beyond that bounty hunters were being used for immigration enforcement. This was all part of the reason why we brought forward SB 805, the No Vigilantes Act, which requires that ICE agents must provide a form of identification. They must display ID. They must display a name badge. And in addition to that, it bans the use of bounty hunters in immigration enforcement. SB 805 was a partnership with Senator Scott Wiener, who brought forward SB 627. That was the No Secret Police Act, which also banned the use of masks in immigration enforcement. You may have heard today that the federal government is suing now to try to repeal both of these efforts. So we will now be in ongoing litigation, and we'll keep you updated as that moves forward. SB 98, which is the Sending Alerts to Families in Education Act, or the SAFE Act, requires that all local K-12 districts, as well as colleges and universities, immediately notify parents, families, students, as well as faculty and staff if immigration enforcement is present on a school campus. Families and students have the right to know. Faculty and teachers and staff have the right to know if immigration enforcement is on campus or nearby. They need to be immediately notified so that they can do what is best to protect their families. And finally, I'd like to speak to SB 848, the Safe Learning Environments Act. SB 848 was really inspired off of a incident that happened in Rosemead High School. Unfortunately, there have been several cases of students who have experienced sexual assault and sexual harassment on school campus. We've seen a rise in the number of these cases. We refer to them in the legislature as AB 218 cases, which opened up the period when people may file lawsuits who have experienced sexual assault or sexual violence. And this has now totaled the state almost $3 billion. It's become very clear that we need more protections in this space. What SB 848 does is ensures that we are teaching our young people, our students, about boundaries, about what grooming looks like and how to better identify these things when they are happening. And in addition to that, it also creates an online database that will identify when somebody is under investigation for committing sexual assault or sexual violence. We don't currently have a system like that in place, which is part of the reason why when somebody is under investigation, they will often leave to another school district and continue to harm more students. And so we're happy to bring this forward. We worked very closely with many survivors around this bill, and we're very proud to see it signed into law. I want to take a moment just to highlight some of the budget actions we've worked on. We've made huge investments in fire recovery. We've continued to make sure that not just in putting out the fires, all the investments that we've made towards CAL FIRE and making sure that we have the resources and fire capacity to respond, but also that we're supporting this rebuilding process. We've made a $1 billion loan to the Los Angeles County government to make sure that they have the staffing that they need in order to go through the rebuild. We've allocated $4 million to City of Los Angeles here, the City of Pasadena, and the county to assist with some of the lost property tax revenue, and have provided $1 million in one-time general funds to assist both LAUSD as well as Pasadena Unified in the rebuilding process. We've also expedited some of the money that we've seen come out of Prop 2 to ensure that we are supporting our schools that have been impacted by the fires with getting rebuilt as quickly as possible. And finally, want to take a moment to just highlight some more of the fire investments that we've made. We've allocated $3.6 million towards the Altadena Library. We know that that library depends strictly on property tax revenue. So with that loss, they're going to need assistance. This is just the first year we'll be assisting them. That we will be continuing to assess the situation in years to come. We've allocated $4 million to rebuilding Altadena's water system, and another $8 million towards really a rapid rehousing program that we've built out, affordable housing for seniors, affordable housing with faith-based organizations, as well as a prefabricated ADU program that will ensure that we are getting folks that have lost their homes but do not have access to insurance into a unit as soon as possible, because we know that that is extremely, extremely critical. And finally, just want to highlight some of the work that we've done beyond legislation, beyond budgets, that we've been working very closely on. I know some of you are familiar with some of the insurance consumer advocacy that we've done. We secured an investigation into State Farm and their handling of Eaton Fire claims. We had heard from hundreds of constituents who had State Farm as their insurance provider that their claims were either being denied or delayed illegally. And so the Insurance Commissioner's Office has agreed to do a market conduct evaluation into State Farm. Just a few days ago, the County of Los Angeles also launched an investigation into State Farm. And so we are going to continue to see what the results of that situation is. And our office is continuing to work directly with folks that are going through the recovery process to assist them with their insurance claims. Beyond that, getting folks urgent housing relief. We've, been working with several different philanthropic groups, as well as working with groups such as Edison, and saying that they need to provide emergency housing relief to make sure that we are not losing people, that they are not ending up homeless, particularly those that have damaged homes that have not been able to go back, who are running out of ALE assistance. We know that that is a big, big cause for concern. I'll go ahead and pause there. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have, any comments, and appreciate you all taking the time to have me.
Thank you. Questions, comments? I'll start with Mr. Coles in the queue.
Not a question, Senator, but simply an expression of tremendous appreciation for your work in Sacramento, but also your work in the district during the fires. You have an extraordinary record for a freshman senator in Sacramento, but we appreciate the way you were here throughout the trauma of both the fires and the ice raids that have afflicted our community over the last year. I can't think of a freshman legislator that's had as much impact as you've had over the last 12 months.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I had some questions on some of the state's housing legislation, and you and I have talked about this, Senator. First, let me echo Mr. Cole's response related to the fire and to the immigration raids, and I think we both speak on behalf of the council when we say thank you for that. But I have been very concerned for quite some time that the state of California is now functioning as our planning department. That, Scott Wiener Senator Scott Wiener and a group of legislators in Sacramento, all of whom appear to be from the Bay Area, a very different place than Pasadena. They have mass transit built out. They embrace the level of density because they have the infrastructure for it, and it's a much smaller, compact community between San Francisco and Oakland. And so we have what I consider to be completely out of control legislation in Sacramento, starting with SB 9, and I could go on. And now what I consider to be blowing off the top of local control, SB 79 has been passed into law and signed by the governor. This city took a very strong position in opposition to much of that legislation, including SB 79. And SB 79, for those who may not know, essentially allows taller buildings, and we've been very careful in Pasadena to centralize density while minimizing the impact on the built environment, like super tall buildings. And here we'll have taller buildings. Under Tier 1, those buildings can be up to 9 stories tall. Now, we don't have the Tier 1 heavy rail, at least not at the moment in Pasadena, but under Tier 2, we're talking about light rail, and under BRT, light rail and BRT, we're talking about buildings that could go up to 65 feet, 6 stories, and within half a mile of a bus line that qualifies. BRT is a bus line, bus rapid transit, which we're planning.
There's a question in there, isn't there, Mayor?
Well, no, there's a lot of statements, then there'll be questions.
You phrased it as a question, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
And so 6 stories, within half a mile of a transit station. In Pasadena, that's a whole lot of neighborhoods, including historic neighborhoods. And, people say historic neighborhoods are excluded, but that's just an absolute fallacy. The impact is delayed for 5 or so years, and correct me if I'm wrong. Then you have within 200 feet, I believe it can go up to 95 feet in height. And again, that's 65 feet, 200 feet. This is Sacramento simply imposing its will on the people of Pasadena, who over generations have curated a beautiful city. It's not just this city council. And so what do we say to our constituents who elect us to plan thoughtfully for this city? I'm going to suggest to my colleagues that what we say to them is we're going to sue. And so we will have a closed session discussion on that question. But for all of that, we get lower than Pasadena's affordable housing. Communities all around us will, unless they have a higher inclusionary housing ordinance, will only have to build 7% affordability for extremely low, 10% for very low, 13% for low income. Again, the impact on the built environment, not just in this city, but in surrounding cities is tremendous. Pasadena may be able to say we have alternative plans, and we'll certainly try and exempt ourselves from that. But our neighbors may not, and they are going to take a tremendous impact, and that affects traffic and livability for all of us. Now, South Pasadena, under your leadership, and input received an exemption. And I see no difference in the beauty, and I love South Pasadena, in the beauty of South Pasadena and the beauty of Pasadena. And we deserve equal treatment. So all that to say, Senator, your thoughts on SB 79, and you supported it, and I'll just tell you what I told you in private, in public. Very disappointing from my perspective, that the right of this city council and the people of Pasadena to determine their future and how this city evolves is simply taken out of our hands and put in the hands of a very small group of people in Sacramento. Now, all of my colleagues may not agree with me, and they'll have the opportunity to disagree, but ripping apart our historic city and neighborhoods, and in some cases historic structures, is simply not acceptable. And so I'd like to hear from you, Senator, your rationale for supporting that legislation, notwithstanding letters were sent in opposition. And also, what the plan is to fix this, because it needs to be fixed.
Yeah, so I'm happy to respond to that question. And you asked a second ago whether or not you were correct in kind of your narration of the bill, and I want to acknowledge that you're not, and, point out a couple of things. I think, first and foremost, when it comes to the historic resources portion of this bill, any local jurisdiction that has a site that's already on your local historic registry is not going to be impacted by SB 79. That was a provision that I specifically worked on to include in there. We are working on cleanup language around this bill, and as I've shared with you, it is a priority to make sure that this bill works and operates for cities just like Pasadena. In terms of the amendments that we worked on, particularly for South Pass, that was not an exemption for South Pass, but it was making the zone that it would apply to smaller. Currently, the upzoning applies to a half mile outside of a TOD, but it makes it smaller to a quarter mile, particularly for cities that are under 30,000. South Pasadena is one of those cities that happens to be under 30,000. They are a city that is only 7 miles, maybe across, and that is part of the reason why we worked that out with them. In addition to that, we also provided an opportunity and local flexibility for cities such as Pasadena to be able to provide an alternative TOD. And so if there is a location that is right next to single family homes, something that I know we've talked very deeply about, and I've talked with other residents about, the city of Pasadena can point to another area where they have applied density to say density makes more sense over here, and to say that this works better. So I understand the frustration, and we worked very heavily on trying to get amendments into this bill. I think there were about 6 amendments that we secured. In addition to that, around affordability, making sure that there were good affordability metrics in there. But we were really mindful of the fact that, 1, we didn't want to force cities to have to redo their housing elements. And 2, we also wanted to be mindful that some of these stations are near single family homes, and that is not where density belongs. But in corridors, in business corridors, just like the one that we have here in downtown Pasadena, that is where it makes sense. Pasadena has done an excellent job of building more housing, and I do want to recognize that, as well as other cities in my district, such as the city of Glendale. But part of the reason I think you've seen Senator Wiener, move forward this bill in particular is because housing and transportation are inextricably linked to one another. We've seen, unfortunately, many less people utilizing our public transit options. And that is due to a number of reasons. One is public safety. We've seen the county make significant investments there, but also because of housing and because of access that folks actually have to these major transit corridors. And so I think you're seeing a desire by members of the legislature to try to figure that out. I recognize that this should not be a one-size-fits-all scenario, which is why we push so heavily to take into account the needs of smaller cities, why we push so heavily to create that alternative option for cities like yourself that have already done a great job of defining where you think density should be placed. But do I think that we are still facing a housing crisis? Yes, unfortunately. And I do think that we saw that really display itself following the fires when we saw rents skyrocket, not just in this area, but all across Los Angeles. So it is not a one-size-fits-all scenario. We need this. We need rent control as well. The city of Pasadena has done excellent efforts there. We've seen the state make efforts as well there. We have to apply all of these solutions in order to really see movement on us getting to the root cause of this housing crisis. So I hope that's helpful. As I've shared before, Senator Wiener has been very open about the fact that, he is working on cleanup language in this upcoming year. If there are specifics that you would like us to work on refining, I'm absolutely happy to do that. But a lot of the issues that you brought up, those are the very things that we sat down and we pushed for. So it was not easy. It was a very tough negotiation, especially as Councilmember Cole mentioned, being a freshman. But, it is my priority. I recognize I have to represent and raise the issues and concerns that you've raised, and not just to the senator, but also to the governor as well, Mayor.
Well, let me just start with the historic preservation. I mean, you do realize there are different levels of historic designation. It's not just the local, it's the state designation as well as the national registration. Are those properties excluded?
So the local designation is the one that was included. I believe the state designation as well as the national designation is included, but it does not have the same amount of protections as the local designation. There is a reason why we went back and forth about this as well, but why the senator was very resistant to wanting to amend his bill around those components. And that is unfortunately because there have been efforts by some cities in order to try to designate all of their city to be historic in order to try to avoid building any sort of housing. And so this was something that we definitely had a very significant debate about. And that is why you see such significant protections, particularly for local registries.
Well, that's a significant, this is why Sacramento should not be in the business of planning locally. That's a significant misunderstanding of how historic designations work. Local designations are here locally, and so it's actually easier for cities to designate local than it would be, to go through the state and national register, which have to apply very specific Secretary of Interior standards. And so it's just a significant misunderstanding of how it works. And in terms of transportation, absolutely, housing and transportation are interconnected. That's why we've already seen what I believe to be we're going to see more of bills like this harming housing and transportation, because we've seen San Bernardino already turn down significant amounts of money for public transportation. The Transit Authority there turned down, I think, close to $800 million because they don't want to build out the transportation that's then going to open the door to legislation like SB 79. And we're going to see more of that. And finally, I think even assuming, even if I said, you're right on all these issues, which I don't think is the case, you or Senator Wiener, even if we said that, I think it misses the main issue here. The main issue is local control. The main issue is the elected representatives of this city council who are elected by the people of Pasadena to make real-time, on-the-ground, local decisions is being usurped by people who, I mean, I don't know if Senator Wiener's ever visited Pasadena, but I've certainly never met him here. Maybe some of you have. But the intricacies of this city, and the complexities of this city, and the history of curating. We've not developed a city. Generations of Pasadena have curated a city, very different. But those can't be understood in the halls of Sacramento by, legislators who are coming and going, and who have a point of view that was developed in an entirely different city and community, a beautiful city, San Francisco. So I will anticipate, as others, I believe, will, what the fixes are going to be, including recognizing that Pasadena has done its part. We built over 3,000 affordable housing units, more than probably, with the exception of the small city they call Los Angeles, but more than all other cities combined, I would say to you. And I say that tongue in cheek. I love Los Angeles too. But you get the point. We're doing our part, and rather than recognize it, we're being penalized in a way that's irreparable. Once one of those buildings goes up in Mr. Lyons' district, or Ms. Rivas's district, or Mr. Cole's district along Lake Avenue, immediately abutting single-family residential neighborhoods, the damage is done. And you're gonna have people looking into what people's backyards, and that's wrong. So, questions, comments?
I just wanted to comment very
Please.
quickly, Mayor, just to clarify something, because it is misinformation that unfortunately is having an impact on transportation decisions. SB 79 only applies towards currently planned stations or stations that are in the pipeline as of January 1st, 2026. And so I share that because if there is anything that might be in the works, or there's a new, it's not going to apply towards any sort of future stations that folks may be working on. They have to have, it already has to either be in existence, or they already have to have finalize the plan for that station. And that is in the bill. That was another amendment that we worked on, because we didn't want this to suddenly have an impact on the transportation decisions. In addition to that, you raised the city of Los Angeles, and I agree. I mean, part of the reason why we're seeing such a housing crisis throughout the LA County area is because Los Angeles has not done its part in building new housing, and it has had a ripple effect on the entire San Gabriel Valley. You know that better than anybody. This bill, the biggest impact it will have is on forcing the city of Los Angeles to build housing. It has the highest impact for the city of LA. So I just wanted to highlight those two things, especially on the transportation front. I think that's important information for city leaders to have and for members of the public to know as well.
I think the problem, and then I'll turn to others. The problem is this: Sacramento. When you lay that out, the problem is Sacramento has lost the trust of many, and so that may be under this legislation. But just like SB 9 was just the beginning of taking away local control, that was the argument, and now this is the evidence that those who argued SB 9 would take away local control were correct. Here we are. Now it's SB not 9, but 79. It's not just symbolic, but it's a fact that this is SB 9 on steroids. And so under the current law, you may be correct that it's planned or lines in the pipeline, but that can change from one legislative session to another. And communities are not going to be willing to take that chance. And that's foreseeable, very foreseeable. And so I think the harm is already starting to occur. I hear it from my colleagues in across just the San Gabriel Valley, along the corridor in your district. People are very upset. So, if my colleagues have any, Mr. Cole?
Out of respect for the fact that we have a lengthy agenda, as you've emphasized, I don't think this should substitute for the debate we actually never had at this council about SB 79.
Legislative Policy Committee did, but
Correct.
We did not.
Apparently not. But the city council has not had that debate. I don't think this is the forum for that debate. I respect how sincerely you feel about this, Mayor. You know that. But I don't think this is the time to debate our state legislator. And I also think she's opened the door for us to work with her, and I think we should.
I'll agendize this for a closed session and open session discussion. I think it's important for the city to take a formal position and for individual council members to do the same. And then we can share that information with the senator and with our assembly member and ask that they respond. I think that's fair. Mr. Lyon?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe my colleague is correct that this never came up in this body. I think it went to.
I agree.
It went to legislative policy after a letter went out from the city, and I think they opted not to take a position because it's a complex issue. I want to thank my friend, the senator, for being here, for all the work you've done for our community, and for your passion for this work and for people. I am grateful to have your representation. And we would love to sort of partner with you to talk about some of the cleanup language you're talking about on that bill in particular and some other priorities that we'd like to discuss too. So thank you for your work. I appreciate it.
And just to be clear, the letter that went out involved the issue of local control and the usurping of local control, including SB 79. But it's local control is something that we have acted on as a city council before Mr. Cole, you joined, but we were very clear about local control, and that was the substance of the letter, and including SB 79. So it's the letter was completely consistent with the city's adopted policy. Yeah. Ms. Rivas?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just briefly, essentially it came to LegPol as an info item, notifying the committee of the letter that went out, which again was in compliance with our existing policy, but we never had that debate, and so it'd be good to have it. And again, not the time or place here, but I want to thank Senator Perez for all your hard work, your service to our district over the last year. You've had an incredible first year, so thank you for all that you've done, and thank you again in the spirit of your service so far, opening the door to continue these discussions and working with us. I think we missed in those letters really focusing on the historic districts. I think we were focusing on this larger losing issue ultimately about local control. We kind of missed, or in that letter, missed the direction the legislature was going, and I think we missed our opportunity to make some really pinpointed discussions and arguments about historic districts. So I welcome and look forward to those discussions and working with you collaboratively on those issues. So thank you so much.
Yeah, no, the local control is the issue. And Senator, I hope you'll take our collective comments and the comments from the community as a way to give you the evidence that I believe you need to push for reforms to ensure that we don't end up with a cookie cutter approach that then gives us a cookie cutter community and city. So and you and I have talked about this in private, and I think that's the goal. Not I think, but that is the goal, to empower you and hopefully our assembly member to go back and make those changes.
I appreciate that, Mayor, and I want you to know that that is exactly what I do. We printed out the letters that you, as well as other leaders, had provided, whether they were in support or opposition, and utilized them for these discussions. SB 79 is not my bill, and yet we got so heavily involved. Sometimes I feel like it became our bill because we were so involved with trying to get in the amendments that you all were requesting, and whether it was you all as the mayor of Pasadena, the South Pasadena mayor, the Monrovia mayor, really working with a huge coalition of folks who had concerns to try to move this thing to where it needed to go because we knew it was going to pass. And so we wanted to squeeze in the things that you all were requesting. So I hope you know that that is precisely what we do. It is so appreciated when you all reach out and offer your feedback and concerns, and know that you will always be a partner in me. And when you flag something that you're either very supportive of or very much in opposition to, that is then a directive for me to become very involved, whether or not it is my piece of legislation. So you absolutely have my commitment and always will to make sure that I'm best representing this city and yourself and your needs up in Sacramento.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you for your service to our community. And I just wanted to bring up, switching topics, the Raymond Basin. So first, thank you for your work you did for Foothill Municipal Water District and the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District as well in Altadena. Councilmember Lyon and I, we went to a MWD inspection trip and along with Darla, and so I know water is critical and imperative too. But I was wondering if the state, or if through your leadership, you could look at helping to restore the Raymond Basin. I think that would be we actually at MSC, I believe we're going to have that discussion either next month or next year. But I think the state has a very imperative role in helping us restore our Raymond Basin.
Absolutely. We've raised that to MWD and have had conversations with them about it when they stopped by my office. So I'm happy to follow up. Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
We have public comment on this item. Do you want to go to that?
Yes.
In 90 seconds for public
Sure.
comment. Yadi, followed by Camilla Camaleon, followed by Terry Stein, then Dr. Lena Alsaroff, and then Jacinta Link, who's online. Yadi, go ahead. It's on special item A. Go ahead.
Hi, Senator Perez. I'm Yadi. I'm an advocate with Oakland Privacy, and it was an honor to run into you in the halls in Sacramento while I was advocating for civil rights, including SB 805. And I just want to touch on something really quick about the housing. Let me take a step back. So a lot of the legislation you worked on personally affected me and my neighbors as an Eaton fire survivor. So I'm really appreciative of that. A lot of the issues that you worked on were things that we experience in our community. And the other thing I was here to advocate for is for this body to implement the measures that you brought about in SB 805 that Riverside, the city of Riverside, has already proactively done. And I wasn't here to talk about the transportation thing, but I think it's relevant because one of the main reason I moved to Pasadena was because of its public transportation system. And I actually didn't have a car here for 2 years. And I made sure that I moved to a spot that was within walking distance of a train. And that's probably because when I lived abroad for several years, I lived in other countries in Asia and in Europe where I didn't need a car. And so it's really disappointing to hear that your predecessors raised a community to build the 710 extension, and to hear that you guys are potentially going into litigation and punishing future residents with possibly not giving us public transportation. So I hope that there is reconsideration of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, we have the plan in place to build development specifically in the downtown for that purpose. But this blows that entire plan up, in my opinion.
Camilla?
Good evening, council members and Senator Perez. First and foremost, I want to give flowers to Senator Perez and your team for being a part of our All Children Thrive work with the San Gabriel Valley LGBTQ Center for the past 2 years. Creating meaningful community-based change in the San Gabriel Valley requires all of us. I want to specifically name that the San Gabriel Valley is a mixed picture, and with a delicate balance that's happening between state and federal, representative government, and also the courts, queer transgender and trans LGBTQIA2S+ communities are navigating a current state of emergency. The TGI Healthcare Week that we're discussing this week really is a fact that requires all of us. And I want to name that just today, we were told that a grant through the California Department of Public Health, the All Children Thrive grant, was put on pause, and the entire staff at Public Health Advocates was furloughed until further notice, thus stopping our project addressing childhood adversity for folks in the San Gabriel Valley. It's important that to enact change, it requires all of us.
You had 30 seconds, sorry.
Thank you.
Bell means 30 seconds.
Thank you. To enact change, it requires all of us, and I just specifically want to name that we need to reinstate the All Children Thrive work so that the work that we're doing in office with Senator Perez can continue for the next year, and so we can meet the deliverables of a transformation and change throughout the San Gabriel Valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Stein, followed by Dr. Lina Al-Saraf, then Humara Afzal, and Jacinta Link.
Good evening, Senator Perez, Mayor, and Council. As an immigration lawyer, I am profoundly grateful to you for your advocacy on behalf of our kidnapped neighbors and against the terrifying and illegal tactics of ICE. As a Jewish person and the descendant of both Holocaust refugees and survivors, I'm deeply disappointed with your decision to support AB 715, which adopts a Trump-sanctioned definition of anti-Semitism and harms all of us, Jews and non-Jews. I'd like to talk about both of these things because they're related to each other. When we fight against genocide, when we fight for collective liberation, when we fight against ICE, it's all part of the same fight. For our freedom is inextricably bound in each other. I never dreamed that the memory of my murdered ancestors would be used to justify the genocide of others. Yet for 2 years, I have watched Israel and some mainstream American Jewish organizations brandish the scourge of anti-Semitism to smear anyone who dares speaks out against the genocide in Gaza. I know it's scary to be called an anti-Semite, especially when it's baseless. Why am I talking about this now? The bill's already passed. Because there are going to be more opportunities for you to stand on the right side of history. And so what I'm asking from you, Senator Perez, is to show the same sort of bravery that you have shown in confronting ICE, in telling people who are terrorizing a community to take off their masks. Weaponized anti-Semitism is a weapon being wielded to against the most vulnerable people.
Thank you, your time has
Unmask
expired.
the people who are
Thank you,
doing
ma'am.
this. Thank you.
Dr. Lina Al-Saraf, followed by Humara Afzal, followed by Alan Shea, then Jacinta Link.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and State Senator Perez. I do want to thank you for your legislation regarding fire recovery and immigration. The ACLU has come out against AB 715 bill pushed by the state senator on the State Education Committee, calling it censorship and undermining freedom of academic expression. The California Teachers Association, California Faculty Association, and Council of UC Faculty also oppose the bill. Critical pieces were not addressed, including considering the lack of inclusion of other minority students, and the bill did not spell out that political views, i.e. criticizing Israel or President Netanyahu or mentioning the genocide in Gaza, should not be considered anti-Semitism and should not be charged as such. For the record, a Semite is actually an individual who speaks Hebrew, Aramaic, Amharic, and Arabic, so Arabs and Palestinians are Semites. The rate of students being arrested and expelled and doxxed at the university level and college level due to speaking out and protesting has arisen and tells you the political atmosphere is already charged. Now we will see this at a younger age. In this chamber a couple of weeks ago, we were labeled anti-Semites. It has become a reckless term used to suppress freedom of speech. There is a lot of gaslighting to distract from the human catastrophe in Gaza.
Humara Afzal, followed by Alan Shea, then Jacinta Link. Humara?
Yeah, that's me. I had originally planned to talk about AB 17, but since Terry and Lena did such a good job, I changed it to talking about SB 79. Senator Perez, thank you so much for your supportive vote on SB 79. The harm that I'm most concerned about is the harm in people not being able to afford someplace to live. And it is exactly because of local governments restricting density that Sacramento needed to step in and impose new rules. Local control has not worked, as exemplified by the refusal to implement changes needed to end the affordable housing crisis. Just tonight, item 17, I believe, is a safe parking issue. That wouldn't be here if local government had been effectively addressing the issue. Something is wrong when we prioritize protecting historic districts over ensuring that people have some place to live. Again, thank you for your vote.
Alan Shea, followed by Jacinta Link.
Again, it was under local control that Pasadena has exceeded expectations. Mr. Shea?
Thank you. I just want to, more than anything, commend Senator Perez. We go back a long ways in her efforts to be a model leader, and I love what you've done with Pasadena to come out and show support, so I want to thank you. More than anything, my hope would be is that going forward, before we get into real controversies, that we can have some kind of real outreach for community, especially here in Pasadena, either being at an ad hoc project or something before it gets to this point, because it just throws everybody off when we're trying to hear different issues, state issues, city issues. But if we can create that going forward, I think we'll get more traction. So I want to give you a little tip on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shea.
Jacinta Link.
Ms. Link? She online?
She's online, yes. Okay. Are you there? Are you muted?
Let me unmute myself.
There
Sorry.
you go. I'll ring a bell with 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Thank you. Senator, I'm so disappointed in you. I pushed for my nursing union to endorse you. I spoke to members of the Los Angeles Federation of Labor on your behalf. I believe that you had a strong moral compass and would stand up to being bullied or bought for your vote. The California Teachers Union, the largest teachers union in the state, opposed AB 715. Jewish Voice for Peace, as well as many, many groups opposed to Zionism, not to be conflated with anti-Semitism, which is what this bill did, opposed this bill. As Mara Harvey, a Jewish educator in our public schools, said, those who voted for this bill, yourself included, Senator, have done Donald Trump's work for him. This bill will curb legitimate pro-Palestinian speech, as this bill has conflated opposition to Zionism with anti-Semitism. State and federal laws already punish and prohibit discrimination in schools. Politicians like yourself who voted for this bill will face a reckoning. Voters are very savvy now and know the difference between opposition to Zionism, a political ideology based on genocide and ethnic cleansing, and responsible for the current Holocaust and incremental genocide since 1947 of the Palestinian people. You are on the wrong side of history, and history will condemn you. Again, I am so disappointed in you and your lack of moral courage and integrity.
That completes public comment on this item.
Okay. Senator, again, thank you for your work. It's very tough work and complicated. But on balance, I think every member of this council would say you're doing a great job for us in terms of the fire response, the public safety issues, and I hope that you'll take back the information and fight for us on the issue of local control and the people of Pasadena and this city council being able to determine their own future on behalf of the people who elect us. So thank you. In any way we can be of help, please let us know. Mr. Cole?
Mayor, I'm conflicted to raise this, but you and I grew up in this town. The first time I heard the word local control, the phrase local control, was when John Welsh angrily resigned his seat on the school board because a federal court ordered our schools to end segregation. Local control is not an absolute good, and it has been used by people to defend good things, as you are doing, and it's been used to defend people doing evil things, as the dark history of Pasadena segregation points out. So I think we should be careful about putting local control on our banners. The reality is that Pasadena should not be subject to one-size-fits-all. Pasadena should be rewarded for its success, but we've yet to meet our affordable housing RHNA numbers. And so we need to couple local control with local responsibility. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, you know, we shouldn't let history define our intent or what words we use, because someone abused local control does not make the words evil. I understand what you're saying, but the way it was abused intentionally at that time certainly was evil, and I agree with you. In terms of, what was the second point you made, Mr. Cole? I just want to make sure.
Just that we have to match local control with local responsibility.
Yes.
And I think that's important to keep in mind.
Well, the RHNA numbers. We actually made great strides on our RHNA numbers the last time around. This time, it was the state, again, usurping our authority, punishing us, even in the face of us having met our RHNA numbers, then taking out of our hands what we believe to be a reasonable number and changing that number without the input of the city council.
I won't argue facts with you, Mr. Mayor. We did not make our RHNA affordable numbers in the last cycle.
Okay. We'll reserve that. Okay. Anyone else? No? Okay. Thank you, Senator, again.
And the public comment?
Yes. Public comment for
We have
matters not on
19
the
speaker
agenda.
cards, so 1 minute. Mayor?
Yes, and so our practice is to dedicate the first 20 minutes of public comment for matters not on the agenda, very different than matters on the agenda. The first 20 minutes of the meeting, that's been the city's longstanding policy. And so we will dedicate the first 20 minutes in order to give most people an opportunity to speak. We're going to ask that you hold your comments to 1 minute. If you would like more time, just waive your time now. And then once the city's agendized business is complete, we will give you more time.
Mrs. Jill Davis, followed by Teresa Wong, followed by Alani Velez, and then Sharon Washington. When I call your name, please line up in the middle, and then I will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to commend tonight and just the robust discussion. And I just thank you, Mayor Gordo. I appreciate your statesmanship and in trying to keep Pasadena very special, because it is a incredibly, like you said, historical and curated from all the people that work so hard to keep it so lovely. And I wanted to thank you for your veteran event. I was very impressed and cried. And I thank you, Jones, Councilmember Jones, and Councilmember Hampton and Rivas and Masuda and Lyons. You showed great deference and, patience going up there and selflessness and stood there and presided. Thank you, because you honored the most honorable, those that laid their lives down, right? And that's why I have to say that you don't want to bring this harm of our police and our fire people by harming them in any way with their pensions.
Ma'am, your
Thank you.
time is expired.
Got it?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Teresa Wong, followed by Alani Velez, then Sharon Washington, then Atticus Jackson. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Teresa. I am a second year at PCC, where I lead the student advocacy group for environmental sustainability. I am here once again to ask for the agendization of the resolution for polluters pay, Senate Bill 684, for the next city council meeting, not the next legislative committee. As a young person, I live in constant anxiety. Anxiety over what my life will look like 5, 10 years from now. But most of all, I fear for future generations. What will their lives look like? What will life look like for the students who must endure another Eden? Will Pasadena and Altadena be prepared to deal with the financial and emotional wreckage from that? But we have the power to change that. A Pasadena-based resolution of the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund will show California that we care about our citizens. The taxpayers should not pay for Eden, big oil should. That our city cares about climate action and not inaction.
Ma'am, thank you.
And that together.
You can submit your comments and they'll be distributed. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much.
Alani Velez, followed by Sharon Washington, followed by Atticus Jackson, then Jesse Duker. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Alani Velez, and I'm a first-year student at Pasadena City College. I'm here on behalf of the Environmental Sustainability Club. I am also a Pasadena resident. Although I did not lose my home in the Eaton fire, I will remember how it felt for me. It was scary to hear the cry of the fire trucks and to see the deep red flames. I felt so sick of the ash. In fact, at school, we sat and ate next to the lead-infested soil for months afterward. But most of all, I felt helpless. While I was a volunteer organizing donations, my high school Spanish teacher approached me with his story and photos of his lost home. I thought of all my friends and the poor animals who lost their lives and were harmed. My community was hurt, and why? Because of a faulty power line mixed with the strong winds. And that is why I'm speaking now. Pasadena has the choice to prepare ourselves by signing on to the California Polluters Pay Bill. In fact, if not, we can expect more disasters and extremes, those that will not impact just here in California, but the whole world in the long run. My peers and I want to hold big polluters.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Washington, followed by Atticus Jackson, then Jesse Duker, then Donald Wallace.
Good evening. This is a petition in support of Pasadena's fire and police retirement system. Stop the divestment effort. And the reason we are pushing this is because it is about public safety. Even State Senator Sasha said of the importance of our firefighters and our police department. If we gut their retirement, that is going to create fiscal issues as well as increased portfolio volatility, lower annual returns, and require taxpayers to eventually cover pensions if we do that. And plus, we don't have the full story of everything that's going on in the Middle East. And so for us to make a decision that has no impact on what's going on in Israel, but has everything to impact what happens here with our police officers and fire department, I think that's why it needs to be stopped. We need to not divest it, and we need to continue to do everything we can to support our first responders. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Atticus Jackson, then Jesse Duker, then Donald Wallace.
Good evening, all. My name is Atticus Cruz Jackson, and I'm here once again on behalf of Sunrise Movement Foothills, a climate advocacy movement based here in the foothill communities of Los Angeles. I'm here in support of the Polluters Pay Resolution, and I urge the city to agendize this important piece of climate advocacy legislation prior to the state legislator vote in early 2026. I myself have experienced firsthand 2 natural disasters in my lifetime. The first being the Great Texas Freeze of 2021 and the 2025 Los Angeles wildfires. Both have taught me about the urgency of the climate crisis, but it's not just urgency, it's our responsibility to address the climate crisis. President Theodore Roosevelt told us that we have fallen heirs to the most glorious heritage a people ever received, and Roosevelt also told us something else, that we must do what we can with what we have where we are. We are here in California, a state certain to experience the effects of climate change in increasing intensity in the coming years. We have the backing of millions, and what we can do is pass this resolution. Big oil should pay, citizens shouldn't. So thank you, council members, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Duker, followed by Donald Wallace, then Autumn Munoz, then David Kopp, then Dr. Lena Al-Sarraf.
Hello, Council. My name is Jesse Duker. I'm here tonight representing the Jewish Federation of the San Gabriel Valley's Jewish Community Relations Commission. We recently sent you a letter after being recently aware of the efforts to divest city funds from businesses that do business with the State of Israel. I consider myself very lucky to be here tonight. Both is a transgender celebration event. I'm very thankful that the State of Israel has a thriving transgender community as well as an LGBTQ plus community, as well as to celebrate Senator Perez's presence here. She is a leader in AB 715. I urge you not to take on foreign issues in which you have no ability to fact find. You are local leaders that understand this local community. You do not have the information or ability to obtain the information on what's going on in the Middle East. You are going to harm our city's retirees based on an ideological position. I urge you not to proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Donald Wallace, followed by Autumn Munoz, followed by David Kopp, then Dr. Lina Al-Saraf.
Good evening. Shout out Mustangs. You know what I'm saying? And Bulldogs too. I gotta love Bulldogs. Shout out for Bulldogs, but I gotta represent them. My sisters went to HS, so I gotta be careful. Anyway, I'd like to echo Jesse Duker's thoughts as well. And I love this city. I grew up here, and I would love to see our city council focus on what matters, what we care about, which is local issues, and to not divide the community any further on adopting something that we can't even, or I say we as a group, can't even enforce, right? Because of AB 4822, which doesn't allow us to divest or from Israel. So that's my thoughts. I really hope that you take that into consideration, and thank you very much. Go Stanks.
Thank you.
Autumn Munoz, followed by David Kopp, then Dr. Lina Al-Saraf.
My name is Autumn Munoz. I'm a resident of Los Angeles and have attended college for 2 years, majoring in psychology. I wanted to address the matter of AB 715 that Senator Sasha Renee Perez is supporting. Contemporary examples of anti-Semitism that have any sort of criticism of Israel are being linked into anti-Semitism education settings. Israel, for their actions in mass genocide and ethnic cleansing, it has nothing to do with being Jewish, but it has everything to do with being in the state of those who are oppressed. Inhibiting the growth of collective knowledge stilifies the education of social justice, increasing the self-censorship of those who seek to do justice. Work only stifles future generations of critical thinking, and the big concern is that AB 7 would only reflect more conflict and more controversy and equity. Palestinians resisted the Israeli state project because it was a racist and apartheid state. The students are on the road of an honest pursuit of truth. Don't you want that in a student education institution? And Ms. Perez, I see that you're doing the charity but not practicing the solidarity.
Thank you. David Kopp, followed by Dr. Lina Al-Saraf, then Olden Denham, then Alan Shea.
Please, if you hear your name, please form a line in the middle.
Dr. Lina Al-Saraf, followed by Olden Denham, then Alan Shea.
Good evening again, Mayor Gordo and council members. Ethical investment is a moral obligation. As we recognize the Holocaust and the Armenian genocide, we are asking to recognize the Gaza genocide. My request, I'm respectfully requesting council member Steve Madison to step down and abstain from crafting and voting this for the divestment policy due to conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Olden Denham, followed by Alan Shea, then Ted Smith, then Greg Mashberg.
Good evening. It's pretty much no secret why I'm here, but I do want to address something I want to straighten out, and because I don't want to be misunderstood. On the minutes for the city council meeting on the 29th, it says the following individuals expressed concerns regarding state law. They allege that it is contrary to the United States Constitution. That's not what we said. We said the policy that the report was written off of is in controversy to state law, and I would like that straightened out because I don't want to be misunderstood. And I also I made a request just to show a 10-second clip. A 10-second clip would show and clear up everything. It would show us what happened and let your eyes do the truth telling. And on that 10-second clip, if you see that clip, then I would ask you to answer the question of where and how did he discover in less than 8 seconds that there was imminent danger to him or anyone else? I would love to have that clip shown. I was told it's impossible for me to get that clip shown, but this is the only way I can speak the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Shea, followed by Ted Smith, then Greg Mashberg, then D.E.
Mr. Shea, welcome.
Hello. I'm just going to follow up behind Mr. Denham. One of the issues that came up, and it also complies with the corruption that we brought up last week, especially in the wake of the mayor indicating 3 reports were done, and they were done with policy and got the same results. Here, after a meeting, it says the following individuals expressed concerns regarding state law they allege are contrary to the United States Constitution. That wasn't true. So if anybody were to read this and they didn't know the true context, this would be garbage. This would be corruption. What was read and asked is that we clear up AB 392 and whether that's law or not. And if it's law, it should have been applied, especially if we have 5 attorneys sitting in front of us to make sure that we are adhering to the law. That wasn't done, Mayor Gordo, with the reports. It was only
Thank you.
It was only policy.
Mr. Shea,
so let's correct that.
Thank you.
Ted Smith, followed by Greg Mashberg, followed by D.E.
Mr.
followed
Smith,
by
welcome.
Amira Afzal.
Good evening, Mayor Gordo and Vice Mayor Rivas and City Council. I'm Ted Smith, and I've been a resident for Pasadena for over 30 years. One of the things that I'm really passionately trying to push is the lost LA Found. LA Found, I'll give you a quick synopsis of what happened. A close family member was wandering around after a healthy, vibrant life and running around and got lost out in the wilderness. That ended up being a real tragic thing, which really affected me. And so I made sure that each one of these council members got a copy of that so you could read through it. And my encouragements are to bring this to your districts, talk to your constituents, and make sure that they understand that this program is offered and is offered through the Los Angeles County. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And we do have the materials you distributed in our hands.
Greg Mashberg, followed by D.E., followed by Hamira Afzal, then Eric Petit, then Michael Flynn, then Nasser Zamarad.
Sir, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Greg Mashberg. I'm also a member of the Jewish Federation of San Gabriel and Pomona Valleys. I'm here. I want to ask you and urge you not to put on an agenda for the future meeting a resolution for ethical investments. We know that's not what it is. As you can see here and what's happened all around us, this is an effort to boycott Israel. And that's an effort that's inconsistent with the policy of the state of California and the United States government. I don't know how this this council is going to serve as essentially a mini UN Human Rights Council in evaluating the activities of companies, of countries all around the world who are accused of some kind of human rights violation. I would urge you not to go down that road, not to divide the city, and not give in to the same efforts and arguments that caused you to adopt a resolution or a statement last year that was inconsistent with your values.
Thank you, sir.
D.E.
Sir, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm an American. Some of you might call me black, but I'm better known as a foundational black American. I'm here today to file a formal complaint against the City of Pasadena Recreation Department and their committee for purposefully committing a identity fraud of black Americans here in the City of Pasadena. For the past few years, I would say 10 or so, 5 if you count Juneteenth. For Black History Month, they have been presenting my people, black Americans, as Pan-Africans with a Pan-African ideology and theme, and I want that corrected and presented as red, white, and blue for black Americans. Just outside here, you have 2 historical foundational black Americans, and I don't want their history and their lineage to be erased.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Amira Afzal, followed by Eric Petit, then Michael Flynn, then Nasser Zamarad.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that the divestment resolution has been agendized in committee. I hope that Pasadena will soon join the growing number of cities and counties who don't want to be complicit in genocide or the ongoing violations of international law in illegally occupied Palestine. No one is asking you to gut pension funds, just asking you to do business without supporting companies that profit off of genocide and oppression of other people. You can get a good rate of return on investments without doing harm to other people in the US or anywhere else. I brought with me today brought a copy for everyone. I brought a list of entities, cities and counties across the US that have recently done some kind of divestment action. This is entities on the West Coast, the Midwest, including Ohio, Iowa, Missouri, as well as the East Coast, places like cities in Massachusetts and Maine. This includes red states, blue states, big entities, small entities. I ask that you read this. It's a QR code. You can scan it and do a link.
Thank you.
Eric Petit, followed by Michael Flynn, followed by Nasser Zamarad. Mr. Petit?
Sir.
Mayor Gordo, council members, I'm here to advocate for an ethical investment policy that prohibits investment in companies facilitating the ongoing genocide in Gaza. As the husband of a Jewish spouse and the father of 2 Jewish children, I'm offended by the suggestion that those who speak out against apartheid and genocide by the Israeli government are participating in or supporting anti-Semitism. This accusation is not only false, it's absurd. In fact, the biggest so-called supporters of Israel are white nationalists with the same fascist viewpoints and ambitions that led to the Holocaust and the attempted annihilation of Jewish people and other marginalized groups, including gay people, transgendered people, and people with disabilities. When Donald Trump defends self-proclaimed anti-Semites while accusing peaceful Jewish organizations like If Not Now and Jewish Voice for Peace as anti-Semitic terrorist organizations, it's beyond Orwellian. It was not anti-white to fight against apartheid in South Africa, and it's not anti-Semitic to stand up to apartheid and genocide in Israel and Gaza.
Thank you. Your time is expired.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Flynn, followed by Nasser Zamarad.
Mr. Flynn, welcome.
On behalf of Pasadena for Palestine, I'd like to thank the City Council for choosing to agendize a discussion on ethical divestment policy at the next meeting of the Legislative Policy Committee. This is a great step. However, it is currently ambiguous what precisely is to be discussed at that meeting. Therefore, we urge the Council to include the following necessary elements for this discussion. 1, that Pasadena affirms the conclusions of Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, B'Tselem, and the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza with the material support from the United States. 2, that the genocide in Gaza is unique in that the United States is openly funding it and openly providing political cover for it via UN vetoes, sanctions on ICC officials, and the intimidation of Israel's Arab neighbors. And 3, that the American Friends Service Committee's Palestinian Rights Database, which details the involvement of individual companies in the human rights abuses ongoing in Palestine, is a necessary component of any ethical investment policy. Thank you, and I hope we can divest
Thank you, sir.
and de-risk.
Thank you, sir.
De-risk
Sir,
the portfolios
thank
of our
you.
firemen.
Okay, thank you, everyone, for your patience and adhering to the time restrictions. Next, we'll move on to the consent calendar.
Mayor, may I ask, not to talk about public comment, our last item on the agenda tonight is reports from council members. It'll be quite late then. May I have 1 minute to make a request while people are still, the staff are still here? And that is that we have a report on how we deal with bad weather conditions for our homeless population. We don't have a bad weather shelter until mid-December. Tonight, 300 people will be without help, and I think it's an urgent matter, and I hope that we, obviously it's not on the agenda, so we can't take any action, but I hope we can get a report from our staff and some action to address the reality that people are out in the cold, in the wet tonight without help from our city.
Mayor.
The only, yes, absolutely, we can have that discussion But I would also like the staff to come back with information, because I'm not sure it's absolutely accurate to say no help from the city, because we fund a lot of nonprofits who, in situations like this, are to step in. Or we assist them with funding requests from the county and the state. And so we should get a snapshot of the entirety of our community support, including organizations supported by the city in their efforts, to give us the full picture.
Mayor, there was one extra, one last speaker, I guess he did not hear his name, Nasser Zamarad. I did call him. Go ahead, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Zamarad.
Yeah, hi, Mayor and everybody. My name is Nasser Zamarad. I'm the owner of flower shop on the corner of Lake, North Lake and Villa for 33 years. And I saw that so many accidents happen in that corner. And sometimes, one time 2 people actually died, and other times 2 cars collided and went to my shop. So I have a solution. I wrote a letter for you and for a council member that, in the villa, in the front of Villa Garden, the street is pretty wide. And it come to my flower shop, it become more narrow because my shop actually is sticking into the street. So front of Villa is about 3 lane. And then it come to my shop, become 2 lane. So many times actually these cars, the traffic is rush to that corner and many accidents happen. So I'm willing actually to cooperate with you to lose even my business or half of my business. If you communicate with the landlord and see if you can buy part of that, my shop.
Sir.
And, it's pay him also consider
sir.
about my business.
Sir, we'll
I wrote a letter for you.
Yeah, we have your contact information, and
Yes.
Ms. Rivas and I can reach out and
It's
sit down
really
with you.
good solution for that corner.
Ms. Rivas and I will reach out to you.
Thank you. Read my letter.
Thank you. That completes public comment on matters not on the agenda.
Mayor, on the issue of the public comment on the past minutes, do we have to bring those back to correct them, or can the clerk make that correction?
The minutes are correct. I can reach out to Mr. Shea. They're misreading what it says.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll leave that in the clerk's hands. And eyes. So with that, we'll turn to the consent calendar. I intend to recuse myself on item 5, which involves Raymond Avenue, and I own property on Raymond Avenue, so I will recuse myself entirely. So if there's a sweep motion on the remainder.
We have a speaker card on item 1.
That's right. So we'll hold items 1 and 5, and I'll entertain a sweep motion on the remainder of the consent calendar.
I'll make that motion for the
Moved by
sweep
Mr.
motion.
Masuda.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Lyon.
I do have one comment.
Oh, did you want to make your comment prior to?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Just in.
Which item?
I wanted to acknowledge on item 7 that I had a sort of detailed conversation and correspondence with the Department of Water and Power about the purchase of the gas-powered vehicles. And currently, I'm satisfied that there is not a truck that will meet our operational requirements, because they all have a chassis that's just too big for our narrow streets. But they're looking and they're paying attention to the issue and selecting carefully every time to try to get our fleet moving toward electrical vehicles.
Thank you, and thank you for doing that in advance, Mr. Lyon. And I can assure you, Mr. Hampton has been pushing for and others have been pushing for the same.
Is item 1 in the sweep motion?
It's not.
It is not.
It's been pulled out.
Well, can we put it back? Now that you asked Major?
No.
Oh, there's a comment, okay. All right, so holding items 1 and 5. Are there any objections to the consent calendar? Seeing none, hearing none, the consent calendar is approved. We'll turn to item 1.
The speaker requesting to address the council is Yadi. Minute and a half. Minute and a half, right?
Yadi, welcome back.
Minute and a half, go ahead.
I'll be super quick. So I support Dudek as a consultant working on the environmental aspect of the general plan, but I do have a question that I hope the council can give clarity to the public, which is that there are certain laws relating to different elements of the general plan needing or having to be updated when other elements are tied. And it's difficult to ascertain what requirements the city should be doing right now. And also, so for example, like the safety element, and I know we did like the local hazard mitigation update recently, and what that all is. So it would be really great if the council and the staff could provide clarity to the public about that. And the other thing is, later on, I'll bring this up, but Dudek, I know, does consulting services for the city in relation to like tree management. And for example, when the planning commission was talking about planting certain kinds of trees in a neighborhood, it wasn't really clear why staff didn't use outside consultants for planting one species of tree all along that one street. And that would be another thing that would be great to get clarity on. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes
Public comment on requested consent items.
Okay. So, in terms of item 1, Mr. Hampton, followed by Mr. Lyon, then Mr. Cole.
I'm very supportive of this. I think there's one aspect that I would ask for. There be a community subgroup that works alongside with the consultant, similar to what we had for the TAP. That's my and I'll make a motion if there's support for that. But I do think there should be community members involved.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. Then that's my motion.
Just very briefly, Mayor, my expectation in approving this contract is that Dudek will treat Cal EnviroScreen as the starting point and a valuable one, but it's not the only lens on, and we need a citywide approach. So Cal EnviroScreen it's sort of an inverted funnel and tends to narrow to narrow the included precincts. And I think we have one in the city that
correct
requires remediation, but in fact we have more. So just making sure that Dudek is looking at local heat risk data, transportation exposure, housing conditions, public health data, and qualitative data on people's sort of lived experience in the city, all over the city. And with that, I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Mr. Cole?
First of all, a compliment to the staff. The vendor chosen includes an outreach component, and they've partnered with a local nonprofit. I've been fairly consistent in suggesting that we are not being efficient in our efforts around outreach, and that it would be preferable to either have the outreach in-house or to work with local nonprofits or to work with local businesses for a more consistent approach. And I'm glad that that's the way this is turning out. So I'm very appreciative of that step in the right direction. I also, like Mr. Hampton and Mr. Lyon, am very supportive of doing this. But as a member of the Planning Commission, I raised some questions, and I would like to raise them again. Hopefully we can get answers that now that the staff has moved into this process. The purpose of the general plan, according to state law, is actually to guide the development of our city, both public and private actions. And the mandate from the state to add an additional element on environmental justice has resulted in a lot of very good term papers done by consultants who study history and do their research and produce a report about grotesque environmental inequities that are both historically rooted and perpetuated to this day. And then the report gets filed and nothing happens. I don't want that to happen here in Pasadena. if we adopt an element at a cost of $334,000, and we spend time with a community committee, let's be sure we actually implement some of the recommendations, and the recommendations are actionable, and the recommendations come with a reality that there are price tags to those things. But too many of our plans say, we would love to do this when funding is available, and funding turns out not to be available, and so it just sits on the shelf. So my question to our very capable staff is, what is your anticipation about being actionable with this when it's done?
Thank you, Councilmember Cole. One of the reasons that we're doing the approach that we're doing, which is choosing to do the element, is for that reason. You have two options. You can do environmental justice policies and spread them throughout various elements of your general plan, or you can do a standalone element. We're choosing to do a standalone element so that we can have a focused, targeted approach and make sure that we can go back to that element and cite it in the work that we do. Similar to the item we're going to have later tonight on the safe parking, we're able to draw on elements from the housing element. We can say this is a housing element policy and this is how you implement it. By having an environmental justice element as a standalone, we're able to very clearly define what those elements are and be able to refer back to them in the work that we're doing, rather than it getting lost in all these various elements of the general plan. So that's the whole approach that we're doing by having a standalone element.
Director Page, I appreciate that, but I'm looking for actual addressing of the environmental impacts, not just being able to cite it in our work. I'm looking for us identifying the environmental inequities and identifying plans to actually address and resolve them. Councilmember Jones across the way has raised a concern that I share and have spoken about before, which is we appear, and we're yet to see the data, it appears that we've used CDBG money consistently to supplant general fund dollars to address sidewalk repair in the Northwest. So instead of correcting the historical inequity, we've actually perpetuated it. I hope that that's wrong. We'll wait to see the data. But Pasadena has a palpable history which everyone around this dais understands. And when we identify them, I think we have a responsibility to address them. And so I'm looking for more than something we can cite in our ongoing work. I'm looking for an action plan that we can actually devote staff and financial resources to addressing long-standing environmental injustices in our community. In the absence of that, just spending $334,000 to know what we already know, which is that it's a lot healthier to live in some parts of this city than it is in other parts of this city. That people's lifespan is actually affected by their zip code. I think we have a responsibility not just to document that, but to fix it. And so I'm hoping that we are very clear that we're not just doing a master's thesis here, that we're identifying ways, practical ways, we can address the fact that it is the air and the soil and the water have traditionally not been equitably distributed in a safe way in our community, and it's time to fix it, and this is an opportunity to fix it, and that makes spending $334,000 worthwhile. But just to document it and then not do anything about it, that would be, I think, a waste of money.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I just had a quick follow-up to that, Mayor.
Mr. Jones.
And I agree if some of what Councilmember Cole brought up. Just for Jennifer, so what is the strategy and implementation plan in the report?
So typically what they'll do is when we identify various policies throughout the general plan elements, and then that dictates what our work will be. So for example, you outline a work plan as part of the actual element of the general plan. We're going to identify future goals and how we're going to meet those goals, and we're responsible for meeting those goals. So we report back on our progress on those through the Planning Commission. That's all the work that we do through our general plan, through land use, through housing. We do dedicated meetings, just like we have a dedicated meeting just for housing, and we report out on what we're doing on our housing element implementation. So similar to this, when you have a standalone element on environmental justice, once we have our identified policies that we will draw on through our community outreach and gathering and talking to the community and gathering their input, we're going to develop our goals and policies. And then we have an implementation program that goes alongside and is adopted with the element that we're responsible for drawing our work programs for. So we may bring future policy work to this council that's coming directly from that element in the general plan that you all adopted. So it will inform future work that we do, and there's an implementation program that's part of that.
And you'll identify funding opportunities for the implementation?
Yes, we can, once we have that adopted, we can look for grant opportunities depending on what it might be. Some might be related to transportation initiatives. Others may be related to climatic initiatives, but we'll be able to identify what those are once we have the policies adopted.
Thank you.
Spend $334,000. I want to do more than identify grant opportunities. We spend $1.5 billion a year in this city, and it's not distributed equally, and the results are not equal. And so to just say, well, we've identified grotesque inequities that cause people to live shorter and less healthy lives, and we'll look for grant opportunities is not acceptable to me. I think we need to go beyond that, Mr. Mayor. I see you're ready to jump in here. I think we need to go beyond that. I think we need specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely goals that say over the next year, 5 years, 10 years, these are the investments we are going to make. These are the shifts we're going to make in our resources. These are the projects and policies we're going to implement as a staff, so that Pasadena is one Pasadena, and your health is not dependent upon your zip code. People may disagree about this, but when I look at our artificial turf, there's two places where we have artificial turf: Villa Park and Jackie Robinson.
Robinson Park.
Robinson Park. And we now know that artificial turf is not healthy for kids to play on. And it's just one small example of the way in which resources are maldistributed in our city. I don't represent much of those areas, but I have in the past, and I think we all represent all of Pasadena, and we should strive to have it be equal. And this is going to churn up a lot of concerns, and I don't want to churn up a lot of concerns without addressing them.
Yeah, I remember when the fields were installed, and they were very much viewed as a benefit to avoid kids playing on fields that were worn and dusty and filled with holes. And so now we've learned that there are different sorts of concerns with the artificial fields. And so I don't disagree that the staff should be prioritizing situations like that. But in terms of the longer term planning and responses, I've always viewed the budgeting process as the opportunity to do that. And so I do think that this council has made a commitment to start the budgeting process sooner rather than later. And that's the appropriate time so that we can make decisions in the context of money that we've committed in other places that are very important, public safety, recreation programs, all of these things, and many of them to benefit the very people or neighborhoods that you're describing. I happen to live in that part of the city, and so I get it. And much of our budget is dedicated to those improvements, and has been for quite some time. But I think it's healthy to revisit it. I just don't want people to have the impression that we have $1.5 billion sitting around to be allocated, reallocated. Understanding the context in which you're raising it, and you're not suggesting that. You're suggesting that we look at the budget in the context of priorities. The final thing I would add is, of the 1.5 billion, it's under, 400 million that's in the general fund. Those are dollars that we actually, I think it's 350-ish. It's grown, so I'm looking forward to see how it's grown. But a few years ago, in 2019, it was 269 million. Now it's grown to 350-ish or so. And those dollars are the dollars that we have flexibility over. The rest of the dollars, the overwhelming majority of the rest of the dollars are grant dollars, which are very specific, that the city applies for and for a very specific use. The remainder of the dollars are mostly tied to things like the utility. In fact, a great number of the dollars are tied to the utility. And those dollars are not interchangeable or can be used for anything but utility purposes. And so I just want to measure expectations. I'm not suggesting that we not revisit. I think it's healthy to revisit long-term goals in the city, particularly in the context of what the city has gotten wrong in the past. But let's measure expectations. Okay.
Just one final point, Mayor, and that is, we're taking up tonight the Raymond utility relocation. That's an example of beginning to address some of the historic inequities in our city. So even dollars outside the general fund can and should be seen through the lens of environmental justice.
Absolutely. Okay, with that, let's, was there, oh yeah, item 5, Ms. Rivas, if you'll manage the council's discussion on item 5, I'll step out.
I don't think we took the vote on item 1.
We didn't take the vote on item 1.
Okay. Roll call on, no, not roll calls. Are there any objections to item 1? No, it's approved now.
And that was approved the staff recommendation amended to incorporate a community group as part of that effort.
Okay.
And Mr. Cole, were you a yes?
I'm a yes. I think I made very clear why I'm a yes.
Okay.
I have some expectations about what the outcomes are going to be.
Thank you.
Item 5, Ms. Rivas.
Sure, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor left at 8:03.
On item 5, are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Any objections? The motion passes. Mayor can rejoin us.
Mayor, you're back.
Thank you for the invitation. So next we'll move to
item 12.
Item 12, thank you, Mr. Clerk. And
this is old business.
Yeah, this is old business, the tree contract, and I think it was sent back. Do we need a brief report?
Thank you, Mayor. And we are back a second time with a tree trimming contract. This one is significantly shorter. It's 3 years plus 3 one-year extensions, excuse me. This looked like a result of about $1.4 million in savings compared to the last time we were here. We did an RFP, and this is a lowest responsible bid type of contract. So basically, staff is bound by our procurement rules to go with the lowest responsible bidder, and that's what we're bringing forward. I also want to share that the City Council's last discussion with us was to bring a dialogue forward that involved having these operations be in-house. And so we plan on bringing that to MSC in January. We've been working both with our folks in-house as well as looking at Public Works, what their requirements are. Public Works maintains not only the right-of-way trees, but also the trees in the park. And so there's a significant amount of trees in this city. And the work that is proposed under this contract is not really tree trimming, it's actually line clearance, and it's required by state law. And so it's a little bit different in terms of what the requirements are, what the expertise is, but it is something that we plan to bring forward to MSC in terms of a discussion. And tonight's request for approval doesn't preclude us from changing our minds, from going a different direction, from bringing it in-house, or combining our efforts with those of Public Works and Parks. But we will run out of funding in January. And so this is, again, a state law requirement. There's 4-foot line clearance. This is about safety. This is about electrical safety. This is not about tree trimming or tree pruning. This is truly line clearance, and that's what we're bringing forward. Mr. Varjan Navadian is here, our AGM for power distribution, to provide, it's a very brief PowerPoint, Mayor, that we can provide if you'd like, or we can stop and take questions.
Questions, comments, otherwise?
I don't think we need a full presentation. We got one before.
Okay.
I was in the queue, so I just had a real brief question.
Mr. Hampton, followed by Mr. Lyon, then Mr. Cole.
It's actually mentioned in the staff report. It said that there was going to be a certified arborist at all of the trimmings. And I just wanted to make sure that is correct. Okay, it just says it in the report. So I'd like to make a motion to move approval of this recommendation, and I appreciate you, General Manager Reyes, for teeing up the discussion and also talking about how it's going to come back to MSC.
There are public comments.
Oh, there is?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll hear from them.
Mr. Lyon, followed by Mr. Cole. Okay.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mayor. So I will very much look forward to the report on bringing it in-house. I know that there are a lot of considerations. It means a lot of equipment, it means training, it means staff and insurance and benefits and all of that for people. And 24 million is a huge contract. And I know we bought three trucks with arms today for 1.something million, 1.1. So we could buy a lot of trucks for 24 million. To your point, I wasn't going to comment until your point that it's a very different skill, actually, the clearing for the electric wires and the trees. I would submit that we need both of those functions. As you know, I had a very gruesome tree trimming at my house this year, 4 power lines. So if we could mix in a little artistry and a little understanding of trees, that wouldn't be a bad thing with this contract. Thank you.
I agree. Good.
I had a different word. It took me a second to come up with one I wanted to say here.
I was going to say it's better than a bad haircut, but Mr. Jones? Oh, Mr. Cole? Mr. Masuda?
I share Mr. Lyon's concerns, and I think most of us at one point or another have expressed ourselves publicly that in our zeal to meet state law, we have a single focus, which is to clear the lines, which is important, absolutely vital, and I'm going to support this contract because we don't have a great alternative. But I'm wondering, I'm strongly inclined, obviously we need to hear from our staff, I'm wondering why we don't have clear coordination and in fact having all of this under the Public Works Department. It doesn't mean that that they should use Public Works tree trimming rules for line clearance. Line clearance is line clearance, and that's a safety issue. But our Public Works people are competent, and I just think they are in a better position to oversee a tree contract, because that's part of their business, than it is Pasadena Water and Power. I know that Pasadena Water and Power has supervised this contract, but you got a lot of other things to do. And right now, you do the job of clearing the lines and you do it well, the result is we butcher our trees.
Let's ask the staff to respond. Thank you, Mr. Cole. And as you respond, if you can talk about the regulations and mandates, because it's heavily regulated and also very dangerous to get, particularly because line clearing in this situation, I think has to be 6 feet. And so people are very close to energized lines, and that's always an issue. But go ahead, Mr. Reyes.
Mayor, I'm going to start and then turn it over to Varjan and maybe some other staff, depending on how technical we want to get. It is a 4-foot requirement in most of those areas. Obviously, we have some high fire areas within the city that we're particularly concerned about, but we are concerned about tree clearance in all parts of the city, frankly. And so there are much more specialized requirements, not only on the insurance side, the type of equipment that gets used, but as well as the staff that gets used in terms of the pruning versus the tree clearance. It doesn't mean there's not one company that couldn't handle it all. It's certainly possible. We want to be thinking about the commingling of the funds. Obviously, the power funds come directly from our ratepayers, and that's how we handle and pay for all those services. And so we want to be careful and think about that. But
To clarify, I wasn't actually suggesting we have one contract. I was suggesting that Public Works be involved in overseeing this contract because of their expertise in dealing with trees. And there would bring some sensitivity to overseeing this contract. Obviously, this is one city, right? And so if they're going to oversee it, you probably have to pay them to do that because, that's, you don't want to commingle the funds. But I do think that the experience has shown less than stellar results from balancing the need and priority of clearing lines and the need and priority to have an urban forest in our city. And I think we have 2 different departments dealing with trees. And I think it's important that there be, at the very least, coordination. And I'd rather see one department oversee our dealings with trees. The Public Works Department has to enforce rules and regulations too. They have laws, they have state requirements, they have safety requirements, they have contract. These are not amateurs. The Public Works Department could take over, I believe, the supervision of this contract. I'm not suggesting that that's the decision we make tonight, but I'm suggesting that we be open to thinking about how we protect our urban forest while we do the job of clearing the lines.
Why don't we send it to municipal services for a discussion?
Mayor, we can bring that along with the item that involves the in-house discussion.
Perfect.
And presumably, there'll be some discussion between you and Public Works and see what the result of those discussions in terms of your recommendations. If there's a better way to solve this, that's why we have great staff.
Yeah.
But we need to solve it because right now, I think we all know the scars that are left by private contractors, lowest bid, and the results that we see in our trees.
I press for in-house, and I think ultimately that, in my view, the best solution. Mr. Masuda?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Reyes. I think it can be done, in-house, and thank you for going in that direction. But I think in the windstorm of 2011, we really found out that the importance of water and power doing separating the trees from the lines, and it was very, very important, especially on Michelinda. So that's what was an area where I was very concerned about because we had a lot of concerns about trimming the trees right there because, as you know, all the lines run right through the branches over there on Michelinda, and we have problems with that.
Councilmember, thank you, and I do want to acknowledge our staff that work so hard in terms of making sure that our lines are safe. And I also want to acknowledge Councilmember Cole's comment about coordination. I think that the coordination between departments can be improved. I think we've been working really hard with Public Works on streets, and the Raymond underground utility is one example where we're going to be working very closely with them. And I think we do have an opportunity to be better at the tree trimming. Whether that results in a recommendation to have Public Works oversee it, I'm a little concerned about the additional cost for the administration. So it's not only the tree trimming itself, but also the administration of it, which again, goes back to the ratepayers. But we will definitely consider that, and I think even if that's not the answer, the coordination is going to be important in how we are and can be more sensitive to the V-cuts that happen and have a policy that is, I think, really heavily leaned on or regulated and developed by the arborist that Councilmember Hampton talked about. So we look forward to that conversation in early January, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Reyes, for bringing this contract back. I just had two quick questions. The first one was about identified locations within the upcoming year. Do you already have those? And the second one, is there any way that you could get community input or residential input to help identify locations? Because as you're aware, you know, on Jackson Street, we've gotten several requests there, and I think your team has went out and looked at it as well.
I'm going to hit the second one first because I think it really is important that we, you know, the residents can help us. The residents can really be helpful in terms of identifying, they have eyes everywhere. We've got limited ability to monitor everywhere at the same time. So we can really, I think, improve in that area in terms of how we receive those requests. With respect to the order or locations that we're going to hit this year, I would like Mr. Avedian to discuss that a little bit. I think there's a portion of it that may not be public, but I think for the most part, we do want to share and we have that information.
Yeah, thank you, David. Varujan Avedian, Assistant General Manager of Power Delivery for the record. So just I want to add to David's response on item number 2. We do get a lot of feedback from our residents already. Most of the time, granted, they're related to communication lines. Like David mentioned, our crews do a great job with the tree contractor, separating the lines from trees. Now, related to number 2, question number 1 about the locations, we have a 3-year cycle for tree trimming, and our goal is to hit once every 3 years. That's not to say we don't go back to certain streets to trim again before 3-year ends. We have, I mean, depending on the tree species and the growth rate, sometimes we have to go back like a year after to trim. As for specific locations, I don't have the specific locations with me right now, but what I can assure you is like our goal is to hit every tree once every 3 years.
And to
I think when you identify those specific locations or that you could share them with us, I'm definitely going to get emails from residents that live on Madison, that live on Jackson, and once we put this in our newsletter that we've approved a $24 million contract for power line clearance, they're going to ask, well, when is my street going to get cleared? And so I think that would be helpful to be able to respond to them and identify.
Absolutely, and I do think in relation to the last item about ensuring that we're providing resources throughout the community equally, I think we'll make sure that whatever we send to you does show that we're providing those resources across the city equally.
Thank you.
Thank you for advocating for those neighborhoods, Mr. Jones. I happen to live in one of them. Thank you. Mr. Hampton.
Just real quick, and I appreciate Councilmember Jones for bringing it up. You know, it happens regularly. I get emails from residents saying that, you know, we need to trim the trees. And do we do a wire education? Because sometimes our neighbors will send a picture, or I'll go out to their home and I'll say, you know, this is a telecommunications line. And just because I've gotten the education from you guys, and I appreciate that. But it would be helpful to start putting that out to let our residents know, especially after what we just saw last year, or actually earlier this year, to have some sort of wire education to say, you know, this is a telecommunication line, this is a power line. And
we don't now, and it's a great suggestion, and we can develop one.
Okay, thank you. And then the other thing is our power lines, in some cases, or at least in most cases, I was under the impression or been told that they're insulated.
We are actually a leader in the city of Pasadena long before I think any of us, well, maybe Councilmember Cole was here, but we started a long time ago. We really did.
I know you didn't read it like that.
We have been a leader.
But he looked up like, what?
In line
Speak
insulation.
up, young man.
And
it's all your fault, Mr.
I want to say it's over 70% of our lines are insulated, but Rajan can correct me.
That's correct. Actually, we are about 75% of our overhead lines already covered conductors. And they do provide a lot of protection for us as far as incidental contacts from the trees.
I think that would also be helpful as a part of the wire education, because I explain that a lot to the residents, but there hasn't been any place where I could just get this information and put it all together.
Yeah, we definitely need that program in place, and maybe it could be a leaflet or flyer.
Yeah.
But I also want to thank council for approving item number 4, which is $1 million for insulated wire. So that happened tonight as well. Thank you.
I saw that, yeah, thank you.
Thank everyone with the exception of Mr. Cole. Joking, Mr. So the undergrounding, now my recollection is that, just real quickly, because ultimately that's going to be the long-term solution for this pickle that we find ourselves in. The undergrounding, my recollection is that the Raymond Underground project is the last one that's funded in the capital improvement budget.
We have one other.
Okay.
And I want to say it's Washington, but I'm.
No, it's actually Mountain.
Thank you.
But it's partially funded.
Partially funded.
Okay.
And this, Raymond does take a big chunk out of that fund. We collect, it looks like about $7 million a year into that fund, and then we sort of put it together and go forward and try to identify. But you're correct. We have a full report that was prepared to go to MSC this Friday. Because of the Thanksgiving week, we've been working on special meetings. That meeting, unfortunately, is not going to happen. At the very next MSC meeting, we are bringing a full report on undergrounding to them.
And I'll remind us that it was not too long ago that some advocated to end the undergrounding project, which would really bring to the forefront Mr. Cole's argument of equity. The fact that, other parts of the city have been completed and, certain parts of the city have not seemed unequitable and unfair. And so let's keep that in mind as well. I think it's an important program. And that's the rationale why we continued with it. So with that.
We do have public comment. Yachty, followed by David Bona, then Mike Polka. And there was,
If you hear your name, please step forward.
and there was correspondence that was submitted expressing concerns with the procedures related to the staff recommendation and providing comment on that matter. And that correspondence was distributed to the council, posted online as part of the record for this item. Go ahead, Yachty, minute and a half.
Hi, first I want to thank GM Reyes for clarifying a lot of the questions that I had. And you're probably wondering, as someone that mostly talks about transparency and privacy, why I care about trees so much. So even before the fire, my community was hit extremely hard by the windstorms and we lost half a dozen trees. We had arborists come out and we were suggested to cut down another half dozen trees. And that is something that we really, really don't want to do. And I'll say, I'll just say, even with the Urban Forestry Advisory Board and all the different groups that work on protecting trees, as a citizen, I still didn't have information to help me manage the almost 200 trees that we're responsible for in our community. And the other thing is that I'm really glad to hear that there will be further discussions about bringing this maintenance program in-house, because I don't have the research with me, but I'll share later on that there is research that shows that there is a cost savings to the city if you bring in these services in-house. And I know that there's pros and cons to using outside services and bringing it in-house. So I'm looking forward to that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. David Bona, followed by Mike Polka.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is David Bona. I represent Utility Tree Service, and I'm here because my client has concerns about the process surrounding the proposed awarding of the bid. As the council members were talking about, utility line clearance and line clearance tree trimming is very different from landscaping. It requires specialization and specialized training and education. It's also a very important part of public safety. It's part of the things that keeps the lights on, and it also helps reduce the risk of wildfires that can be caused when trees contact power lines. Now, because of those risks, the Department of Water and Power rightly included requirements in their contract related to training and certification requirements that the contractor bids must have. One of those includes 5 years of experience, including 2 years on similar projects of the size and scope of the of the Water and Power Department's program. Now, those requirements exist for a reason, and that's to ensure that the city hires a contractor with the proven experience and level of responsibility and risk management of working with those systems. It's important that the Water and Power Department contracts with a company that has an established safety and training record and a program that is designed for working around energized lines and a track record of doing that work on a system. Given the very real risks of wildfire and serious injury that can be associated with working around high voltage lines, it is important that the board and the Council and the Department of Power review the experience, safety, and training submissions of the contractors very carefully.
Thank you, sir. If you'll wrap up your comments.
Certainly.
And again, if you have them in writing, we'll distribute.
Certainly, I submitted some earlier today. On behalf of Utility Tree Service, I respectfully urge you all to thoroughly review each bidder's experience as a contractor, as well as the safety and training program submittals before moving forward with awarding this contract bid. At a minimum, the city should ensure that it selects someone who meets both the spirit and the letter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Polka.
Mr. Polka, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I fully support that there is a time and place when emergency response services are needed for tree trimming and vegetative removal. Does this contract outline a proactive tree trimming policy when it is not an emergency to avoid pathogens and kill trees and therefore interfere with bird nesting times? I bring this up as I previously stated to Council that on April 17, 2025 at 10:30 a.m., I saw a city contractor trimming a native oak tree between the 375 and 415 Anita Drive properties near the power line. Approximately 10 minutes later, there was enough rain that I had to turn on my windshield wipers, and later in the day, it rained. Wet conditions are an invitation for pathogens that will kill an oak. This is why the California Native Plant Society indicates that native oaks are to be trimmed roughly late May, early June to mid to late October to avoid pathogens that cause sudden oak death. According to the tree trimming contractor, they randomly drive around and trim any tree that interferes with power lines. According to Pasadena Power, they are not aware that each tree species has a specific time to trim to avoid potentially killing the tree. Other tree species and times to trim examples to avoid bark beetles, pines can be trimmed from mid-October to the end of January. Elms can be trimmed from October to the end of February.
I want to be fair with everyone. Thank you. Your point is well taken. There are different seasons for different species, and we will ask staff to look into that.
That completes public comment on this item.
Sir, did you submit a card?
Oh, no, I did not, no.
Okay, why don't you step forward and then submit a card, if you'll make it really quick.
Okay, make it real quick. Yes, my name is Gerardo Ledesma. I am the owner of Tree Service Kings. First of all, I'd like to thank the city of Pasadena for the opportunity of becoming a partner. Tree Service Kings is based out of Los Angeles County. We've been in business in 2006. You know, TSK has been performing tree trimming services for vegetation management for power line clearance since 2014. Not only we worked with Edison, PG&E, DWP, also in other different states as well. It would be an honor for Tree Service Kings to serve the city of Pasadena. And, you know, we are more than ready to perform our services here for you guys as well. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Okay, with that.
Motion to move approval.
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. And are there any objections? Seeing none, matters approved. Thank you, everyone, for your input. Thank you to the staff. Okay, now we have what should be 3 very quick public hearings.
Item 13 is a quick one as well, Mayor. This is also a public hearing, but it's just to continue it to, this is the approval of the North Lake specific plan is to continue to November 24th, 2025 at 6 PM. We just need a motion and
And Mayor, I was advised I should recuse myself on this item because I own property within 500 feet of the specific plan, so I'll step out for this one. Thank you.
Even on just the, okay.
That's what I double checked.
So let's go ahead as Ms. Rivas escapes from the room. Why don't we go ahead and motion to continue, Mr. Hampton, seconded by Mr. Jones. Are there any objections? Seeing none, matters approved. It's continued to, the public hearing is continued to November 24th, 2025. Next.
at 6 PM.
6 PM, thank you. Next, we'll move to item 14, and the clerk will open, can we open all of these public hearings at one time? I think we can, can't we?
We can, but I'd have to do, we should just do.
Okay. So let's start with item 14.
This is the time and place for the public hearing on the approval of the designation of, is that the right one? This is not the right one. What? On the designation of the Hernley House at 1475 Scenic Drive as a landmark. The public hearing notice for this item, the postcards were mailed on November 3rd, 2025, 79 postcards were mailed. And on November 3rd, 2025, 58 notices were posted. No correspondence was received regarding this item.
Motion to open the public hearing?
Well, it's open.
Oh, close the public hearing, I'm sorry.
Second.
There's no public comment?
There's no public comment on this. So who made the motion, sorry?
The mayor just made the motion.
Mayor Gordo.
No, Mr. Hampton made the
Oh,
motion.
you just said motion,
It was
so
a
I was
question.
seconding
I
your
forgot the
motion.
question mark at the end of that.
Okay, well, I'll motion to.
Close the public hearing. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay,
Mr. Jones.
so moved and seconded. Any objections? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed on the merits.
Motion on the merits?
Look, I have a question, sorry.
Mr. Cole?
Mr. Lyon's ahead of me.
Oh, Mr. Lyon? that followed
Beat him
Mr.
to the
Cole.
button. Thank you, Mayor. So, this is not a huge deal, but I do think we do more than a rubber stamp on these, and we risk diluting the value of historic designations if we're too tight or too liberal. So my question here is a serious one. Isn't the texture and tone of the plywood a character-defining feature? So there, in this case, it's painted green. And there's, even the architect's notes have notes about the treatment of the wood. So
So
how do we get
the,
around that?
yeah, so the materials themselves are the character defining features. The current color of the paint that's on those wood features is not character defining. So historically, we have information that discusses and images that showcase the house having a more natural wood finish. So for the purposes of character defining features, the material itself is character defining, but the paint color is not.
Do we have other examples of particularly plywood mid-century moderns where they painted the wood? I mean, because the architect in his notes has extensive notes about how to treat the wood, and it's a particular plywood.
Yes, we did have another house, which is the case study house in Pasadena that had painted wood that was listed in the National Register in that condition. So it had been altered, but through the designation process and later rehabilitations, we were able to restore it, which is the plan for this property as well.
Yeah, okay, good. That actually is great. If that's the plan to take it back, then I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a motion to.
Mr. Cole?
Oh, sorry.
I have a broader question. How many landmarks now do we have in Pasadena? It's over 100, is that correct?
Over 130.
Yes.
If this is nominated by the owners,
Correct.
and we've done a massive recent survey of the
It's
city.
underway.
Underway. Do you have any idea if we apply a similar sort of standard to this handsome house, how many hundreds or even thousands of other houses would qualify to be local landmarks?
I'm looking to Kevin.
We did do a study of mid-century modern architecture in Pasadena a number of years ago and identified a number of houses that would be eligible, including this one. I don't have the exact number, but it certainly wasn't, all of the houses from that period. There were a select grouping of houses that qualified under that criterion.
So there's mid-century modern, there's Spanish colonial revival, there's Mediterranean, there's craftsman, and probably a half dozen others that I can't rattle off at the top of my head. We got a lot of handsome houses in Pasadena. Are we gonna make all of them landmarks?
No, and that's not necessarily the criteria. Just because something is of a certain style doesn't mean that it automatically qualifies
Right.
for landmark designation. So,
But as I review this, I mean, this is a nice house, and it has an architect who did some useful work, but this is not, we're not, I mean, this seems like just from my reading, a fairly low bar. I could think of an awful lot of homes in our city that have an architect and are nice and are representative of a particular style. At least this is visible from the street, which I think the next one we're going to take up is not. What are the benefits to the community for having hundreds of landmarked homes?
well, I think part of what you just heard from the mayor is about establishing our character in the community, and the staff found, and the council members can disagree on the analysis, but staff found that there's character defining features that qualify this individual house as a landmark. It doesn't mean that every style or every house of that style would be a landmark. The owner can apply for Mills Act if they want, and they can preserve some of the features. I think what Councilmember Lyon was just noting on in terms of bringing the house back to some of the original features would be something they could qualify under Mills Act. So it's contributing to the overall character of the community.
Appreciate the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. With that, is there a motion on the merits?
There's a motion.
Motion on the merits.
Okay. I'm actually surprised that we don't have more than 130 landmarked properties. How many National Historic Register properties, if you know offhand?
Individually designated,
Yeah,
I would
not-
say around the same number, I
Yeah.
would think. Yeah, I don't know for sure, but we
Not-
have a number.
Not in the district, because I understand
Right.
some are designated because they're, or some.
Contributing or not
Contributing, not contributing, but specifically register on the National Register. And the state, I'd be interested to understand that number. Okay.
We need a second.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Are there objections to the motion? Mr. Cole objects, and we'll move on to the second.
So
number.
the motion passes 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent.
Okay.
Next is item 15. This is the time and place for the public hearing to approve the designation of the retaining wall at 333, 353, and 375 Anita Drive as a landmark. On November 3rd, 2025, 99 postcards were mailed. On November 3rd, 2025, 50 notices were posted. No correspondence was received regarding this item. Public hearing is open.
Move to close the public hearing.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Cole, did you have a question on this? Okay. Been moved and seconded. Are there objections to the motion? Yes. To close, this is just specifically to close the public hearing. Are there objections to the motion? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. And on the merits.
Motion on the merit?
I'll second. Just a quick comment.
Moved by Mr. Lyon, seconded by Mr. Cole.
I think Mr. Hampton. Look, my first reaction when seeing that we were going to landmark a retaining wall was the same kind of reaction I had to the previous one, which is, okay. But it's a really quite remarkable piece of artistry and history that spans multiple properties and is visible from the street. I actually do think it qualifies. My earlier concern is just where are we going to set the bar? And I think this one clearly clears the bar, so I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Are next on the merits?
Just a vote.
Yeah, are there objections to the motion? Seeing none, that matter's approved. And now the next designation, proposed
This is
designation.
item 16. We do have a speaker card on item 16. This is the time and place for the public hearing on the approval of the designation of the Welsh House at 1220 Wynn Road as a landmark on November 3rd, 2025. 20 postcards were mailed and 36 notices were posted. No correspondence was received by the city clerk's office regarding this item.
Mayor, this is in my district, and when it's time, I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay, is that can I accept that as also a motion to close the public hearing?
Well, no, we have a
Oh, we
speaker
have
card.
Okay.
Aaron Keeley?
Mr. Keeley, welcome.
Hi, I'm Aaron Kiley. My wife Melinda here and I are the new owners of the Welsh House. We put together a presentation, but I understand your time is precious, and so I wasn't going to say anything, but I've been inspired by Mr. Cole's remarks to at least take a few minutes. The architect Harold Zook, his currently standing works include the Pasadena Civil Defense Center, the Saga Motor Lodge, the Boys and Girls Clubs, and the Cat Clinic, in addition to several that no longer exist. Pasadena Star News used to have a Home of the Week column, and 21 of his residential works were the Home of the Week. And so I think he is arguably an important Pasadena architect, especially a modernist architect. Only 2 of his residential works are currently Pasadena landmarks. And to put that in perspective, the number of Zook works that were destroyed by the Eaton Fire is 2. And so I'm asking the City Council to improve that ratio by approving our application for designation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That completes public comment on this item.
Thank you.
Motion to close.
Motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Objections to closing the public hearing? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. On the merits?
Motion on the merits, Mayor?
Second. Moved and seconded. Any objections on the merits?
I'll abstain.
Mr. Cole abstains. Thank you, sir, and thank you to all of the property owners. It takes commitment and really a gift to the city to step up and designate your property or ask that it be designated. And just so people understand, it does require action on the part of the property owners. So this is a voluntary act from which the city will benefit for generations to come. So I thank you.
And Mayor, just for the record, the motion was approved.
Not to mention the investment that you make.
With 6 in favor, 1 abstention, and 1 absence.
Okay. With that, we'll move on. Again, with gratitude to all involved.
And next we have item 17. There are 35 comment cards on this item. This is the time and place for the public hearing on a quasi judicial action, the appeal of the Board of Zoning Appeals decision to approve minor conditional use permit number 7318 to establish a safe parking land use at existing religious facility, All Saints Church at 202 North Euclid Avenue. On November 3rd, 2025, 32 postcards were mailed. No posting or publication requirements were required for this item. Further than that, there is an applicant, Erica Tamblin, and there's 2 appellants, Silvio Nardoni and Jennifer Erickson. Staff will give a report and presentation, and then The applicant and appellants will each be given 7 minutes to make a presentation of their own.
Thank you, Mayor. Director of Planning and Community Development, Jennifer Page, will introduce the item, and Allison Walker, planner, will present it.
Yes, thank you, City Manager Marquez. Just real briefly, this is a minor conditional use permit for shared parking at All Saints. This matter went before the hearing officer. It was approved by the hearing officer. It was appealed to the Board of Zoning Appeals, and there were 3 appeals at the Board of Zoning Appeals, two of the appellants that we have tonight, and the applicant also appealed based on a condition related to some restroom facilities. So the Board of Zoning Appeals considered 3 appeals when they heard the item. It was approved 5-0 by the Board of Zoning Appeals. The applicant was satisfied with their resolution at the Board of Zoning Appeals, so the matter tonight, we have the 2. So we have the original 2 appellants that are appealing it tonight and not the applicant any longer. So with that, Allison's going to walk you through the code requirements and the details, and we're, of course, available to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Allison Walker, and I'm the staff planner for this item, and I will be providing an overview of the process and the project. The project before you today is the appeal of minor conditional use permit, or MCUP, number 7318, located at 202 North Euclid Avenue. The entitlement request is for an MCUP to allow a safe parking use for up to 25 vehicles located at All Saints Church within the public, semi-public zoning district in the Central District Specific Plan. The city's zoning code defines the safe parking land use as a parking program operated on property outside the public right-of-way and managed by a social service provider that provides individuals and families with vehicles, a safe place to park overnight, and services to facilitate a transition to permanent housing. Safe parking may be allowed in conjunction with a religious assembly use, subject to the approval of an MCUP within the PS zoning district, and is subject to the specific land use requirements of the zoning code. For some background on safe parking in the city of Pasadena, in September 2023, the City Council adopted Ordinance Number 7414 to implement General Plan Housing Element Program Number 19, which is homeless services. This included the addition of the safe parking use to be allowed with an MCUP at a religious facility, college, and transportation terminal uses. On April 15th, 2024, the City Council authorized the City Manager to enter into a funding contract with Shower of Hope in the amount of $305,000 to operate a safe parking use at All Saints Church, contingent upon attaining an MCUP for the program. This proposed project was originally approved by the hearing officer on June 18th, 2025, at a public hearing with conditions. 3 appeal applications were submitted in disagreement with the hearing officer's decision. 2 of the appellants are the same as those who also submitted appeals of the Board of Zoning Appeals decision, which will be heard this evening. And the 3rd appellant was the applicant. The applicant's appeal was specific to a hearing officer condition of approval regarding a requirement for the provision of an indoor restroom. The project was also heard at a de novo September 25th, 2025 Board of Zoning Appeals meeting, in which the Board of Zoning Appeals approved the minor conditional use permit by a vote of 5-0. At the meeting, the board added or modified 3 conditions, including the following. Condition number 12, which allowed a portable restroom for the safe parking use. The portable restroom location shall be located so that the participants of the on-site temporary homeless shelter do not cross paths. And this condition replaced the condition which required an indoor restroom, which was appealed by the applicant. 2 of the other conditions that were modified or added were condition number 21, which stated that recreational vehicles shall not be allowed as the participant vehicles. And condition number 22, which required that there be a 6-month review after the program begins operation at a noticed public hearing. On October 6th, staff received 2 appeal requests of the Board of Zoning Appeals decision from nearby property ownership groups. These requests came from Silvio Nardoni of Archimedes Law Group, LLP, on behalf of the Maryland Homeowners Association, and Park and Vallejo's, LLP, on behalf of Alexandria Real Estate, or ARE, Pasadena No. 5, LLC. This hearing before the City Council this evening is a quasi-judicial de novo hearing where the council may uphold the decision of the Board of Zoning Appeals, add, remove, or make modifications to the recommended conditions, or make an entirely different decision. I will provide a brief overview of the proposed operations of the safe parking use. The parking area would be available to participants from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. daily, with a maximum of 25 participants in a maximum of 25 vehicles. The program would provide access to a secured portable restroom and a hand washing station. 1 state-certified security guard would be actively monitoring during the program hours. In addition, contact information for a live representative of the program would be available during all hours of operation to receive phone calls if any issues arise. The contact information would be visible from the public right-of-way, at the All Saints office, and provided to the city. Shower of Hope would manage and operate intake, case management, and provide resources to participants as they seek employment and/or permanent housing. The organization would also enforce the Destination Hope safe parking rules and regulations. On this next slide, I'll go over just a few of those safe parking rules and regulations. Under this agreement, individuals must commit to not have weapons, alcohol, drugs. They also must not cook. They must keep their areas tidy. They must not play loud music. They must keep all pets leashed when outside their vehicles and must not leave their pets unattended. And they must abide by other requirements that are identified in the zoning code for safe parking uses. Only registered participants and their vehicles would be allowed to park on site during the program hours, with no guests allowed. Acts of physical violence, aggressive behavior, and/or verbal threats by participants or pets to staff or participants in the program will result in immediate termination from the program, and the proper authorities would be contacted and notified. Should a participant violate the program agreement, they may be removed from the program. To provide context on the project site, you'll be reviewing this evening. The slide before you shows a vicinity map for the safe parking program at 202 North Euclid Avenue. On the left, or on this slide before you, this vicinity map shows that the existing religious site is bound by East Walnut Street to the north, North Euclid Avenue to the east, East Union Street to the south, and commercial uses to the west. The All Saints Church site consists of 3 contiguous parcels under single ownership. The northern 2 parcels, which you can see on the left side, are developed with surface parking and a small vacant building in the northwest corner. And the southern parcel is developed with religious facility buildings and a courtyard. The site has an existing conditional use permit for the Safe Haven Temporary Homeless Shelter, which operates nightly within a covered colonnade near the church buildings on campus, and this is highlighted on green. The area highlighted in blue is on the northernmost parcel on the All Saints Church site, and this is where the safe parking area is proposed. This slide enlarges that blue area that we saw on the last screen. And this is the area where the 25 vehicle parking spaces would be provided. The site plan shows also the location of the proposed portable restroom facility in a blue square, and also shows the approximate location of existing exterior lighting in orange. To provide additional context of the surroundings and existing conditions, street views of the proposed safe parking area from North Euclid Avenue are shown on the top of this slide, and from Walnut Street are shown on the bottom of this slide. Participants would enter the parking lot from the driveway along North Euclid Avenue after 7 p.m. and would exit prior to 7 a.m. daily. As stated earlier, staff received 2 appeal requests from nearby property ownership groups. The entirety of the appeal applications were included within the agenda report and related attachments, as were staff's responses. For the purpose of this presentation, 3 focused points from those appeals will be addressed. The first is that the zoning code does not allow safe parking on the proposed parking lot because it is not a religious facility site, and the decision does not comply with the provisions of the zoning code. The second is that the proposed safe parking use is not an exempt project under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, as involving negligible or no expansion of the existing use, because the proposed safe parking operation is a change of use, and the intensity of activity will expand significantly, causing a negative environmental impact. And third, the proposed safe parking operation would negatively affect the safety of the neighborhood. In the following slides, I will summarize staff's responses to these focused appeal points. The first, again, the zoning code does not allow safe parking on the proposed parking lot because it is not a religious facility site, and this decision does not comply with the provisions of the zoning code. The All Saints Church site consists of 3 contiguous parcels under single ownership. The northern 2 parcels are developed with surface parking, and the southern parcel is developed with religious facility buildings and a courtyard. The zoning code defines site as a lot or group of contiguous lots not divided by any alley, street, or other right-of-way or city limit that is proposed for development, in accord with the provisions of the zoning code, and is in a single ownership or has multiple owners, all of whom join in an application for development. The site is occupied by a religious facility and is within the public and semi-public zoning district. The proposed safe parking use is permitted as a related accessory activity with an MCUP. And this project also meets the operational requirements for safe parking uses of the zoning code. The second, the proposed safe parking use is not an exempt project under CEQA as involving negligible or no expansion of existing use, because the proposed use is a change of use and the intensity of activity will expand significantly, causing a negative environmental impact. CEQA requires the proposed project be compared to the existing conditions. The existing conditions are then considered the environmental baseline and are used to assess the environmental impacts of a project. In the case of All Saints Church, religious services, community serving activities, surface parking, and services for people experiencing homelessness have occurred at the site for many years. A Class 1 existing facilities categorical exemption includes the operation, permitting, licensing, or minor alteration of existing structures where there is negligible or no expansion of use. No construction or permanent physical alterations to All Saints facility is required to accommodate the proposed safe parking use. The parking lot is used for parking by the religious facility for volunteers, parishioners, staff for youth nights and adult choir practices, respectively, up until 10 p.m., and during the weekdays for the adjacent courthouse. The religious facility presently also operates the Safe Haven Temporary Homeless Shelter on the property nightly, which is a similar operation to the proposed safe parking use. And the third, the proposed safe parking operation would negatively affect the safety of the neighborhood. The recommended conditions of approval require oversight of the program and include a condition from the Pasadena Police Department regarding nightly security services. Collectively, these measures provide adequate safeguards to address neighborhood safety concerns. Such conditions include, but are not limited to, condition number 4, which allows the zoning administrator to call up the project to a public meeting should there be any issues that arise, and the hearing officer may revoke the minor conditional use permit or modify or add conditions of approval if sufficient cause is given. Condition 9, which limits the activities where the safe parking use may occur. Condition 11, which requires a live representative be available to respond to any issues that occur during the overnight activities. Condition number 14, which requires that only participants of the program shall be allowed on site during the program hours, and also that they must have their parking passes displayed at all times. Condition number 19, which requires that no personal items shall be located outside the vehicle. There shall be no music audible. There's no food preparation, no camping tarps or tents attached to the vehicles allowed. And condition number 23, related to a required state certified security guard specific to the safe parking use on site during the safe parking program hours each night. Before you is the proposed site plan showing the existing Safe Haven temporary homeless shelter and the proposed safe parking uses, and also the related portable restroom facilities. At the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting, staff recommended a condition to allow only one portable restroom at the site and that the applicant utilize other existing restroom facilities within the church buildings to accommodate the Safe Haven temporary shelter. As part of staff's recommendation for this evening's meeting, staff does not support a second portable restroom in the parking lot or in a location that is visible from the public right-of-way. If a second portable restroom is used in lieu of using church restrooms, staff recommends that it is located in an area where it is screened and not visible from the public right-of-way. Safe parking is intended to be a program where users come in and vacate the site daily, returning it to its previous condition, and the addition of an additional second portable restroom in the parking lot conflicts with the limited operation of the use. An updated condition number 12 with staff's recommendation has been included in attachment B of the agenda report. In conclusion, as proposed, the use would meet the specific land use requirements of the zoning code for safe parking uses and the objectives of the general plan to provide services supporting people who are experiencing homelessness and meet the diverse needs of Pasadena residents. In addition, proposed conditions of approval have been included, which would regulate the operations of the facility and ensure that a portable restroom facility would be accessible only to registered participants, and that the program would be monitored by an on-site security guard to ensure the proposed use would not be detrimental to surrounding uses. Additionally, we would like to add that to address concerns regarding on-site idling that was raised in one of the appellant letters, staff also recommends a condition of approval to prohibit safe parking participants from idling overnight in their vehicles. The applicant is in concurrence with this condition of approval as it aligns with typical operations of this use. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt the environmental determination, which is an exemption, and specific findings in Attachment A to approve the minor conditional use permit with the conditions in Attachment B. This concludes staff's presentation, and we, along with the applicant and the program operator, are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Very thorough presentation. Thank you. Before I turn to questions, the clerk has to
report out the correspondence. I neglected to do that earlier. 12 letters were received by the city clerk's office advocating for the city council to deny the appeal and uphold the hearing officer's decision to approve the minor conditional use permit and/or in support of the Safe Parking Program partnership with the Shower of Hope in All Saints Church. 2 letters advocating for the City Council to grant the appeal and express concerns with the proposed safe parking program proposed by All Saints Church and advocated for reasonable mitigative measures, and 1 letter providing information related to the safe parking program and the Shower of Hope. All the letters were posted online, distributed to the council, and are part of that record for this public hearing.
Okay. Questions, comments? Mr. Cole?
Oh, there.
Mr. Jones, followed by Mr. Land and Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. As you know, I represent the residents who live directly next to the property in the Maryland, Montana, the Euclid apartments as well. So I just had a few quick questions just to help frame my understanding of the program. So I want to go back to the safe parking at Trinity. So is that program at Trinity still up and operating?
Yes, it is, council member. That's the only other safe parking program that we have. It has 10 cars and it's been operating at Trinity without any incident.
And it's at capacity?
Yes, I believe so. I do believe there's a representative from Trinity here as well if there are questions, but it's my understanding that they are at capacity.
And
Councilmember Jones, I believe they are at capacity and they have a wait list of about 10 to 15 people.
Okay, so they have a wait list. So every day they're getting about 20 to 25 vehicles showing up, and they have to turn away 10 to 15 people.
I believe it's a separate wait list that they don't tell them to come over until there's adequate room, but they are at capacity.
And so that wait list has been existing since last year when you came to City Council for funding?
That I do not know.
The housing department came to the council for funding, so we should ask the housing department. I believe we have a
Mr.
representative
Wong,
here.
Mr. Wong.
Mr. Wong is here. Perhaps he knows.
It's been 2 years? 2 years since we authorized the funding, or?
Are you referring to the project at hand or the Trinity?
The Trinity. So really what I'm looking at is we're saying that we need an additional 25 spots. I would assume that's based on the wait list at Trinity.
The wait list, we believe, is, after talking to Trinity today, it's roughly 10 to 15 cars on the wait list.
And so we knew that a year ago when you came to the council asking for funding for an additional 25 spots.
I'm not sure if we knew that at that time. I'll invite Jenny to answer that question, if we knew that.
Yeah.
Ma'am?
I think she represents Trinity, perhaps. Just, she's the past, yeah.
Okay. Do we have an answer from staff, or should?
Or is this the appropriate time to ask those questions, or do we hear from the applicant, from?
Yeah, let's.
Hear everyone and then ask our questions?
Yeah, that's a fair point. Why don't we
Okay,
turn to
yeah.
the applicant and then the appellant before we get too far into the weeds on specifics of other sites or even this thing?
So the order will be the applicant, Erica Tamblin, who will be given 7 minutes. Then the appellant, number 1, Silvio Nardoni, will be given 7 minutes. And then appellant number 2, Jennifer Erickson, will be given 7 minutes. So I have a timer, and when there are 30 seconds left, I'll ring a bell.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for having us here this evening. My name is Erica Tamblin. I'm a parishioner and a vestry member. That's Episcopal speak for Board of Directors at All Saints Church, and I am the chair of the Safe Haven Bridge to Housing Program. Work very closely with Union Station, the Shower of Hope, Port and Hope teams, the County Health Department, and the terrific Pasadena Housing Department. Just to name a few. As you all know and are aware, our program was started when the pandemic started. Since that time, we have managed to house 61 individuals in permanent housing. We believe that it's our responsibility as part of this community. So when Bill Wong, the former head of the housing department, came to us to consider using the north part of our parking lot for a safe parking program, we said yes. We said yes not only because we feel we have a moral obligation to care for our neighbors, especially those who are most vulnerable, but also because we are committed to contributing positively to the city of Pasadena community. We believe the safe parking program has the capacity to both provide a resting place for a few and also make the streets of Pasadena safer for all. Since the City Council initially approved this unanimously with no discussion, we did 2 community open houses, and representatives from the Housing Department, All Saints, and the Shower of Hope, and the Safe Parking team gave people the opportunity to ask questions. We discussed location, operations, security, hours, and more. Tonight is not for us to discuss our feeling about the unhoused, but to allow us the opportunity to explain the operation and let the City Council members ask any questions that they may have. Those seeking safe parking programs are a different population from unhoused individuals who are not supervised and who may be in need of mental health attention, are unemployed, or are content just to camp on the streets. Sadly, the largest demographic among participants in safe parking programs is women over 70 years old. Many are working but do not earn enough to afford permanent housing. Some of the participants are also children. The safe parking program will be operated from 7 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. daily. The number of participants is limited to 25 individuals and no more than 25 vehicles, with RVs not permitted. Those individuals must register beforehand and abide by established rules of conduct. Participants will sleep in vehicles that are registered with the DMV. They're also assigned a caseworker who will help them transition to permanent housing and or seek permanent employment. The presence of a security guard required to be in attendance at some time during the operation will also improve safety for all, passersby and those parking in the evenings at All Saints Southern Lot, for choir practice and other events that may go on at All Saints. There is also a suggestion of a conditional use to use indoor toilets for our safe haven participants. We suggest that instead we place the safe haven porta potty on the southern end of the parking lot next to the playground gate in order to reduce nighttime traffic on Euclid. We propose that we place coded locks on both sides of the north and south side of the playground, and the codes be given to Safe Haven participants so they can go through the playground to get to the porta potty in the parking lot, which will accomplish the same things, keeping people off Euclid. The porta potty will also have a coded lock and a sign which reads for Safe Haven participants only. We will provide something to block the view from the street, like planters with tall plants in them, something of that nature. We also suggest that 1 month after the operation begins, that we have a gathering for neighbors to discuss any concerns that they have. We visited other sites that were operated by the Showers of Hope, and we were impressed with the structure and the organization that we saw. They were clean, neat, and quiet, with security, people relaxing and sleeping in their cars, which had the displays, the permits displayed as they would at our program. At this point, I'd like to introduce our partner for the rest of my time, Mel Tillicatnery, the co-founder and executive director of End Homelessness California, who will discuss the operations. Thank you, Mel.
There's about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Mayor Gordo, council members, my name is Mel Tilakaratna. I'm the executive director of the Shower of Hope. We work extensively in Pasadena during COVID at the library. Then we handled Bethel Church showers for the Department of Public Health of Pasadena. And then right outside the boundaries of Pasadena, we operate a housing program for unhoused community college students. Safe parking is a very low negative impact program. This is only up to 25 individuals. That doesn't matter on the number of cars. Residents are only given 30-day permits. If they break the rules and policies, if it is a minor violation, there is mediation. If it is, like Allison explained, if it is violence or any kind of serious offense, people are immediately exited from the program. We provide meals, we provide case management. The average age of safe parking participants in our other two programs is 54 years old. People come into safe parking for safety. They're the least people you have to be worried about. What you have to be worried about is by not providing these people protection, people who still have a vehicle, people who have some stability, you're letting them deteriorate on the street, which turns them into chronically homeless folks, which costs the city of Pasadena a lot more than what it's going to cost the $305,000 a year for this program. Again, my name is Mel. If you have any questions, we are available. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that,
Thank you, sir.
If we have questions for the applicant, do we wait until everything's done? or?
Yeah, let's finish up the presentations.
All right, thank you.
Okay, appellant number 1.
Silvio Nardoni, correct?
Correct.
All right, I will start your timer. I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gordo and the members of the council. I represent the Maryland Homeowners Association, but I also live at the Maryland, so I'm quite familiar with this neighborhood. I walk the streets of this neighborhood every morning before dawn, and I know that there are plenty of homeless people out on these streets every night. The problem that I think this council needs to address is whether or not this program is actually going to reduce the incidence of homelessness of people in Pasadena. One of the things that has not been said in this presentation thus far is, where are the people coming from who are going to park at the All Saints facility? There's no requirement that they show that they've been parking on the street in Pasadena. They could be coming from Eagle Rock, they could be coming from Glendale or Glendora or any of the adjoining cities. We don't have any idea whether or not this program will actually reduce people parking in their cars overnight in Pasadena. Now, when you say the word All Saints Church, maybe some of you think of the building over there. A church is not a building. A church is a community of people. That's probably the only thing I'll say tonight that the people from All Saints will agree with. But that means that we need to ask, who are these people? And I will tell you that in the process of the hearings that we've had before this hearing tonight, we've learned that a lot of people who belong to All Saints are not residents of Pasadena, and none of them live in this neighborhood. So to a certain extent, this is not a program which will be adjacent to All Saints Church, because none of those people are adjacent to where the parking will occur. Now, we've heard tonight for the first time that All Saints, the church, the group of people, has agreed to a condition not to allow people to idle their cars while they're in the parking lot. Well, it's cold and rainy tonight, and it's going to get colder, folks. And are we going to let people sit in their cars in 40-degree or 30-degree weather when it gets cold in winter and not turn their heaters on? Or in the summer when it's 110? Can't run your air conditioner, sorry, we're not allowed to idle cars. I don't have anything, and my client nor the people that live in our building have nothing against the people who are trying to access programs like this. We're not saying they are the problem. What they do is not the problem that they cause is not attributable to them, but the people that they draw around them. And those are the people that we will see around the parking facility every night, trying to attract people who, some of these people are going to be using drugs, and they will be selling drugs, and more drug activity will be found on the streets of the city where I walk in the morning every day, and I don't want to see that. I don't think that the council should want to inflict that on this neighborhood. You'll hear from other people tonight who say there's already enough trouble in this neighborhood. It's in the middle of a beautiful civic center, and what we are doing is not making it a place that will actually improve the quality of life for people who are parking in their cars in the city of Pasadena. So I urge you tonight to ask questions of the applicant about where are the people coming from and who are the people that are supporting this? Because if we're actually supporting a group that is not drawn from the city of Pasadena, if they are serving a population that is not drawn from the city of Pasadena, then what exactly is this council doing to serve the interests of the people of Pasadena? That's the question that I think this council needs to ask and have answered in a straightforward way as you consider this application. I will say that I I think that many of the people in my building are already expressing concern about what they see in our neighborhood. We walk by the plaza and we see the leftover beer cans and bottles and other things already on the street. We're expecting to see more of that if you grant this permit. Don't allow this opportunity to be turned into something that is not benefiting overall the homeless population of the city of Pasadena. We've heard a lot about transparency tonight. Let's have some transparency from the applicant about exactly what they will be doing to benefit people who are in Pasadena already and don't have parking. If, in fact, there's only a waiting list of 10 or 15 people for the Trinity facility, that means that maybe the demand for this kind of program has been overstated and needs to be reconsidered by this council as to whether or not you should grant this application. You're going to invest $300,000 in this program every year. I want you to consider just one thing. If you decide to grant this application, you should carve out some of that money to save for the money that you're going to spend on legal fees if we prevail, because my client has already authorized us to pursue our legal remedies, and we will. And we think that despite what has been said here tonight, an independent, neutral observer of the legal issues in this case will find that there is in fact not a compliance with the zoning code, and you will be called upon to pay for the legal fees incurred by my client. And I want you to shift that burden to the applicant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Appellant number 2 is Jennifer Erickson.
Ms. Erickson?
You'll have 7 minutes. I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Hello and good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jennifer Erickson of Park and Vallejo, and I am representing Alexandria Real Estate. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm keeping it very short and sweet. Essentially, there are a number of important concerns that have been raised, and we hope that the parties can work together to address their legitimate concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Questions? Oh, actually, I think the appellant is now allowed a rebuttal. And so I think 2 minutes on the rebuttal.
Do you want to do questions or no?
Rebuttal.
You said applicant, Mr.
The
Mayor.
applicant is entitled to a rebuttal.
You said appellant.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
I meant applicant.
generally, what we do is then public comment.
Okay.
And then it's
The rebuttal.
the
Okay,
rebuttal
got it.
period.
All
So
right,
if you want to do the public comment, we can do that.
Let's do public comment, and then we'll turn back to the applicant for a 2-minute rebuttal.
It's the applicant and the appellant will both
Okay.
have a 2-minute rebuttal
Got it.
period. So for public comment, Ashley Urban, followed by David Smith, followed by Streffen Fabel, and Silvio Nardoni. So if you heard your name and come forward. Ashley Urban, 2 minutes. There's 35 comment cards.
So they get how much? 1 minute?
Hi, I am a resident of 279 North Euclid Avenue, located just 1 block from the proposed project. Speaking on behalf of myself and my neighbors, we're worried our neighborhood will become less safe because of an influx of additional homeless individuals, and more importantly, the drug dealers and others who prey on the homeless. Here's what we've increasingly experienced the last several years in our neighborhood and what we fear will escalate exponentially when welcoming the project. Break-ins in apartment buildings and vehicles. There are currently multiple car break-ins on our block already happening on a weekly basis. Homeless individuals lurking in garages and property. Sorry, I thought I would have 3 minutes, but I guess my biggest point is The city of Pasadena should strongly consider the level of vandalism, crime, and financial liability that will surely come from this project and how it will affect local businesses and residents. And lastly, residents are very curious about how the liability of these dangers will unfold. When our property and our physical safety endures harm, who bears the financial and legal liability, and how will it be contended with? Will the city of Pasadena bear financial responsibility, or All Saints Church?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
David Smith, followed by Streffen Fabel.
We do have 35 speaker cards, and so we want to give everyone a chance. That's why we're using the limited.
I'll be short, I promise.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, city council members. My name is David Smith. I'm a parishioner at All Saints. I'm a resident of Pasadena. In my day job, I'm the director of litigation at Inner City Law Center, which is one of the largest nonprofit poverty law firms in the area. So I see firsthand the indifference by residents, commercial property owners, and the government towards our unhoused population. I'm proud to be a member of a community and a resident of a city that treats our homeless population as dignified members of the community and not as eyesores or public nuisance. And I strongly support the safe parking program, which brings a measure of dignity and safety to a particularly vulnerable portion of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Streffen Fabel, followed by Sharon Richter, Reverend Tim Rich, Lynn Zakanis, and then Cliff Wander. So please, if you've heard your name, line up behind and go ahead.
So I'm the president of the Maryland Homeowners Association. At the BZA hearing on this matter, a commissioner said she wasn't surprised that there's opposition to this permit because of the word homelessness is misused and often raises issues and concerns. The residents of the Civic Center neighborhood are not misusing the word homelessness when we oppose this safe parking program at this site because our neighborhood is already in a precarious state. For example, a few Sundays ago in early afternoon, I walked to the Euclid Square Apartments to talk to the manager about this program. The first person I met was a resident walking out of the building with a broom and dustpan to clear up the glass from her car that had just been broken into. She said the neighborhood was becoming increasingly unsafe and she was planning to move. This morning, I spoke to the security manager at Kaiser. He told me they're having problems on their parking lot right across the street from this proposed safe parking spot, and he thinks this will make things worse. I've spoken to our neighbors from the Montana, Euclid Square Apartments, 279 North Euclid, and they all think that this is a bad idea because it will encourage people to come into the neighborhood who prey on the homeless and make our neighborhood less safe.
Thank you, sir.
Sharon Richter, followed by Reverend Tim Rich, then Lynn Zakanis, then Cliff Wander, then Bert Newton.
Mayor Gordo, City Council, I want to thank you all for being so open to working towards solutions that are very equitable for our homeless population. I just want to address a couple of things that have to do with the safety of the program that we operate. Trinity Lutheran Church has been operating this program for 5 years, 3 of it legally. 2 of it was under the radar and nobody even knew we were doing it, including everybody in our neighborhood. So what we do is we have monthly meetings that allow the public to come to meet the parkers, and that has been very effective, and we used to have a lot of people come. Now hardly anybody comes because they all know how safe it is. We have twice nightly, very visible security patrols that make the entire neighborhood safer. Our safe parkers are extra eyes, and they report what they see. They call the security people to come and clear off anybody who's doing drugs or doing things that they shouldn't do. In 5 years, we've had zero police calls involving our safe parkers.
We do want to be fair to everyone, and there are 35
Okay.
cards.
Zero police calls involving our safe parkers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I just have a real quick question for Pastor
Yes.
Richter. Pastor Richter, I have a quick question for you.
Who's talking? Oh, yes.
How you doing?
Hi.
Thank you for being here. Are you at capacity?
We are at capacity, yes. And the The misconception that I stood up to try to address is that there are people waiting to get in every night. Instead, you have to be enrolled in the program. You get a parking permit and you're allowed to be in the program if you're enrolled in the program.
Okay.
And so there are not people waiting at the gates to get in every
But
night.
are you at
That's-
capacity because you don't have space, or are you at capacity because we only said we allowed you to have so many?
We're only allowed to have 10.
Right,
And
so-
there is a waiting list, but I don't know how many people are on it right at the moment.
So do you not have space for more than 10?
We do, but we have a fairly small parking lot. Yeah, we need to have at least one space in between the two cars, each two cars. And if you had more than 10, I think it would be very difficult to have that kind of extra space so that there's a little privacy for people.
Okay.
And Councilmember, to add on to that, part of their lot is actually zoned residential multifamily, so it's not eligible for the safe parking program for
That's
Trinity.
correct.
They don't have the entire use of the lot.
And just real quick, you said you don't know the number of,
I don't know how many
Of-
people are
on
on
the
the
wait
waiting list. The Friends Indeed operates our program. They would know that answer. and I
is
don't
that
think
something you could text just to
Sure, I
get-
could
is
find
that,
out.
okay.
Okay, sure. Tell me where to text it to.
Reverend Tim Rich, followed by Lynn Zakanis, then Cliff Wander, then Bert Newton, and then David Sandborg.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for having us. I'm Tim Rich. I'm the priest in charge at All Saints Church. I'm just going to preach, but I promise for 60 seconds or less. The measure of a city is not just how it provides benefits for the privileged, but also how it offers opportunity for the underprivileged. The measure of a politician is not just whether they are smart enough to count the votes, but whether they are wise enough to weigh the vote. And the measure of a person is not simply how they care for loved ones in times of ease, but also how they care for strangers in times of distress. This city of Pasadena has a long and impressive track record of providing benefits to those who are abundant resources and have a desire to live here. How will the track record be for those with less resources but cannot pay to live here at this moment? Further, the safe parking program approved on 2 previous evenings carries the logistical and moral weight, and I hope it will be approved again tonight. And finally, this safe parking program comes before us at a time when fear and judgment and division abound.
Thank you.
And I hope it can be different tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Zakanis, then Cliff Wander, then Bert Newton, then David Sandborg, and then Emma.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. As a volunteer with Destination Hope and the Shower of Hope and a Pasadena resident, I wholeheartedly support the swift approval of the conditional use permit for safe parking. I've seen firsthand the positive impact it has on our most vulnerable residents, women, the elderly, as Mel mentioned, unemployed people, those struggling with medical debt, divorce, loss of family members. There are a lot of circumstances that put people in their cars, and most of them have jobs. And I just have to say, it's absurd to me that any community members are actively trying to thwart this important service when we have thousands of people who lost their homes in the recent fires. This is a necessary resource, and it's very valuable for the city of Pasadena. Thank you.
Thank you. Cliff Wander, followed by Bert Newton, then David Sandborg, then Emma, then Rona Bortz.
Thank you, and thank you, council. My name is Cliff. I've been a safe parker at Trinity Lutheran since the summer. The homeless problem's been amped up by what was called the Eaton Canyon wildfire. There are so many people that I've met in safe parking that are now living in their cars because burned out of their home or their apartment building got purchased by a real estate investment trust. This program has saved me by giving me a place to be at night, a bathroom to go to, electricity to plug into when I need to do my phone. All I can say is something that keeps ringing in my ears since I first started parking there. It is written that the Son of Man has nowhere to rest his head. Please allow the sons and daughters of men a place to rest theirs, be it within their vehicle.
Thank you, sir. Bert Newton, followed by David Sandborg, then Emma, then Rona Bortz, then John Pelzer. If you heard your name, if you could line up, that'd be great.
Yes, good evening. I live near Trinity Lutheran Church,
And in addition to the safe parking program, they have a bad weather shelter as well, and also a food bank. And across the street is the Salvation Army Hope Center. I often walk the neighborhood at night, and I see fewer unhoused people in the vicinity of the church than I do in other parts of town. Even closer to us is Marv's Place, it's right catty corner to us. Permanent supportive housing for formerly homeless families, and they are great neighbors. I recently worked on a project with someone who lives at Marv's Place. Today, I was working on a project with a resident of the Hope Center who is a graduate of the Safe Parking Program at Trinity, which she said saved her life. Just last week, my wife and I were walking by Trinity late in the evening, and we would not have known there was a program there if we didn't already know there was a program there. Safe parking programs are safe for neighbors, and they are good for the community. Thanks.
Thank you. David Sandborg, followed by Emma, then Rona Bortz, then John Pelzer, then Sue Barkowitz. And if you've heard your name, please line up. Thanks.
Good evening. I'm John Pelzer, and for the past 7 years, I've been a volunteer with Shower of Hope. For the last 4 of them, I've been responsible for supplying meals on Wednesday nights to the Safe Park locations in Westlake and Glassell Park. During this time, I have seen these Safe Park locations become more than places for safe night's sleep, access to restrooms, and a meal. They are now communities sharing the same hopes and aspirations we all have for ourselves and our families. And no one is more intent on having these locations be safe for those in it and around them than the Safe Park residents themselves. I honestly believe that these 2 locations are among the most boring and uneventful places you will find in Southern California. I sincerely hope Pasadena will be the next chapter in the success of Safe Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Barkowitz, followed by Myrna Rodriguez, then Pamela Gomez, then Janine Roan, then Kevin Ize.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Sue Barkowitz. I'm a 60-year resident of Pasadena. I live on Paloma. And I've worked with Mel and End Homelessness California and Shower of Hope for the past about 12 years now, off and on with their different projects, most recently with the safe parking in Glassell Park and Westlake. And as John right before me said, they are very boring parking lots, and honestly, when you walk by the front of them, you don't know they're there unless you know they're there. And we provide hot meals for them. I was a once-a-weeker, and the folks at the lots just trying to get ahead, and the lot is a perfect spot for them to just kind of get on their feet. Mel and the folks that work for him behind the scenes provide as much help as they can to all the folks that are really trying to get out of safe parking and get a place. So thank you for hearing us out tonight, and thank you.
Thank you. Myrna Rodriguez, followed by Pamela Gomez, then Janine Roan, then Kevin Ize, and then Andres Oken. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Myrna Rodriguez, and I'm a student at PCC. And because of the program Shower of Hope, I've been able to pursue my education and work on my responsibilities without the constant stress of housing and security. Without programs like these, including the Safe Parking Program, students or individuals facing difficult situations could be left without a safe environment or resort to sleeping in dangerous areas. Programs like these are truly helpful and provide disadvantaged individuals a better chance to working towards stability and an opportunity to feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela Gomez, followed by Janine Roan, then Kevin Ize, then Andres Oken, and then Jonathan Ashworth.
Good evening, council members. My name is Pamela Gomez, and I am a student at Pasadena City College, and I am currently live in the student housing program in Pasadena. I'm full-time student, and I can afford housing on my own. And if it weren't for this program, I might be one of the many students who have to worry about where they are going to sleep and whether they will be safe. And I'm here today because I truly hope you will approve this for the many people who don't have a safe place to stay. And the staff in this program want to see us reach our goals. And thanks to this support, I have been able to do exactly that. I am graduating in 3 weeks, and I will be transferring to a 4-year university in Florida. And because of this housing support, I have also earned Dean's Honors for 2 semesters. My case manager, Gabriela, has supported me this entire process during the year and a half that I have been in the student program. We have access to internet, desk, computers, a clean home, and respectful roommates. And this program has given me stability and the opportunity to succeed.
Ms. Gomez, your time is expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input.
Janine Roan, followed by Kevin Eze, then Andres Oken, then Jonathan Ashworth, then Amy Hellman.
Hello, I'm Janine Roan. I live in Glass Hill Park, right down the street from the Safe Park there. And it's been there for maybe about 4 or 5 years. And I spoke at the last hearing. We don't even know it's there. It's right next to a park. The park's got a pool that has high schoolers that train there. It has 3 baseball fields. It's got a playground. It's got a community center, tennis court, all that. So, you know, the idea that it's something that's an area that's not going to be safe, that's just not the situation we have. And in fact, I would say that there's a lot of pride in the community that we're doing this for people. And so that's kind of been a really nice thing. This meeting got opened up by the LGBTQ community, talking about embracing people of all types and Dignity Week and all that. And this is about dignity. And the one thing that I'll say that's different, and of course, Shower of Hope is run very well.
We want to be fair to everyone.
All right, I'm sorry. I had a conversation with a recent widow friend of mine on the way over here, and when I told her what I was coming to do today, she said that
Thank you for your
she
comment.
had
Kevin
a week.
Eze.
Thank you.
She wishes
Thank
she
you,
had
ma'am.
something like this in her community because she was
Ma'am,
living in her
please,
car.
thank you.
Kevin Eze, followed by Andres Oken, then Jonathan Ashworth, then Amy Hellman, then Tom Early, and then Al Hughes.
Good evening, City Council, Mr. Mayor. So to answer the appeals side, who's gonna be at this site? How about everybody that would normally be in the city and around here anyways, but you wouldn't have the added benefit of a gate, a security guard, and an enclosure of their own cars. I think what Mel needs to show you guys is that list of all the people who chain abuse alcohol and drugs, get out of their cars, jump over the fence, break all the windows in everybody else's neighborhood, come back into their thing after calling all their friends to come over, and still keep their spot that we register all their information on. It doesn't exist. So the reality is you're gonna see these people. They're gonna be in this site, secure and enclosed with security, or in your actual backyards. That's the choice.
Thank you, sir.
Andres Oken, followed by Jonathan Ashworth, then Amy Hellman, then Tom Early, then Al Hughes.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Jonathan Ashworth. I'm a United States Navy veteran who was also formerly homeless. These false rhetorics about homeless individuals being more dangerous or more inclined to substance use is frankly false. Individuals are looking for a safe place to park, hence the name of the program. These are individuals, like they said, that are in their 50s. These are not drug addicts. These are not drug sellers. These are women and children who are looking for safe places to sleep. And they're not coming to Pasadena to find drugs. They're coming to Pasadena for safety. And I would admonish you all to heavily consider that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service.
Amy Hellman, followed by Tom Early, then Al Hughes, then Angela Massino.
Hi, thank you for hearing us out here. It's the first time I've ever talked to a city council, so thank you for your time. We are not against these programs. I have a real heart for these programs. I volunteer for these programs. I am a city planner, I am an architect, and I am a neighbor. I live here. And what I am not hearing today is what about us as well? We talked about equity of environment. Well, there's equity for all of us. And maybe, just maybe, this isn't the right location. Maybe concentrating in our civic core here, too much of the same services does not benefit our city. And maybe we should be looking for another successful place for this. I worry about the fact that, you know, even the residents of this place, and I heard them use the term residents, so they're residents. How safe are they going to be?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Tom Early, followed by Al Hughes, then Angela Messino, then Daniel Lopez, then Alex Baker.
Good evening. This is also my first time speaking in front of a city council, so bear with me. I have been a 39-year resident of Pasadena, 15 years at the Maryland, and I think the take I want to bring tonight is I remember during COVID when the homeless camp existed next to All Saints, and it grew and it grew and it grew, and it was the outside people that came along, and I would go to sleep at night, and the fights would erupt every night. I looked out our balcony, there was full-on drug use going on. Someone snuck into our lobby. Someone defecated on our doorstep near our main door. It was terrible. And I'm assuming All Saints attempted to do something, but it certainly wasn't apparent to me. It kept getting worse and worse, and I worry that this scenario will return, and that's just how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Al Hughes, followed by Angela Messino, then Daniel Lopez, then Alex Baker, then Alice Backlund.
Good evening. The one thing that comes up over and over again, we're talking about the people coming to the parking lot. These people are parking on the street now. We're just choosing to put them in a safe place. I'm the senior warden at All Saints, and we are very committed as a church to the whole process of using our property for the good of the community. This is a situation where these are neighbors, and we have an opportunity right now to improve the quality of their life by just giving them a safe place where they can park their car, rather than having to find some alley somewhere or find someplace. It's difficult to park in Pasadena overnight. So this gives a very safe place. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Messino, followed by Daniel Lopez, then Alex Baker, then Alice Backlund, then William Stoner.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I'm a resident at 301, and I am a licensed therapist, and I've worked extensively with this population for the last 15 years. I'm just going to tell you how my life has been affected the last 5 years that we've allowed these programs to, you know, kind of take off. I have walked out of my home, and I've had to escort a gentleman off our property who was shooting up. I've watched 2 men masturbate outside of my window while I've been working. I walk daily, and I walk through feces. I walk through used condoms. I don't feel safe going to my gym anymore because it's at night and it's across the street. I'm catcalled. I'm harassed. And that's just been my experience over the last 5 years. And so my question is, what about the working people who are so dedicated to helping each other? But what about people like me who just want to live and work and feel safe?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Daniel Lopez, followed by Alex Baker, then Alice Backlund, then William Stoner, then Kevin Mardzak.
Good evening. Excuse my poor eye contact. I was the intake coordinator for this program at 2 locations, and I can say there were 0 examples of the negative behavior brought up by the opposition during the months I oversaw the guests. There was no violence, littering, no one was urinating all over the place, as mentioned in the previous meetings, or stealing from the community. The guests were respectful, grateful, many of them elderly, and many of them working class. The idea that this program is dropping off, you know, people from Skid Row into Pasadena's neighborhoods is just simply not true. The last thing I would say is this program is one that I believe has operates with compassionate accountability. It doesn't tolerate behavior that the opposition fears, and I'd argue that providing structure, safety, and stability is incredibly beneficial for a community that cannot ignore homelessness anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Baker, followed by Alice Backlund, then William Stoner.
Hello, good evening. My name is Alex Baker, and I live in the Maryland building. I'm here today to respectfully voice my opposition to the safe parking programs. My concerns are specifically about the suitability of the site, the impact on nearby residents, and the safety issues we've already experienced. As a nearby resident, I've personally encountered several incidents that show this area is not an appropriate setting for a program of this type. We've had people sleeping in our driveways, entering private parking lots and following us, burglaries, and also burglaries within our apartment building. These are not isolated events. They've become frequent enough that my family feel uneasy coming home late or leaving early in the morning. This area already experiences notable pedestrian and vehicle congestion. Adding a program that operates overnight introduces new risks and places additional strain on an already impacted neighborhood. Safe parking programs can be beneficial when placed at appropriate locations. Thank you for listening, and I respectfully ask that you reconsider this site for the safe parking program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alice Baklian, then William Stoner, then Kevin Mardzasok, and Gathada Rasheng.
Hi. So I'm a parishioner of All Saints Church. I live in Pasadena. I have helped with a unhoused with a food program. And I'm just appalled. I'm just shocked that people who live here see the unhoused as the enemy, as I can understand all of that. I'm also scared. You know, I wouldn't want to be around someone who's going to hurt me. This program, from all the people who've talked here, proved to you that living in those in their cars, they've been vetted. They have to register. They work with social services. I mean, these are not the same people who are just lost out there. We even heard people saying that there are the eyes to the community. So I don't understand. There's such dehumanizing. I'm just totally shocked. Thank you.
Thank you. William Stoner, followed by Kevin Mardzasok, then Gestada Renshing, and then Lindsay Dennis.
Good evening. My office is a block away. I'm very concerned about sandwiching City Hall between the YMCA and what is effectively a homeless encampment. It's not mentioned in the staff report, but the people, some of the speakers have mentioned it. This is going to be full every night because they're providing meals. This is going to attract people from all over because they're going to get a free meal every night in their car. And I know probably most of you have seen the movie Field of Dreams. The tagline of that movie is, if you build it, they will come. That's exactly what you're doing. You're going to build it and they're going to come. And the line is going to stretch out down Euclid like it did in the end of the Field of Dreams movie. This is going to be full every night and it's going to be nothing but problems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kevin Mardzasok, followed by Gastheta Resheng, and then Lindsay Dennis, and then Jill Shook.
Okay, good evening. Kevin Martisich. I'm the property manager there, probably the closest building to that corner parking lot at 249. I've been there for 11 years, and I can't squeeze in 60 seconds. My experience with the homeless there. Don't be mistaken by my size. I've been hit with a metal chain, pepper sprayed. That was by a woman when I stopped her stealing packages on many occasions in our building. I've had a large stone thrown at my head. Luckily, my nimbleness escaped that. The neighboring manager to the building next to me, I'm in close contact with her. She's doing a similar program like this the last few years, housing the unhoused, if you will. And there's now a rat infestation there at that building, which is threatening my building. And I'm a realist. Of course, I have a heart for people in tough positions, but at the same time, there's going to be a real outcome to this, and the normal tenants from her building and mine, hers already, they've started to leave because of this, and I suspect mine will as well. So that's it. Thank you.
Sir, if you could, I missed your address is
249. The Peach Building.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Gastheta Resheng, sorry if I mispronounced that, then Lindsay Dennis, then Jill Shook, then Sean Morrissey, and then Selena.
Good evening, council members. My name is Chaseta Risheng. I'm a volunteer with the Shower of Hope. On nights like this, when it's rain and cold, I'm reminded of why compassion is important. I'm here today to support the proposed safe parking program in partnership with All Saints Episcopal Church. This is a handout for our working neighbors who, despite holding down jobs, cannot afford this city's rising costs. This program would provide a secure place for people, many of whom are women and families, to sleep in their vehicles without fear. It provides the stability necessary for them to maintain employment while saving for permanent housing. By supporting this program, we're promoting self-sufficiency, public safety, and a stronger, more stable community for everyone. It's practical, it's compassionate solution that should align with any community's values. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The remaining speakers are all virtual. Lindsay Dennis, followed by Jill Shook, then Sean Morrissey, then Selena, then Kaveh Nayeni. Lindsay dropped off. Jill Shook.
Good evening. Our organization helped to get the first and only safe parking program established in San Gabriel Valley at the Trinity Lutheran Church here in Pasadena. By telling their stories, the parkers that were in the program, by telling their stories at the city council, they helped make this program a legal use. A number of city staff and council members came to our program at Trinity Lutheran. They could see that it was a well-run program serving a critical need, especially since you cannot legally park on the streets of Pasadena, where many have been ticketed and their cars towed, their only home. All Saints purchased the property to supply parking and is now recognized their parking lots are legally allowed to use this parking for their lots for safe parking. Some neighbors around Trinity Lutheran Church have suggested that this program makes the area less safe. It's actually the opposite that's true. There has not been a single complaint since the inception of our program 5 years ago.
Jill, your time
None
has
have sold
expired.
drugs. There are no lines of people waiting to get.
Sean Morrissey, followed by Selena, followed by Kaveh Nayeni, then Allison Henry, then Yaneli.
Good evening, all. My name is Sean Morrissey with Union Station Homeless Services. I've been listening to people conflate homelessness with crime for the 22 years that I've been doing this work, and I'll say it's simply not true. It's fear. Community members who have volunteered their time to be part of the solution shared the actual truth. You've heard them here tonight. As someone who personally survived homelessness, I'd speak to the level of stability that safe parking does offer. Without stability, it's almost impossible to move forward. Studies show that cities offering safe parking see faster connections to services and shorter paths to housing, meaning reductions in homelessness. Safe parking is the bare minimum that we can do. It's a practical, compassionate, and evidence-based approach that Pasadena deserves and should continue to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Selena, followed by Kaveh Nayeni, then Allison Henry, then Yaneli.
Good evening. My name is Selena. I'm a resident of Pasadena. I'm just calling in to support the safe parking facility. These residents would be our neighbors, and they deserve safety and dignity as much as any and all Pasadena residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kaveh Nayeni, then Allison Henry, then Yaneli.
Yes, this is Kaveh Nayeni, resident of Pasadena, a co-founder of the FTPLA, and the board member of the group that we've been serving on house population. Let me just share my experience of 12 years serving on house population. One common story for majority of them is to know that people before losing, when they lose their homes, vast majority of them still have a car. And car is can be very well a transition for them to get back on their feet. So this decision of supporting this is not just a moral decision, it's a practical one. So if you don't want to see people in a tent, help them to keep their cars, to have a shelter night like this, and have opportunity to look for a job and get back on their feet. On house population, not going to get disappeared. This is a solution, and for those who are opposing it, come up with your own solution. Come up with a solution and help out instead of opposing those who are trying to help. This is practical.
Thank you.
This makes
Your time
Pasadena
has
safe.
expired.
Thank you, sir.
Allison Henry, then Yaneli.
Hi, good evening, Council, Mayor, and public. My name is Allison Henry. I'm a District 3 resident. I just speak in support of the Safe Parking Initiative. and to deny the appeal and support the staff recommendation. We know there's need. We're going to be counting people in their cars in January during the homeless count. And I'd also ask you to remember the age of the participants and their vulnerable circumstances. But I would lift up that it does sound like the residents in the local buildings are encountering some sort of safety issues that are not related to the safe parkers. And I would be greatly appreciative to Councilmember Jones to get with my neighbors to the south of the district to figure out a solution that works for everyone. But I'm definitely in support of safe parking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Yaneli is the last speaker on this item, and then we'll go back to the appellants and the applicant. Yaneli?
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Thank you for being here so diligently into the night. Also, thank you to all of the faith leaders who are present in the room, or in the chambers, excuse me. My name is Yaneli Soriano Santiago. For transparency, I am a former board member for the Pasadena Rental Housing Board. I do reside in District 5. My main concern, especially after the Eaton fires, was the unhoused population growing. And thank you for the Department of Housing that has provided information in their last presentation regarding this, that actually does have a count stating from 2023, 2024 into 2025, showing an increase of unhoused population. More on that information, definitely online for people to check out if they're concerned, if people are actually from Pasadena. But anyway, regarding to my comment, I am for this program. As a constituent in Pasadena.
Thank you, Yaneli. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That completes public comments. So we will turn back to, first we'll hear from appellant number 2, then appellant number 1, and then the applicant. So appellant number 2, you have a 2-minute time limit for rebuttal.
Thank you so much for your time this evening. We concur with the statements made by the other appellate and some of the residents. There are some legitimate concerns with respect to the safe parking program, but there's also concerns about existing conditions which need to be addressed. But again, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Okay. Appellant number 1, 2 minutes. I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left.
Thank you very much for your time. It's almost past my curfew, so I'll have to be brief. I think that there's been a lot of things said that we somehow have an animus against homeless people. I don't have that animus. They are people in need of help. But is this the way to help them? And is this the population of homeless people that we ought to be helping, that this city ought to be helping? That has not been answered in any of the statements I've heard tonight. And if the city is concerned about having people who are unhoused but in their cars, the city has plenty of facilities it could offer for this kind of program that aren't involved or not adjacent to a residential area. You could put cars down on the Arroyo. They could use the restrooms at the Rose Bowl. There's all kinds of other opportunities and resources available. That the fact that this program is being dropped into the middle of a residential neighborhood and right next to City Hall, I think it's not a good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the final speaker will be the applicant to do a 2-minute rebuttal.
Again, Mayor and council members, just going to rebut what the appellants brought out was the main concern was safety. The main concern was safety of drug dealers preying on this population, the people that we would accept into our safe parking, the drug dealers who are on their streets already, and then also the feces they see every day and that would bring in. Again, this program is about providing security to the people coming into the program. Nobody's going to come into the program if they want to go out and do something bad. They have a place to stay. There's bathrooms on site that's going to reduce feces. So bottom line, when it comes to safety, the very most logical thing you as a city council can do right now is decide, are you going to let the people in their vehicles go that you heard that there's no room in other programs for? Are you going to let them deteriorate to a point they land on the street where you will spend millions upon millions upon millions on, emergency calls, police calls, housing, building housing? Or would you allow for this program that will allow us to not let them fail from that car onto the street? This is a chance for us to connect them to services, to give them dignity, so that they know there's a place they can come in, that they are safe, but would also provide safety for the community. Secondly, one of the concerns brought up about people idling their vehicles, we as a program operator don't let folks operate their vehicles because it's going to disturb the vehicle parked next to it. We provide thermal underwear and blankets to all our participants, which negates the reason for people to idle their vehicles. So bottom line, what's on here, what's addition in front of you, is are you going to fail the people who are struggling to get back on their feet in their cars? Or are you going to give in to fear like the folks who are here, the appellants?
Your
Thank
time
you.
has expired. Thank you.
Sir, did you submit a card? If you'll state your name for the record.
Okay, my name is Joe Rivetto. I'm the apartment manager at 279 North Euclid, just down the street. My concern, I'm for this program 100%. My only concern is once you start giving food out, more people are going to start knowing that, and we're going to get more homeless. I'm in fear of my residents, my tenants. The last couple of weeks, we've had break-ins. I've just recently had to put up gates to keep homeless out. Not because of the program, don't get me wrong, but once people start knowing that there's free food, homeless, they're going to start attracting other ones, and now we're going to have an unsafe environment for ourselves. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. If you'll just take the time to submit
Sure.
for the public record, a speaker card. Ma'am, did you submit a card? Okay.
Move to close the public hearing.
No, you want to do questions?
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah, in fairness, but I'm going to cut it off after this speaker. In fairness, I did allow the last speaker. But from now on, let's state up front at the beginning of the meeting, if you don't submit a public comment card.
I didn't know the protocol, I'm
Thank you.
sorry. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Jerry Craignati. I live at 80 North Euclid, about 100 yards from the subject property we're talking about. I bought my co-op there in 2003, so I've been here a long time. I'm 100% in favor of the safe parking. I pass, when I go by Euclid on Monday mornings, there's that shower truck, and I think, what a cool idea. And, maybe I should volunteer. There's a lot of things that go on there that are great. But I don't think one person who spoke in favor lives 100 yards from a safe park. And that's the issue. It's near residential. It should be in a commercial area or business area or whatever. And I think that's the issue that we are having. We live here and we're 100-something yards from this center, and no one's brought that up as a real issue. They make us insensitive, we're not compassionate, we're elitist, whatever. We aren't. We're just, why our neighborhood? It's not in their
Ma'am,
neighborhood.
your time has expired.
Why not in their neighborhood? Anyway,
you.
I made my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'll look to you first.
Thanks, Mayor. And I do have a list of questions, so if my colleagues could indulge me on that. 5 minutes? This guy. So the first question was about the Trinity. Well, first, can we allow the representative from Trinity to respond to questions? Okay, yeah.
You'll just state your name for the record.
I'm Pastor Sharon Richter. I'm the pastor at Trinity Lutheran Church.
Thanks, Pastor, and thank you for your, over here.
Who's
Over here, yeah. Thank you for your work and for all you do in our community. So the first question was, how many individuals are on the wait list at Trinity?
Oh, see, I didn't understand what you were asking me to do before. I thought you wanted me to text it to you at some point.
Oh, okay.
So, no, I don't know. It has in the past been as many as 20. A lot of times, people stay on that wait list a long time because they have difficulties getting the appropriate paperwork. They have to have license, registration, and insurance on their vehicle.
So you don't have to be registered to the program to be on the wait list?
Not to be on the wait list, no.
Not to be on the wait list.
So then
we
friends
got,
and-
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Because we got a number from Jenny, I believe, or Jim Wong. It was 10 to 15 people on the wait list. I mean, could we just confirm that, or?
Yes, we can confirm that. That's information that we've received recently today from Friends Indeed, which operates the shelter.
Okay.
All right,
And so those are 10 to 15 people on the wait list who have registration and they qualify for the program.
Right, so Friends Indeed will often help them to get the paperwork that they need in order to be activated in the program, once there's an opening.
And how many of them are Pasadena residents?
All of them.
All of them are Pasadena residents?
All of them.
And then how many of them are coming from fire-impacted families?
We have 2 right now, yeah. Oh, I should say, we do actually have some folks from Altadena, too, to the 2 that are fire impacted, yes. But Altadena, Pasadena, and they have to have a historic connection with Pasadena. They went to school here, they used to own a home here, they ran a business here, they worked here, they went, whatever. And we do verify that before they're allowed to be in the program. I don't know whether the other program is going to do that or not, but we make sure they have a connection to Pasadena.
So these 10 to 15 individuals have remained on your wait list within the past year or so?
Well, we just admitted 2 people
You just-
this
okay.
week. We just housed a person last week.
Well, that's
So,
where I wanted
it's
to
a
get
continually-
to as well, is the success rate. Is like,
Yeah.
you have 10 spots that you have, how many folks are you housing? What's the rate? How long is someone I know I heard somebody say that they've been there for a few months, so like what's the average stay and then the case management?
Well, you can't really give an average. It's very, very different from person to person. We've had people who were only in the program 2 weeks and got housed, and we've had people in the program 2 years and finally got housed. And so we've housed 17 people as of now. It takes a long time to house people. It really does.
Well, that's good that you've housed 17 people. And I guess for the wait list, are you reaching out to the city team and ask about vouchers and motel vouchers or
Well, it wouldn't be
assistance?
me, that would be Friends Indeed. We host the program and we interact with the Parkers. Some of them come to worship with us, some of them volunteer at our food bank. But it's Friends Indeed that handles all the operations.
Well, I turned to Jim Wong, I assume. Are we connecting with Friends Indeed and looking at that wait list and maybe offering them vouchers? Because
Friends Indeed's integrated with a coordinated entry system, so they are tied into all the referral pathways for permanent housing programs. They also operate some motel voucher programs. So they, I don't believe that they prioritize those motel vouchers for safe parkers because they have alternative shelter, even though it's, not ideal. But they could potentially, if the circumstances merited it, provide a motel voucher for a safe parker.
They have done that from time to time, especially when you're living in your car, a lot of times it's very hard on your legs because your legs, you can't stretch out. They're down like this a lot. And so people get edema, they get problems with their feet, and they'll provide them with a voucher just so that they can lie flat in a bed for a while and recover. Or if they go to the hospital, we've had several that have been hospitalized and then have come back.
I see. Okay. And then do you operate the safe parking program during like extreme weather, and talk about the idling as well?
It operates year-round. There are times when the bad weather shelter is operating, because that's on our property as well, when people who are in the safe parking program have asked for vouchers also, and they have allowed them to have vouchers. That's not typical, but it happens from time to time.
Okay, thank you for that. So to the applicant, well, first let me turn to the city attorney, because there was a concern raised from the appellant that the parking lot is zoned as a commercial parking lot, or it's not zoned as a religious.
It's L-shaped.
No, not yours. I'm sorry. I'm talking about All Saints.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Okay.
Yours is a multifamily, and
Right.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, let's ask staff about the underlying.
I think we're talking about the All Saints site, not
I'm talking
the
about
Trinity site.
Yeah.
should we focus all of our questions first to Trinity for those?
Are there any other questions for the speaker?
I have a very quick question. I haven't heard of any issues with idling at Trinity, so no issues. Do people keep their vehicles on when it gets cold or really hot? I haven't heard that.
I think occasionally they might turn it on for a little bit and turn it back off again, but, I go in there and out of there all the time. I never see anybody idling, so.
Okay, thank you. That was, I appreciate that.
And I guess, do we know the calls for service at the location? At Trinity, I'm sorry. We'll get to All Saints.
Yeah, we have consulted with the police department, and there have been calls for service generally in the area. They were not able to determine if any are related to Trinity, but we don't have any code enforcement action that's occurred during their operations, and nothing that seems like it has been directly related to the safe parking use.
So what's the calls for service within the area? I mean, they couldn't run the address, and is there any calls for service that relate to the address? I know Trinity's doing great work with safe parking and the shelter, but is there a calls for service at Trinity's address?
Well, when we run the calls for service for the address, it also pulls up just generally on the public sidewalks in the neighborhood. So if there's activities happening on public sidewalks, I don't have the numbers with me tonight.
And just a reminder, Trinity is not part of this application. So we do have some calls for service information for the All Saints site. So I don't know that we ran that for Trinity because it's a separate site, a separate entitlement, separate people running it. So it's the only example we have to look to in terms of how it's being operated, but it's a separate group. So that wasn't part of what we were looking at with this exact
If I may, just
Yeah.
to jump in as the council member for this neighborhood, a large number of calls have been and probably still are for the Hope Center, which is nearby. I'm also not familiar with that many calls, if any, being related to the safe parking.
Well, I
Ma'am,
testified
ma'am,
earlier
ma'am.
that it's zero, and that.
Thank you.
My understanding as well, specifically to the safe parking at Trinity. I haven't heard of calls. It's all been mostly for the Hope Center and in general homelessness in the neighborhood.
Now, in terms of the hours of operation for Trinity, your hours of operation are in the evening, not during the day, correct?
It starts at 9, it goes till 7.
9 p.m.
Yes.
And so, and are you there 24 hours a day, or do you live there?
No.
Oh, okay. So,
No, I have a home.
Okay, so you wouldn't, when you say you've been there, it wouldn't be during hours of operation for the most
Oh,
part?
frequently it is, yeah. I have a lot of evening meetings and things, yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
I have a question of Trinity. What is your security protocol? How many security guards do you have? What is it?
We don't have one all night long. We have a drive-through security patrol. It's the same one that All Saints has for, I think you use Select Patrol, right? Yeah, Select Patrol. They drive through twice a night, and if one of the parkers calls them or a community member calls them, then they come. And they're usually there within 2-3 minutes. It's really fast.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I had a question for, I guess, the city manager.
Any other questions for the
Oh,
speaker?
yeah.
Otherwise, no. Okay, thank you.
Well, just a quick, for the city manager, how many I guess, how many citations have we given to folks sleeping in their car? And then have they been notified or referred to the safe parking program? Or have we towed any cars as well?
I don't have that information. I'll look to my staff to see if anybody has that information available to them. It does not look like we have that information. We can certainly ask the police department for that information and follow up.
Okay.
And at some point, I'll be interested to know the number of complaints. I think you said there are complaints associated with All Saints.
We ran the calls for service for the All Saints site, so we do have that information. Right, Allison? And again, it's all the complaints, so that it could be burglary alarms, it could be transient complaints.
Calls for service.
But we have some calls for service information that was,
Okay.
that we can look up for you.
Yes, I can get that information.
Maybe you can give Allison a few minutes, and then
Sure.
we could come back.
In the meantime, let's turn to Mr. Cole, followed by Mr. Lyon, then Mr. Masuda.
I
thought you were
with Trinity, sure. I mean, I'm done with,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She already left. Well, thank you, Pastor. I don't know where you, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so for the city attorney, there was a concern raised about the zoning of the lot. It says that it was zoned, I don't know if it was on your slide, Allison.
Yeah, I can speak to that, and
Okay.
Michelle could clarify if we
Okay,
need to.
yes.
But, yeah, the entire site is zoned PS, which is public, semi-public. So it's 3 separate parcels, but it's all zoned the same, which is PS. It's also all under their master plan.
Okay, that's helpful. And then to the applicant, would you be willing to add a second security guard? And thanks, Mel. I know I toured your facility about a year ago, and thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you, Councilmember. Adding a second security guard would be cost prohibitive. Right now, it's allocated at $305,000. Adding another security guard would up that cost by close to another $110,000 a year.
So, I did read a public comment from a resident I represent who articulated it better than I guess I could. What if the security guard is dealing with an issue, then that frees up. There's no security at that point. So I guess what would it take to add a second security guard?
Again, that would be the cost of adding another $110,000 into the program. But I think, one of the things is we haven't had those situations arriving, but if it does arise, if at one point our security is dealing with a resident and there's another resident issue, then automatically it would be a call to Pasadena PD to have them respond.
Well, I think that's probably the concern of the resident, or I shouldn't say probably, I read their public comment. Their concern is that the calls for services at All Saints are rather high, and so the police perhaps will be occupied with other dealings, obviously, throughout the city, and they think that All Saints should have an additional security guard on site just to respond to the issues at the safe parking location.
But it would be one dedicated security officer, and this would be up to 25 individuals. So we're confident that one security officer would be able to keep the peace with 25 residents. And that's why we actually proposed to the city of Pasadena that the cap should be at 25 individuals. That's with the capability of one security officer.
Okay, and then I don't know if you mentioned this, but you said that the majority of the parkers will be women over 70 and all are working, or I thought
No, Councilmember. The average age of our current safe parking 2 lots is 54.
Okay.
So we have a lot of residents who are, we have a few who are in the 70s. Many are women. I think the last breakdown was 40% of our safe parkers throughout the last 5 years have been women. And again, people come in because they want safety. And, again, one of the benefits of actually having it at All Saints is it's literally 4 minutes walking distance from the Pasadena Police Department. So if there was a place that safety was not an issue, it would be having it 4 minutes walking distance from the Pasadena. But because at the end of the day, the amount it reduces people from wanting to do something, knowing that the police department is so close,
I hear you, but I don't think that's a good example because I represent this area and I can tell you that at Centennial Place, there's a lot of calls for services. At Holly Street, there's a lot of calls for services. And at All Saints, I mean, I don't know if we have the actual data. Go ahead, please.
Yes, so I have the information. So from March of 2024 through September of 2025, we had 31 calls for service. Oh, excuse me, that was for Trinity. My
Oh,
apologies.
you have Trinity's calls for service?
Yes, so that was for Trinity. My apologies.
Let's let the public calm down.
Let me pull up All Saints. My apologies. It'll take me just a moment. Sorry, doing it on my small computer.
Oh, sure.
Information in the packet.
Is it in the packet? The Trinity calls for service?
No, I thought we were on to All Saints.
Well, she mentioned Trinity calls for services.
The appellant had submitted some lists of calls for service. I was just looking for like a breakdown of numbers from Allison, but they have some police records that are in it, part of the attachments. The calls for, it is attached to their Board of Zoning Appeals appeal.
But I do think calls for Trinity are relevant in that, you know, it's being held out as an example.
Yeah.
To be
Yeah.
replicated.
No,
So if we have that information, I think that's important information as well.
Okay, my apologies for the mistake there, but now I have confirmed this is for All Saints.
Okay.
So in 2025, and this was as of June in 2025, there were 29 citizen-initiated calls for service and 3 officer-initiated calls for service in 2025 as of June.
So from January to June.
Correct. And I also have the data for the full years of 2023 and 2024, if you're interested.
Sure, yeah.
So for 2023, we have 48 citizen-initiated and 18 officer-initiated in 2023. So that's about 60 or so, or about 70. And then 2024, it was 45 citizen-initiated, and in 2024, it was 2 officer-initiated, so that was 47. This is for All Saints.
This is for All Saints. This is not for Trinity. Right. Okay. And so then I guess you're saying that call the police if something were to occur instead of adding the additional second security guard.
Correct, Councilman.
Yeah.
Again, that is, you know, an exigent circumstance, right? If at any point there are 2 situations, but again, you know, we are very confident that one security officer can handle a call, handle up to 25 individuals.
And then to the city mayor, did you want to jump in?
But to that point, sir, I think the concern we have on this side of the dais and in the community is the comment you made that, well, if we can't, then just call the police department. The
Could
city
we
of
absorb
Pasadena,
that additional
Yeah.
calls for service?
I mean, the city of Pasadena is not in the private security business of, you know, managing a private entity's business, or if it spills out into the community. That's absolutely the incorrect approach, and that's the concern I would have.
Well,
And if I may, you said it. Okay, Mr. Jones?
Yeah. So the other issue that came up was the bathroom. Would the church be amenable to allowing the participants in the program to use the restroom inside the church?
So I think that was heard in the earlier
Was that-
appeal, and that came to a resolution. Again, that is cost obstructive to have one person be able to let people into the building, whereas with a porta-john on site, that helps mitigate the costs, but also it's literally within walking distance to everybody on site.
Okay, so that's no, not to allow the
Correct.
folks, okay. That's because it's cost prohibitive, you're saying?
Correct.
You would need somebody to allow them inside.
Correct. It's a locked facility to have to escort people in and out. It would.
And the security guard couldn't do that?
No, because it is a security person for the program, so we don't want to remove them for the program. We want to make sure they have eyes on all the 25 participants.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question Mr. Hampton raised. Is there a security guard for the Safe Haven program?
There is.
There is, right?
Yes. And one of the conditions of approval is that there be two separate security guards, one for Safe Haven and one for the safe parking. They're not to be the same security guard. There have been issues with the Safe Haven not having security there all the time. And so we did open up a code compliance case and did some inspections, and it was found that they were not having security there all the time and complying with their condition. They are now doing that. But again, that's the Safe Haven, which is the 12 individuals operating under a separate CUP.
The same
But
operator?
also at All Saints.
Can you explain that again?
Yeah, can you pull up the slide, Allison, that shows the aerial view with the parking lot and the green
No,
and
no,
the
the
blue?
issue you raised.
Yeah, I was going to just show here, if it would help. So there's two separate, where it's green and it says existing Safe Haven sleeping area, this has a separate CUP. And they are allowed under that CUP to have 12 individuals that they provide services to as a temporary homeless shelter. And they are required under that CUP to have a security guard present. What's being asked tonight is in blue, which is the safe parking, and that's also being conditioned to have a separate security guard. The area in green, the Safe Haven, they use a portable restroom that's in the parking lot now. And they're also proposing the applicant to have a portable restroom, a separate portable restroom in the parking lot. The BZA was okay with that. They had some specific conditions, like it had to have a key code access. They couldn't use each other's restrooms. The BZA had some specific requirements about the two different portable restrooms. Staff's recommendation has been from the beginning that there are no more portable restrooms beyond the one that's there now. So either Safe Haven would have to use the indoor restrooms at the church or the safe parking, or if they really needed to have a second portable restroom, that it not be located in the parking lot. That's our condition, if you look from staff, is that if you're gonna have a second portable restroom, that it be located somewhere where it's screened. And so that would be our suggestion, is that if they're gonna add another one, that be used for Safe Haven, and it be located somewhere closer to where they're sleeping. And then you have the one in the parking lot for the safe parkers, because that's gonna be closer to where they're at in their cars.
I see. I'm sorry. I thought you had said they violated their permit.
The CUP for the green use, the Safe Haven, they did violate their CUP by not having their security guard. So we had a code enforcement complaint, we investigated it, and we found that they weren't complying. And so now they're in compliance.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all my questions for. Go ahead, Mr. Looks like there's.
Thank you. Mr. Cole, followed by Mr. Lyon.
I have some questions for applicant Tamlin. So you probably have special sensitivity and expertise on this question. I assume you're familiar with the verse Matthew 22:39.
Yes.
So the safe parking is all about our neighbors who are unhoused.
But who have a vehicle. Safe parking.
Right. You also have neighbors who live nearby and who do business nearby. There was a statement from the Shower of Hope that they would have an open house and ask the neighbors in a month later. Over the 2 years that you've operated the Safe Haven program, what efforts have you made to outreach to the neighbors
We've invited the HOA, and for a while they were attending we have a weekly meeting that's mandatory for Safe Haven participants. It's on Thursdays at 10:30 in the morning. And we invited members of the HOA and from Maryland, and they did participate a few times and attend those meetings and then stopped participating. They're always welcome, they know that.
So that's one, that the HOA at the Maryland.
That's right.
Any other?
And then when we initially when the safe parking program came up and the cost was initially approved, we had community meetings and mailers went out. Jenny, were they postcards that got mailed out, I think, to people? And we had a few meetings on the campus where people could come. And we didn't have a formal presentation. We had tables. So the safe parking people were at a table, All Saints was at a table, the housing department was at a table, and people could come and ask whatever questions they wanted to ask. And we did that a couple of times.
And I'd like to jump in. I appreciate those mailers went out at our request, and so I appreciate you responding to that request. Yeah.
Thanks. And by the way, when I talked earlier, we're glad once the safe parking program gets going, should it get going, to have a meeting after a month to address any concerns that our neighbors have or any of the local businesses have. I think that's only fair. And Sharon Richter was saying they have them monthly. I don't think anybody at All Saints would be opposed to having monthly meetings. I'd be happy to do that.
And perhaps even a more formal structure where some of your neighbors like HOA could have specific representatives that would meet with you?
Sure.
Okay. And then what about this, both in the letter from the Maryland and then from our staff, was this in the staff report about the failure to provide security guards?
May I explain?
Let me ask for 1 second then.
Sure. I don't think so.
Okay, go ahead.
Initially, when the CUP was issued for Safe Haven.
Just so we have a clear record, because I'm not sure the microphone was turned on. So the answer to that question is no, it was not.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a separate entitlement from this.
So the CUP was issued for Safe Haven, and the conditions listed a security patrol. There was a meeting that we were not aware of. There were minutes in which a person who was a priest at All Saints, who is no longer at All Saints, agreed to have a security officer on site from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. That's something of which we were not aware. So we had that person for a while and found that it wasn't necessary in order to reduce our costs, because it's very expensive to have security guards. We went to doing what the condition of the CUP said, which was a security patrol, and Select Patrol, which provides security, I believe, for this facility, for the Trinity Lutheran Safe Parking Program, would come by a couple of times a night and walk through and make sure. We issue ID cards to people in Safe Haven and check their ID cards, make sure that they belong, and remove anybody who didn't belong. We were cited. We weren't aware that it was a condition. It was in the minutes. The minutes were provided to us, and once they were provided, we immediately engaged security to be there from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And I've been reaching out to secure grants to cover the costs of those security officers.
I appreciate that. Let's see. And then do you have so if someone has a complaint about either safe parking or this current Safe Haven, do you have a number either that is an answering machine or that is available 24 hours?
In the office, we're required to have postings in the office at All Saints that list a contact person and their phone number. It's me, and my cell phone number is listed, and people can contact my cell phone 24 hours a day. That's fine.
People as in neighbors?
Sure.
Is it published in any way?
We're required to post it at All Saints in the office. Oh, I'm so sorry. In the office.
In your office?
In our office. And that's what the CUP conditions are. And so that's where it is.
It seems an odd place for it, but
Agreed.
that's the condition.
That's the condition. So that's what we've done. For the safe parking program, there would be a sign that would be outdoors, visible near the porta potty, that would have a phone number that could be called 24/7 if there are any problems.
Okay.
Wait, Mel, 24/7 or during the hours of operation?
The number would be available, but, realistically, one business day for response.
Okay, and then, thank you very much.
Sure, of
I appreciate it,
course.
and appreciate,
I have a couple of questions.
Mr.
Sure.
Lyon?
Should
Mr.
I
Lyon?
ask now?
that's
Thank
fine.
you for letting me jump in. The existing use on this part of the parking lot is parking? That's what happens there?
Correct.
And is
For the
it,
courts,
is
people
it
park there for
locked
the
at
courts.
night?
No,
Okay. It's not currently locked at night?
it is not locked at
Okay.
night.
And then there's no dispute that there's a commercial use for the court from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.?
No dispute.
Okay, that's it, thanks.
Any other questions that I can answer for anyone?
Mr. Masuda, you are in the queue, I don't know.
One question.
Yes, sir.
They answered all my questions on security, but what kind of training do you require for the security guard?
Jenny?
They're certified by the state of California. It's a state certification.
What kind of training do you have for the security guard, though? I'm not talking about a license, but a security, what requirements do you put on them to do their job?
Good question, Councilmember Masuda. We do give them.
Sir, if you can
You
speak
need to
into
talk
the
into the
microphone.
mic. Sorry. We do give all our new security officers 1 week of training, and that is basically de-escalation when it comes to individuals who are unhoused.
Okay. And are they armed by any means, like with a club or anything like that?
Pepper spray only.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mayor, I had
Sounds like you
just
answered
a
anyone.
quick follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mr. Cole, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just don't want to relinquish the floor. But go ahead. To you, I'm happy to do that.
Thanks, sir. Would you be, and I know I asked Trinity about the success rate, but would you be amenable to including like some sort of metrics in it to, if you have 25 parking spots?
For the safe parkers?
Yeah.
I don't see any reason, Mel?
We
objection?
definitely, we collect.
Can you speak into the, no. Well, let me just finish my thought. So you have 25 parking spots, and I mean, regardless, you get paid the 25,000 a month, if there's 0 participants or if there's 25 participants. But what I'd be interested in seeing is the actual success rate of folks who are showing up to park overnight, and then they are getting the case management, they're getting placed into a permanent unit, or I think you brought up getting permanent employment.
We connect them to employment. We actually hire in-house with part-time employment for our safe parking residents.
So a lot of these residents who are using the safe parking are already employed. They just, have fallen on hard means.
Yep.
So then I guess to the housing department, could we use that 25,000 a month to essentially help pay the supplement for someone's rent instead of having them park in the parking lot?
That's a possible optional use of these funds. As was stated previously, the council did approve $305,000
Based on
in 2024.
on a conditional use permit being approved, right?
Subject to the project receiving the conditional use permit.
Mm-hmm. But there's no restrictions tied to that 300,000. Like we could take the 300,000, get this wait list of 10 to 15 people, and then supplement their rent for the next year as they transition into finding more sustainable employment, or.
Well, no. The terms of the contract that council approved in 2024 was specifically to use those dollars, and these are state dollars.
So those dollars are specifically have to be allocated to safe parking?
To safe parking, correct.
Based on what we approved, or based on the grant from the state, you're saying?
Based on what council approved in 2024, April 2024.
But that's based on the approval of a conditional use permit. So if
Correct.
the conditional use permit was not approved, then that funding could be reallocated by the city council.
That is correct.
Okay, I see. But back to the metrics part. And, you know, I'm interested in seeing folks get placed to permanent housing. I mean, what would be a fair metric to, if there's, I think condition 22 was, where was it at? What was condition 22? It was 6 months, a check-in?
Yeah, we have
and
the conditions, we can pull them up
Yeah.
also, but we do, there's a mandatory hearing within 6 months.
Yep.
So what would be like a fair, say, okay, within 6 months, we had 25 folks use this and we was able to house 3-4 people? I mean, what would, you tell me?
Councilmember, we can set a goal on what we need to house, but one of the things, and this is why safe parking is unique and important, is, yes, you could use 25,000 to allocate for rental subsidies, but that doesn't allocate for the time it takes to find an apartment, connect a person to that apartment, because not every person is going to be accepted by a landlord. Thirdly, there are other services these clients need before they can be connected to housing. A lot of them have medical needs that have to be addressed before they can be sent to housing. Again, employment piece is big because with a lot of vouchers, yeah, we can pay 25,000, for 25 people, but after a year, if they're not connected to unemployment, that means they're going to fall back into homelessness. So how this program is available is getting the people who are the most stabilized of the unhoused community, providing the resources for them to be stable enough to get into housing, but also stay in housing. Because we all know that, there is a huge failure rate of just putting people into housing. So our goal is looking at
Oh, you're saying housing without services?
Correct.
There's a high failure rate?
Correct.
Oh,
so our goal is, again, address their medical needs, address their employment needs, find them the voucher that matches them, because there's very different vouchers. With the HUD cuts coming in, there's going to be much less vouchers. So making sure we match the right person to the voucher, and then find a landlord that is willing to accept that voucher. That can take anywhere from 3 to 6 months for an individual, just that voucher process. So we're willing to set realistic goals, but there's also other interim goals that we can do. We can connect people into interim housing. We have been very successful with that. So when you ask for metrics, that is something we definitely can collect. And, we can always, in that 6-month review, we can provide who has been transferred back into their own housing. We have people who gain full-time employment and are completely independent, to match them to housing vouchers, to interim housing.
And then what's the coordination between Port, because Port and Hope have vouchers, or they have motel vouchers, and the connection between the Foothill Workforce Development Board as well?
So one of our things is, I think, we have we're very thankful for Trinity Lutheran who have come here to show us support, right? First is to identify the individuals they can't service. Then work with all the service providers within Pasadena to see how we can, if someone's already working with them, we want to support that. And that's also a way safe parking is very effective, is rather than, a service provider like, let's say, Friends Indeed or Union Station having to go find a client while they're in our programming, our case manager can liaise with the case manager they already have to make sure they're document ready, to make sure we help them, get to those interviews. So it is something we definitely...
And that's not already happening with the 10 to 15 on the wait list at Trinity?
It's not that it's not already happening, council member. The problem is, how do we keep in contact with those folks, right? It's not that easy, right? So once they're in the program, it's something that our residents are in our program and minimum 5 nights a week. When they're in our program, it's easy for us to connect them to resources. Whereas if they're not in the program, the truth is communicate, especially with the individuals we work with, phone numbers change, they're not the best at communication, and, sometimes people can't pay their phone bills, right? But when they're in the program, we can make sure we continue to connect them to their case managers at the other programs.
I see. I appreciate the response. But if we know there's 10 to 15 people right now that are living in their cars, then maybe as a city, to me, that doesn't sit right with me. Maybe as a city, we get them a motel voucher, put them in a motel. No, I hear you. I hear you saying a different program, but I think that.
Respectfully, we have 300 people out on the street every night.
No, I understand that, but we know we have 10 to 15 that we're in contact with. So why not try to help those 10 to 15 immediately? And then maybe you're going to say it's safe parking, but maybe there's another option to use some of that funding to put them in a motel and then start to work with them to do case management with them.
As a point of order, I think we're debating the merits of the safe parking program. That ship sailed 2 years ago when we adopted it. So if we could just keep it on the application tonight would be helpful.
I think this is part of the application, because part of the application, we approved the funding, and then it was on the condition that you approved the conditional use permit.
The trouble is with a conditional use permit, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. We're not allowed to make policy in a quasi-judicial hearing. That's just, our hands are tied on that regard.
I see. But I just asked the question. I didn't like make a motion on it.
Yeah. No, it's a fair question.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Do you?
No, go ahead.
But it is an alternative, and I think that's what the council member is driving at, not necessarily questioning the policy looking backwards. It's whether it's an option that's available.
Right. I also think we're in the middle of the question period and not in the debate period, and it's 10 minutes to 11. So we're not on track with this applicant's application.
You would agree that was a question, though, to him?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a question for this applicant, but absolutely, we could direct those funds another place. That's a given.
Well, the question is, can the applicant, but let's
finish.
So I'm finished with questions for the applicant. I think everybody else is, unless they have questions. I had a question for the staff, and then I'll relinquish the floor to whoever's next in line.
I just have one question for the applicant.
Yeah.
Security related. So you mentioned that the site will be open from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
7 p.m. to 6:30 a.m.
Oh, to 6. Oh, okay. The
6:30
staff
a.m.
report says 7. That's fine. 6:30 a.m. The question I had is security going to be there the whole entire time, or is it going to be similar to what's Trinity?
7 p.m. till, they will actually be there until 7 a.m.
Until 7 a.m.
Correct.
Okay, so they don't, okay, that's fine. That's the only question I have. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
you.
Appreciate it. So this is both a generic question and a specific question. Obviously, we have scores of minor conditional use permits and conditional use permits, probably hundreds when we include alcohol, et cetera. And so it gets turned over to code enforcement. Is that correct if there's a complaint?
That's correct.
Okay, and what's our experience with being able to enforce conditional use permit conditions?
We're successful because we can ultimately revoke their entitlement. So it's a privilege, not a right, to have a use permit. And so we have leverage, typically with an applicant, to get them to comply. And if we initially start with code enforcement, we will verify whether or not there is a violation. We give them an opportunity to correct the violation. If it continues to be a problem, we can call it for review at any time. We have a standard condition that's in all of our CUPs that said we can call this up at any time for a hearing for the hearing officer or the original body. And they can add new conditions. They can or they can start revocation proceedings.
And in the last, how long have you been director?
I've been director about 3 years, but I've been here for a long time.
No, I know. But in the time you've
25
been,
years.
the time you've been director, how many conditional use permits have we revoked?
I want to say 2. I'm looking to staff. Is that right? Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Would it be possible, it's not a condition, it's not one of the 23 conditions, but would it be possible between now and the 6-month hearing that is a condition of approval from the Board of Zoning Appeals to, for the planning department to either directly or in collaboration with your code enforcement folks to track all of the complaints that come to the police department, or to, so there's some kind of monitoring function that would be available to neighbors to be able to say, this happened or that happened. They may be just reports, they may be allegations, but is that something that so that when we get to 6 months, if the conditional use permit is granted, we're not arguing about what happened 3 months ago because we've actually been tracking those potential incidents?
Yeah, I think that's part of the intent of the Board of Zoning Appeals when they had the 6 months. So they put in a 6-month mandatory hearing for this to do a touch base. We can provide calls for service. We can provide if there was any code enforcement complaints. All of that's public record. So we can make sure that that's part of what is presented at the hearing in 6 months.
Is there a way, though, for commercial and residential neighbors to be able to document those in a central source, right?
They'd have to submit a complaint to the city for it to be an official complaint. So someone needs to submit a complaint to us through code enforcement, and then that's our official source.
And we could
Or call the police department.
and we could put that on the sign, for example?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That was my question, and I apologize, it's a complicated question, but I know this is a challenge, is enforcing conditional use permit conditions. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to everyone who's spoken and for the presentation. I'm mindful that this is a de novo hearing, and one of the points in the appeals is that the BZA didn't make appropriate findings supported by substantial evidence. So I'm trying to run to ground really every point made in the application and in the appeals to make sure that there's evidence in the record and we understand what is before us. So I have a question for the appellant number 1. That's you, sir. I understood almost all of your comments and was sympathetic to the experiences people have had in the neighborhood, for sure. There was one point I didn't necessarily understand, which is you asked rhetorically, I think, who are the people we're trying to help? And so I want to try to get to that answer, but what are you asking? What do you want to know about them?
I want to know this, that the people that we are, who are going to be drawn into this program are people who are already have some connection to the city of Pasadena? Or are we somehow, in a sense, acting as an outsourcing for the homeless problem in other cities? That's the point I was trying to make.
Okay.
If there's only one that I didn't explain, thank you.
No, that's it. No, everything else I got. Thank you. So, and we did hear a lot of negative experiences from the neighborhood, most of which sounded like they were experiences with people who are suffering sort of the most chronic, debilitating illnesses that are associated with homelessness. People with a dual diagnosis, for example. So I want to turn to Ms. O'Reilly-Jones for a second. Obviously, we can't say who's going to park here because we don't know yet. But I think we do know a little bit about our population. So first question is, from our data from the last several years, where is Pasadena's unhoused population from?
Over half of people experiencing unsheltered homelessness, which would include people living in their cars, are from Pasadena. And we find that they were permanently housed here for an average of 19 years before they lost their housing. So that includes folks that would be potentially using the safe parking program.
Okay. So that's over half.
Over half. I don't
Affiliated
recall the
with
exact
Pasadena.
percentage, but it's over half.
And then can we draw, so we heard obviously from the operator at Trinity, but can we draw generalizations or some broad understanding of the population who's living in and owns a working car versus someone who's living on the street for, say, long-term?
Yes, I think I'll start with a generalization, then maybe just cite some data. So I think it's kind of easy to see how somebody might, well, we all know what it takes to maintain a vehicle, right? It costs money, you have to be able to file your papers on time to keep it registered, et cetera. And so as a general statement, folks living in their vehicles tend to be more kind of stable and higher functioning, and that's allowed them to maintain their vehicles. There are some studies about safe parking. There was one completed by the University of San Diego, or University of California in San Diego, and they found that people living in safe parking programs were more likely to be experiencing homelessness for the first time than the general homeless population. They also experienced lower rates of mental illness and substance use than the overall homeless population, and actually lower rates of substance use than the general US population, so including folks who were housed. They did have higher rates of physical disabilities, and that was likely a result of their tending to be older. And many of them, as you've heard tonight, are employed.
Thanks. I think that answered it. I appreciate it. For Ms. Page, so there's this question of whether the commercial use in the daytime, which is not disputed, I hear now, whether that changes the character of the site as a religious site. Is there anything in the code that prohibits either commercial use or says that it negates the religious use?
No, in fact, there was a zoning administrator interpretation done in 2008 that says that you can have parking that's accessory to a use, and they can lease it out, and it doesn't become a separate use unless that's the only thing occurring at the site. So if the church owned a parking lot and they had no affiliation with the parking lot and they just did it as an income generator, that in of itself would be commercial off-street parking. But because they're using it at a time when they're leasing it at a time when it's not being used, they're allowed to do that under the code.
Okay. I think that's everything. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Mr. Masuda. Oh, okay. Your question's been, okay. So, I had a couple questions. In terms of the medical needs, do we regulate where medical services can and can't be provided?
As part of the operation?
Right. I heard one of the representatives say that medical needs need to be provided to individuals prior to them moving on to a hotel. And I see the gentleman from Safe Haven nodding his head yes. And so one question, and looking at it not just from a regulatory point of view, but from a humane point of view, what's our view of medical services being provided? Because it sounds like we're not just providing somewhere to park, but somewhere where medical services are to be rendered.
I think the medical services would be provided in the daytime to appointments. I don't think they're talking about providing medical services on site.
Mayor, council member, so we have a relationship with the LA County Department of Health Services mobile clinic. So I want to clarify, it is not exactly medical services. Within their mobile clinic, they can do comprehensive testing for blood sugar to blood pressure. Once they are assessed and they see a need, then they're referred to
But on site
services.
at the location.
Correct.
During the hours of operation.
Not during the hours of operation, it would be during the day.
Okay. So we started to talk about the complaints associated with the one example at Trinity, and I don't think we got that information into the record. And so I do believe that that's relevant.
That's the number of complaints at Trinity? Is that what you're asking for, Mayor? Or calls for service? Was it calls for service for Trinity?
Yeah. I mean, there was a
If
state.
Gallison's pulling it up.
Yeah,
I can pull that up again, of course.
Okay. And then the complaints associated with All Saints, that number was how many? 20?
So I have pulled up now the calls for service, which are specific to the police department calls for service related to Trinity. And this is during their operational period with their minor conditional use permit for the safe parking use. So that's from March of 2024 through September of 2025. So the calls for service through that time is 31. And in terms of complaints, the code enforcement complaints, we had 0. And then it'll take me just a moment to pull up the calls for service for All Saints. So give me just a moment.
With those calls for service at Trinity, there's no distinction in the record if it relates to, it could be anything, right?
That's
And
correct.
also whether it relates to the bad weather shelter versus parking.
I have distinctions between the different categories of what the calls for service were, but we don't have it specific to if it was at the bad weather shelter or this or that. But we can differentiate between whether it was transient or trespass or public intoxication, that sort of thing. So if you need that specificity, we can provide that.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you need, I can now move on to All Saints.
Well, so I guess the question is a very specific one. So when you say calls associated with Trinity, they were calls specifically to address, calls for service specifically to address a situation at Trinity?
Associated with the address at Trinity, not necessarily the safe parking program.
Right, but I'd be surprised if anybody's calling to complain about prayer worship or something else going on.
Well, it could be a burglar alarm, like we said, the
Okay.
categories are
Okay.
alarms going off or a
Okay.
transient. I mean, they range, so there's these categories
Okay.
affiliated with that address.
So if we can get that, but the point is the calls are specific to the address, not the vicinity.
Correct.
And so,
Yeah.
because there was a statement made that potentially it's attributable to the Hope Center or another location, but in
Well, that
this-
was earlier when they gave a larger data set, so that's what I was
Yeah,
referring to.
in this instance, it's specific to a location. Okay, so if we could have that breakdown. And is there anything that would prohibit, because I think Mr. Jones raised the question of repurposing the dollars to get people, to bring people indoors as opposed to in a parking lot. Now, I think that's a much more humane approach. And so the question is, could we repurpose the dollars and ask All Saints to bring them inside of the church, the rectory, one of the conference rooms? Is that an option for the council to repurpose the dollars and say to All Saints, you know, let's do the right thing for people, bring them indoors, and treat them in a more humane way? Whether it's the rectory, whether it's, you know, part of the auditorium, there's a beautiful.
How about City Hall, Mayor?
Well, we're not the applicants. I'm
No,
asking.
it's our problem, though. It's not All Saints' problem. It's the city of Pasadena's problem.
But I'm talking about the applicant. We're not the applicant. And so is that an option? If you'd like to propose that as an alternative, that's, the question is for the applicant. Is that an alternative?
Well, first I'd look to housing because this application is a result of a contract with housing for a safe parking program. So first I would look to housing to see if the dollars would be eligible. And then I think we'd have to look to the applicant because what they would probably be doing is expanding their temporary shelter. It's a different population. So they have a CUP for a temporary shelter now for 12 individuals. I think, you know, safe parking is you're in your car. So it's a different targeted population.
In terms of Mr. Cole's question, and I understand Mr. Cole understands this, but I just want to make sure that there's a clear record and the public understands this. We've had 2 conditional use permits in 25 years be revoked. And, you know, part of the challenge.
That was 3 years I asked her about.
I'm sorry?
Not
Oh,
25.
3 years? I thought it was 25. Okay, thank you. Okay, her time.
As director.
I mixed it. So I recall the challenges that revocation brings with it, having participated in some, you know, revocation hearings, for example, with liquor stores, you know, and we all know with some of these liquor store operators, not all of them, but some of them have behaved irresponsibly in the past. And some would say continue to. Now, I'm not suggesting this is like a liquor store. I'm talking about the process for revocation. And we've had record after record, and tying the nexus from a particular address to the issue we're trying to mitigate is in fact the challenge. Someone has to be there to witness it and, you know, provide direct evidence. And so, you know, we just don't have the resources for that. And so I do think that the more relevant information is the one that we ask for with the current experience at Trinity. And the evidence that we have for the 12 people currently at All Saints, and the fact we had to open a case, a code enforcement case.
Yes, and while we don't do revocations very often, we do modifications much more frequently. And that tends to be more successful because we call them in and we see what the issues are and we modify the conditions of approval through a hearing process and are able to have the neighbors participate or concerned parties. And so that is something that we do more often is modifications, and that tends to be more successful. And that is an option for the other CUP. So as we've stated, there's a separate CUP for Safe Haven. If there's concerns that there needs to be some adjustments to Safe Haven, the council could institute a call for review on that, and we could do that even at the same time that we do the 6-month review for this one. If you want to hear them at the same time, that's an option to do a call for review on that CUP as well.
And look, I'm a big fan of All Saints. Worked at Day One when All Saints hosted Day One, and so I know the good work that's done at All Saints. But I'm just asking questions that I think the public deserves to understand. So the YMCA, do they have a conditional use permit as well? No? No?
No.
And so we have the YMCA without a CUP, so little remedy there for the surrounding, and it is a neighborhood and business community in terms of operations. And we've seen the issues that we get and receive there. How about the train station? One of the things we're not factoring in is the proximity to the train station and the impacts that it brings. The park, Memorial Park, no CUP there either. Right? I mean, we can't, it's mitigating any of these station issues has been a serious issue, whether it's Lake Avenue, Memorial, or some of the others. And so I think there's a concern that has merit, and that's the centralizing, inundating of one particular part of our city on any of these issues, but particularly on these issues. Now, people will only be allowed under this program to park on site at All Saints if we were to approve the CUP, but where do they go in the day?
I think we would ask the operator what they know about the people who they're serving and where they go.
Mayor, so like we discussed before, we have a significant amount of people who are employed who go to work during the day. They just don't have a place to go to sleep. Then we have people who use senior centers because we do have quite a bit of an aging population. So senior centers and libraries would be the second part of where most would go during the day if they are not working.
Okay. But there's no guarantee that they would be working or that they would have some place to go. The reason I ask this is, you know, in this part of our city, we have parking restrictions. And getting back to Mr. Cole's argument on equity, which I agree with, I can tell you that most likely they're not going to be able to park in the downtown if they don't have a place to go because resources are an issue. One, and parking is not cheap for daytime parking. And two, they're not going to drive very far because, again, it costs money to drive. And so they're going to go to places with no parking restrictions on the street for free. And that means they're going to cross right across Fair Oaks, Los Robles, Marengo, and park in the, you know, part of the city that Mr. Cole has made very clear is sometimes not been treated fairly and equitably. And I think that's wrong. And that'll be in District 5, that'll be in District 3, District 1. And, you know, that's a concern that I think we all ought to have. Thank you, sir, you answered the question. And so I covered the revocation, and these conditional use permits run with the land, so we're issuing a property interest, and that's why it's so difficult to revoke. Am I correct about that?
That's correct. It runs with the land.
Okay.
Although, you know, safe parking, it's only accessory to religious facility sites or a college or a transportation parking terminal. It's very limited in certain zones, so, but it would run with the land, it would run with the land if that's what you're asking.
Good. I think if we have an answer, yeah. At some point when we have the answer to Trinity, I would like that. But Mr. Lai, Mr. Cole, and then Ms. Rivas.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Well, I move to close the public hearing.
Objections to closing the public hearing?
As long as you don't anticipate getting additional information from the public.
I think we're good.
Questions?
We can always reopen.
11:17. We're ready to move into deliberation. So I want to say I have serious due process concerns about the conversation tonight about revisiting this program. We created an entitlement with a minor conditional use, and an applicant moved forward and invested in an application in reliance on that creation. And so this is not the time or place to revisit whether that program should exist. And a majority of this body said that it should. So we have made the decision that it's a good idea. So now we're in whether this application makes sense. And we need to make findings. So I want to revisit something. I understood the applicant from Shower of Hope to say something different than you heard, Mayor. And he didn't say, call the police if there's a problem. What he said was, this location is particularly well suited because it's right across the street from the police, and so they'll arrive quickly. And the fact is, I disagree with you, that the police, that's what our police are for. When there's a problem, they can show up. Now, we also asked the applicant to have a security guard, but if there's a problem, I want the police to show up in addition to the security guard, and that's what they're there for. So I want to go through the grounds for the appeal, because we need to make findings. There's been an issue that the findings last time may not have been proper. That's one of the allegations. So let's go through. The zoning code does not allow safe parking on the proposed parking lot because it's not a religious facility site. I think I'm satisfied with the explanation from the director of planning that there's nothing in our code that says an ancillary use during the day makes it not a religious site. It's owned by a religious institution. It is used for religious purposes. And the fact is, we're talking about, it's actually used for the commercial purpose, something like 50 hours a week, according to both the applicant and the appellant, which is not the majority of the week. The majority of the week, it's used for other purposes, which are presumably the purposes of the church. So I think that ground doesn't stand for me. The proposed parking use is not an exempt project under CEQA because as involving negligible or no expansion of existing use, because the safe parking operation is a change of use. Categorically, it's not. Currently, the parking lot is used for parking, and the safe parking program is for parking. Moreover, we confirmed with the applicant that currently the parking lot is available at night. People could be parking in there without permission already. They might well be. It's the exact same use, so that doesn't stand for me. The proposed safe parking operation would negatively affect the safety of the neighborhood, as the evidence which was presented to BZA. So this, I think, is a serious concern. I'm satisfied with the explanation from Ms. O'Reilly Jones and from the kind of anecdotal information we have that this is a different population than the people in the other program. And the other program is not before us either. That already exists at all states. It may tell us something about how they operate the program, but it's not before us. As to how they operate it, I have to say the calls for service were average out to about one a week, which included everything from stuff to do with homelessness and alarms and when All Saints themselves called. We should be doing so well with Centennial Place, right? One call a week. But so it's not great. I'd like to see fewer, but it also doesn't seem to me remarkably terrible for the kinds of services that are being offered here. And I think we can improve it. So there are safety concerns in the neighborhood, but I think they relate to our unhoused population generally, to the more chronically distressed members of the unhoused community, and not to the people who are going to be using the parking program, who are, again, on average in their 50s, about half men and women, and people who generally are more high functioning. Still, they have enough money to register a car and to insure a car and to put gas in a car, often are employed. So I'm satisfied that with the conditions and with the careful review, that there's not a safety issue. And then the second appeal, I think, had the same points with the addition that the BZA didn't make appropriate findings. I'm satisfied that there is substantial evidence in the record, both to support the decision the BZA made, but certainly to support the one we should make tonight. And when the time is appropriate, I would move that we adopt the staff recommendation.
I'll look to the city attorney. The appeal is to overturn, to vacate. And so that would have to be the motion that's on the table.
Well, the staff recommendation is to adopt the findings and deny the appeal.
Got it. Got it. I see what you mean. So, Mr. Cole, followed by Vice Mayor Rivas.
Yeah, I'm conscious of the time. We spent a lot of time on a lot of issues tonight, and this is an important one. First of all, Councilmember Lyon, and I really appreciate you clarifying what's really at stake here tonight. And again, we do treat quasi-judicial hearings differently. We're required to by law. And I think that's sometimes challenging for citizens to understand. We're supposed to be objective triers of evidence, in this case, not unlike a judge. And I think that both the staff report, the Board of Zoning Appeals, the hearing officer, and our own planning department staff have exhaustively addressed the legal issues. I do feel, though, a need to just briefly address the larger issues that have been raised here. The reality is that, as my friend Daniel Kemmis, who is the mayor of Missoula, Montana, said, public hearings are that place in American society where no one listens. I don't think anyone changed their mind here tonight. I don't think anyone came and said, oh yeah, after listening to All Saints, I feel a whole lot better about this. And, and I don't think anyone who came here and supported this program heard the neighbors and said, we really shouldn't have this program here. We should put it somewhere else. And that's the challenge, right? Again, we're objective triers of fact. That's not our opinions or our desires or our predilections. We try to make an objective decision. I'm deeply sensitive to the concerns that my colleague, Councilmember Jones, has raised on behalf of the residents that he represents. It is tough living in downtown Pasadena. It's tougher than living in my neighborhood. I don't lock my ADU at night. I guess I better do it now because everybody knows. But I'm not sure that criminals are listening to the city council meeting at 11:30 at night. Maybe they are.
Remember reruns, so.
But you know, the neighborhood I live in, we don't routinely deal with human feces. We don't routinely deal with drug paraphernalia or open drug dealing. These sores of urban life are something I don't think that people who live in downtown should have any more exposure to than folks in my neighborhood. Again, the equity issue. The difficulty is that I think everything I know about this, having been a city manager in cities who've dealt with this issue, having dealt with safe parking as a city manager in Ventura and safe parking in Santa Monica, and here in Pasadena at Trinity, it truly is, as Mr. Lyon has made the point, it is very different population. There are very troubled people out on our streets. But they're between 34 and 37, that's what I was asking for. I want to put that on the record. Our homeless count 2 years ago was 34 folks out on the street, parked in cars that we counted. And this last year it was 37. So they're out there. And they do tend to be the kind of people who are clinging by their fingernails to some kind of stability. They often have jobs. They often, the ability to register, insure, and keep up a car means that they have some level of stability. So we have a bigger problem, and yes, we could devote more resources to this population than a safe parking, but that's resources we're taking. It's a zero-sum game. We don't have enough resources to house 300 people, and 300 people are out in the rain tonight because we don't have a bad weather shelter that doesn't operate until mid-December. So I think we need to distinguish. I think we need to address the concerns of the neighborhood, and I think that All Saints has an obligation to be a little bit more outgoing a neighbor, to sit with folks, to be proactive, and to give the neighbors who are here tonight an opportunity to talk to the folks. Because it's been my experience that things change. When I was city manager, and this is the last I'll say, when I was city manager of Santa Monica, I had to deal with a by right opportunity for people who had graduated from a program of transitional housing, who were mentally ill, who wanted to, they bought a bungalow court, and these were people that had gotten to the place where they could live by themselves. And the neighborhood went berserk, right? Mentally ill people wandering around in our street. Oh my God, what kind of a terror is that going to be? And it was a very difficult process because the applicant had the right to do it. And we went through, I urged the applicants, even though they had the right to do it, to engage with the neighbors. And when they actually talked to the people who were going to be participants in the program, things changed. And the neighbors had a party to welcome the first residents. I don't know that that's possible in this situation. But again, public hearings are the place where people don't change their mind. I hope people will change their hearts. I hope the people at All Saints will not look upon their neighbors as hard-hearted people who have no compassion. And I hope the people who are here today out of genuine concern with trying to live in a tough neighborhood, will also open their hearts and actually meet some of these folks and potentially, help some of these folks. That's my hope. I know that doesn't go to evidence in the record, but I will make my vote based upon the evidence in the record. But beyond the evidence in the record, I hope that we don't end up in litigation. I hope we don't have problems at this site. I hope that we find common ground in our community. And I don't think there's an easy answer to, well, let's put it somewhere else. There's always somewhere else, and that might be in your district, my district, whatever district. But we got to solve it somewhere. And I think this program will work.
Okay. Vice Mayor Rivas?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Cole and Lyon, for your comments, and especially thank you to Councilmember Lyon for very clearly laser focusing on the issues raised by the appellant. I agree. I think we can make the findings, and they are supported by the evidence to uphold the BOZA's decision. But in particular, I want to take a moment to focus on the third item raised by the appellants, and that's the negative impacts or the negatively affect the safety of the neighborhood, which I am very sympathetic to. I think we are all sympathetic to that. We hear the issues throughout our neighborhoods that residents are dealing with as we deal with homelessness, and we take it seriously. And so the reason I'm so supportive of this program, though, and why I supported it back in 2023 when we authorized this sort of entitlement, back in 2024 when we entered the contract with Door of Hope, and back when we authorized the program with Trinity, and tonight here at All Saints, is that ultimately this is preventing people from ending up on the streets where they are causing quality of life issues, or they're causing public safety issues. And in a more humane, or to speak more humanely, we are meeting an immediate need of human beings in our city who need a safe place to rest every night. This is how we get these folks off the streets. And I've been so proud that Trinity has been so successful, and they are in my district. And we heard they've housed 17 people with their 10 spots. They've managed to get 17 people off the streets. That is incredible. We need more of these sites. I'm honored to support this one here tonight, and I hope we find more spots throughout the city, throughout all of our districts. I think that was the goal when we first passed this in 2023 in focusing on church zoning, is to make this something that could be done throughout the city. And it's been successful at Trinity. I know it'll be successful here. It's not easy, though. There's a lot of conditions that need to be met, and then needs to be monitored very carefully and very closely. And I know we're up to that task, and I know Councilmember Jones and staff is going to be on it. So that's why I support this as well and would second the motion.
Thank you. Let me be clear. Putting people in a parking lot is not getting them off the street. Putting them in a hotel or in a place with 4 walls and a roof and hopefully a restroom and a refrigerator and a kitchen is getting them off the street. Parking lots are not getting them off the street. In terms of the arguments that I made, to Mr. Lyon's point, the arguments and points that I was drawing out are directly relate to item 3. And the item 3 on the finding number 3. And that finding is proposed safe parking operation would negatively affect the safety of the neighborhoods as the evidence below any which was presented at BOZA demonstrates. And I think that bar has been met, not just the safety of current residents and welfare of current residents, but the safety and welfare of the very people we're trying to help. I'm not suggesting that we don't help them. What I'm suggesting, and I did listen, Mr. Cole, and I think Mr. Jones's point that it's within our authority to repurpose those dollars and really get people off the street would be the appropriate thing to do from in my opinion. Now, I'm surprised, Mr. Cole, that you say you've not heard that in your neck of the woods, in your neighborhood, because I hear often from people along the Washington and Lake Avenue corridor. I hear often from people about the corner of Lake and Washington. That's, you know, about as close to all of our homes as one could imagine. Orange Grove and Lake Avenue, that entire Lake Avenue corridor, I hear often about, and I think my colleagues do as well. I don't know about Ms. Rivas or you, Mr. Cole, but I certainly hear about it. So
I do as well, Mayor.
Just
the record.
Yeah, you do as well. Well, that's why I was surprised by that comment, because,
Talking about my block, Mr. Mayor.
oh, well,
We are talking about people on this block, right?
Okay.
They literally live on this block.
specifically on your block, but, you know, Washington, Lake, Orange Grove, that entire corridor.
So let's have
So-
a permanent,
So,
full-time, year-round shelter, Mr. Mayor. Let's put
I,
our shoulder
absolutely,
that way.
absolutely, and we, you know, we have one, we have one, for example, at Union Station that serves as a, maybe not a permanent shelter, but certainly looks to assist this population. We have a number of nonprofits, including Friends Indeed, and others who service this population. Now, you know, is it enough? No, but even with these 10 people, you know, 300 people, we don't have the resources to serve. I wish that we did. But with $350,000 or $305,000, think I inverted the numbers, we certainly could help these 10 people in a different way that in my
It's
opinion,
25 people.
in my opinion, is much more humane. As we try and do the same thing that we're talking about here and try and find permanent housing. You know, it's not gonna be easy, and it may not even be, it may not even be
Who's
this.
gonna pay for the services?
And
That's part of this.
Absolutely, the
This isn't
services
just
are
a
a part.
parking lot. This is services.
And we should prioritize nonprofits that also provide the services. No question. You know, there are nonprofits that we can invite from outside of the county if our own nonprofits don't have the capacity.
So when I took office, I asked you, why don't we declare a homeless emergency? And you said, oh, we're doing better than other communities.
Yes.
Well, we have a homeless emergency. We just heard about it. And you're complaining about it. And you're talking about the fact that it's affecting all of our neighborhoods. So let's declare a homeless emergency and let's try not just safe parking, not just a year-round homeless shelter, but hold the county's feet to the fire on mental illness and on drug and alcohol addiction services, all of those things. But that's not relevant to tonight. Tonight is a conditional use permit.
Yes,
and so we should focus on that.
Let me finish on the one. I didn't need someone to come in here and tell me that there's a homeless emergency. It was my point in saying we don't need to declare it. We see it with our own eyes and we know it. No declaration needed. That's what I said. Now, in terms of item 3, that's the concern I have, is that these conditions would not be humane or safe for the people we're looking to help. And I join all of you in saying, let's take these resources and help people. I'm just suggesting we do it in a more humane and different way. And maybe All Saints will help us fundraise to help more than the 10, 25, whatever the number is, 25, I think, and assist us and other churches in raising the dollars to match the money that we've put on the table and we're committed to putting on the table. I think that's a much better approach.
And in the meantime, people can stay in their cars wherever they go on whatever dark street and risk having the car broken into or
No.
being raped or whatever because
No.
they can't have a
If-
secure parking lot to be in.
If we have 10 people, then I think we can probably find 10 hotel rooms.
Mayor, it's 25 people.
25,
So that's
thank
the
you.
application that's in front of you.
Thank you, but
And
I think we talked about 10 people.
I think you're speaking from a lack of knowledge about our system because we
Well-
don't have enough motel rooms now.
Well, that's the challenge. I don't know.
So
that
then they're
we
not
do or
going
we
in a
don't.
motel room. We're using up the vouchers. That's not happening.
I think I was very clear in saying it may even be outside of the city. And so the point is a humane approach. From my perspective, we can agree to disagree on what that means. But it's either in the city or outside of the city.
But you're not actually proposing a solution. What you're saying is don't do this and let somebody else figure out what to do with them.
I'm saying direct staff to go find hotel rooms together with All Saints and the others as soon as possible, if it means tomorrow.
Mayor, if I could just jump in very briefly, and I initially, I'll just say I disagree with you on that point. I think motel vouchers are not a long-term solution. They're a Band-Aid. But briefly, something I think we all do agree on, we pretty much all, or most of us, identified that the point of contention is the third item raised by the appellant and public safety and the impact on the neighborhood. I think it's uncontroversial that the CEQA requirements have been met. So I would ask Councilmember Lyon, and I would remove my second.
To bifurcate.
Yes, to bifurcate and I would make a motion to approve the CEQA findings.
Wait, I think that's because in the BOZA hearing, right, if we don't approve CEQA, well, first, if we vote to not appeal the BOZA hearing, then it automatically goes back to the BOZA hearing, right? But if we vote to approve CEQA, then that's final. But if we vote not to approve CEQA, then essentially it's collapsed. Can you clarify that,
We
City
need to make a
Attorney?
CEQA finding either way.
Right. And the outcome on another aspect is not a valid basis for the finding on CEQA.
No, I hear you. I hear what you're trying to
So-
articulate. I like to hear from the city attorney.
Yes. So if there are votes, of course, to overturn the decision of BOZA, excuse me, then that wouldn't be approved. But if there are not enough votes to take any action, for instance, there are only 4 votes, then per our code, the lower decision would stand, however, which is approving the project. However, there would still have to be a CEQA finding. And if there is no vote of 5 council members to support CEQA, then the decision cannot be approved, the MCUP cannot be approved.
So, Mayor, I would argue that nothing heard tonight does not support the staff recommendation on the CEQA finding. That has not been an issue raised at all tonight. There's no basis on which to deny the CEQA finding. So, again, I would move that we adopt the CEQA finding as recommended by staff, that the proposed herein is categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines, et cetera.
Second.
I respectfully disagree. I think the record is replete with why a MCUP would be detrimental to the health and welfare in general.
It's a different.
That's separate.
Different question.
But, yeah, I understand, but I do think that's relevant to the MCUP.
Which we've bifurcated.
The only question on the CEQA finding is whether it's categorically exempt. That's the only question on that finding.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I believe, again, we can agree to disagree, but I believe it's relevant to the overall. We're granting land use entitlements. We can't pretend that those land use entitlements are not going to be used, but
So why isn't it categorically exempt? We'd have to make a finding on that as well.
Well, that's a pretty low bar, I agree with you. But
that's the bar. We have to make that finding. And we have to make it on the basis of
what are the
substantial evidence.
findings available to us to find that it's
For CEQA?
for CEQA?
So if you look at the staff recommendation, with respect to CEQA, it would be that it's categorically exempt pursuant to the guidelines that are referenced, and that there are no features that distinguish the project from others in the exempt classes, and there are no unusual circumstances. Excuse me.
And what would be the unusual circumstances and the similar uses?
And I would turn to the planning department staff and/or the assistant city attorney. They've been working with this project.
Under a Class 1 exemption for existing facilities, there may be an exception to the exemption if there are a risk of significant environmental impacts based on unusual circumstances. A significant environmental impact from the project itself does not mean that that the exception to the exemption would apply. There needs to be an independent, unusual circumstance. In that case, you would look to other similar applications of a Class 1 exemption. It's the CEQA guidelines provide some examples of what might be under an existing facilities exemption, but it's not an exclusive list. So,
Can you just give us an example, given the hour?
of an unusual circumstance, I think it would be based on the specific facts of the exact project. So I don't have any examples off the top of my head, but some things that might come up are, in some court cases, they have compared unusual topographical or environmental features. For example, extremely steep slopes has been an example in some cases. But, it's not similar to the permitting use that we're talking about here.
Right, I think they're trying to see what would be contemplated with this type of use as something that could be unusual in terms of environmental impacts. And we're looking at a use permit that doesn't really deal with those kinds of examples. It's more, I think, the activity or the impacts or something like that.
It might be helpful to actually read from the guidelines, because the key consideration is whether the project involves negligible or no expansion of the use. That's the consideration. It does give examples.
And negligible or no expansion of which use of the
Existing
church?
use.
Current use.
Existing use.
Church use.
The
Well,
church
in this
and
case,
parking.
Religious.
The
Religious.
parking
And
use.
park.
No, it's, parking.
The parking use.
Yeah, the zoning issue is a different thing
We
than,
really haven't had any evidence
we've had zero
on
evidence.
this.
Right. Yeah. Because it's so clear.
Did the appellant make a argument for it not qualifying for a CEQA exemption?
It did.
What was
That's
that?
argument number 2 for appellate number 1. But they don't cite any evidence. They make a conclusory assertion that it's a.
Could we ask the appellant, or?
No,
closed.
The public hearing is
We would have-
closed. And that is part of the, needs to be part of it.
Well, we could reopen.
We have the
it.
evidence.
Could we reopen it? Yeah, could we reopen it
And
to
we
just
covered that
quickly
earlier,
ask?
that we could reopen it and for a specific question. That was the hesitation in closing it earlier, but there's a motion to reopen to inquire. We want to get this right.
Yeah. At least for the residents I
Do we?
represent.
Okay.
I made the motion to reopen the public hearing.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Second.
Okay. Are there objections to
I
reopening?
object.
I also object.
Okay.
The record
Okay.
is complete and clear.
So the motion passes, and you wanted to hear.
Yeah, just to hear from the appellant on their objection for the finding CEQA.
Sure. So Stephen Fauble, President of the Maryland Homeowners Association. So at the BZA hearing, I think you call it BOZA, staff recognized that this was a change of use, right? I don't understand how this could be negligible or no expansion of use if it's a change of use. The other thing we pointed out is we're going to have idling cars there. When you look at the exhaust that's coming out of this, it's the equivalent of 4,000 trips up the block every day. You will find this in our appeal papers. It's all in there. I would further note to Councilmember Lyon, this parking lot is barely used at night right now. The hours of operation are functionally going to expand by 50%. I walked there every single night for several weeks to see what was going on. There were a handful of cars there between 10 in the morning and 7 or 8 in the morning. This is an expansion of use both in the number of vehicles, the pollutants that are going to be here, which is recognized under CEQA as relevant, and it's a change of use under the staff's own assessment. That does not fall under a CEQA exemption.
Has the staff actually said that it's a change of use?
No.
The staff said that at the BZA
This
hearing. I heard them
isn't,
say
the
it.
safe parking program is an accessory program to a primary use. It's not allowed as the use is not allowed in the zoning code unless it's accessory to another use, which is religious facilities, colleges, or the transit facilities. So it's not a change of use. It's adding a use.
Then that's an expansion
Accessory
of
to.
use.
Well, it's accessory, we're adding an accessory use. Can you pull up the slide, please,
So,
that shows?
so if you have a certain amount of hours, let's say my hours are from 5 to 4 p.m. And now I'm
Expansion, I think is what we're
expanding
talking
my
about.
hours.
But that lot is open now.
I'm just asking a question. I'm asking a question
I
to staff.
hear you.
The
I just
slide
wanna
list that shows
understand.
the code with the, I just want to show one thing that just to clarify for how we look at this. So this is how this is allowed under the zoning code. This is the table from the zoning code. So you have religious facilities as your primary use, and then that's allowed in this zone with a conditional use permit. And then if you want to have a religious facility with a columbarium, it's allowed with a minor conditional use permit, or with a temporary homeless shelter, it's a conditional use permit, or with safe parking, it's a minor conditional use permit. These things all accompany the primary use. So the code acknowledges that this is accessory to the primary use, which is religious facility. So that's how we're looking at it technically from the
If I may,
zoning
you're
code.
making a legal mistake. So religious facilities in your code are defined as something where it is primarily used for religious use. This is a commercial parking lot almost all the time. It's actually a commercial parking lot on the weekend. There's a sign up there, right up the kiosk that says 24 hours, you have to pay. I believe the church uses it for free during, Sunday services, but it is a commercial parking lot, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is not primarily a religious facility. It's not.
This reminds me, thank you, sir. This reminds me of another situation on Washington and Hudson, where I think it was a church that owned that corner there, and attempted to say, well, we own it and it's part of our church use, and it was not. It was not part of their church use. It was an asset that they owned that they wanted to repurpose. And so this is very similar. Now, this has the additional benefit of being in much closer proximity than that situation was. And so we're sort of asked.
Adjacent, not close proximity. It's
Not,
adjacent. They used that parking lot and have used it for decades as their church parking lot. They also are allowed under our code to use it for commercial parking. But it has been the church parking lot since the 20s.
I believe that's false, actually. I believe
And
it's
as
been
as
used-
a matter, as the director of planning already said, under our code, it's the same use.
the-
It's one contiguous lot.
The parking lot was purchased in 1992 by All Saints. Was a commercial parking lot when they purchased it, and it's been used primarily as a commercial lot since then. It is used more than half of the time as a commercial parking lot. Therefore, it cannot be primarily used as a religious facility. Therefore, does not satisfy the conditions of the zoning code.
So,
That's actually a different question than the
yeah,
second
different
question, but I hear that.
yeah, so let's
Close the public hearing.
so any other questions before we close the public hearing? No? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Again, any objections?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Cole?
So, look, that this has been used as an adjacent parking lot, and I stand corrected. I remember when All Saints owned the additional corner. This is where Union Station started, was on that corner. Was 40 years ago. But I guess that's not part of this part of the parking lot. But look, what is the environmental impact, right? The environmental impact that has been asserted is when it gets really cold or really hot, some very poor people are going to run their engines all night and add, you know, GHGs or something, or pollution. Look, I mean, should we have a conditional use permit and environmental impact report when we have the Latino festival? Because that somebody is going to be running food trucks emissions. I mean, there's not an environmental impact. Yes, there's a legal argument that you could say, well, you know, if you look at it, if you squint at it, but where's the environmental impact of having up to 25 people park in a parking lot overnight? There may be an impact to the neighbors, but it's not under the California Environmental Quality Act, except under the most tortured of circumstances. I'm not trying to defeat majority rule here. If there's not enough votes to uphold the staff recommendation, which we don't know, you know, we should try to sort our way to a decision tonight, but not on CEQA. That's just a red herring. So there's a motion on the floor. Let's resolve the CEQA question, because it really isn't a question.
It's right. I mean, it's a very, as a maker of the motion, it's a very straightforward question. The use has been and continues to be or will be parking. It's the same use.
But CEQA doesn't have to be environmental, it could be an expansion of use, correct? Or does it environmental impact to the expansion? Okay. So the expansion of use, would that not impact in the
It
environment?
allows for negligible expansion of the use under this exemption.
Right.
I think we're mixing terms here, but okay.
So
the environmental impact.
So
is
after
negligible.
hours, if the parking lot is not used now, and now it's used after hours, is that an expansion of use?
We say that's a negligible expansion of the use.
Also, we don't have evidence on that before us. We have testimony, which is a different
I'm
thing.
asking, I'm so sorry.
We don't
I
have
appreciate
evidence
your
on the
comments.
after-hours use. Well, I'm going to keep jumping in, so you
That's-
can be
well,
irritated by it.
No, I don't need it. I'm not gonna be irritated about it. I would just like to hear an answer from staff.
I think we've put into the staff report, we have found that that's a negligible expansion of the use. It's a parking lot now. It's being used as a parking lot under the proposed application. There's no change of use.
But we're using it as now it's being used as a campground. I mean, it's literally being used without RVs.
I understood. So the zoning code, when the safe parking program was adopted, the zoning code established that accessory to very specific primary uses, which again was religious facilities, colleges, and transit stations, you could have a safe parking program accessory to those uses, and that was allowed. And if you're not going to park in a parking lot, I don't know where you would have a safe parking program.
Right.
So it's intended that it's going to be in the parking lot for those uses. That's why it's a safe parking program in association with those uses. You wouldn't be parking cars if it's not in a parking lot.
Right. These are issues that we've already decided in 2023 when we approved this program, in 2024 when we approved
Yeah.
the Trinity one. And like we've already dealt with this issue. It's odd that it's coming up now.
It's problematic that it's coming up now.
I agree.
And so the CEQA finding is limited to environmental adverse impacts, not the impacts to, for example, kids living in a car in close proximity to traffic.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Call the question on the CEQA finding?
It's been moved and seconded.
Yes. Roll call.
Yeah.
To adopt the CEQA finding, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
No.
Councilmember Jones?
No.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison is absent. Councilmember Masuda? Yes. Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
No.
Motion does not pass. 4 in favor, 3 against, 1 absent.
Okay, on the merits? Oh, well, I guess we don't reach the merits in this instance.
I guess we don't, but we're leaving it with no findings on the record. So I think the city's vulnerable to litigation now from the applicant, but I haven't
Why?
heard any findings on the merits.
How do we sort ourselves out of this, Madam City Attorney?
Well, the findings are based on all the information that's been presented in the record, both in the hearing and in the papers that were presented. Since the CEQA finding was not met, then you can't approve the project unless there's a motion to reconsider or a motion to reconsider. So that's,
From my perspective, we have a record that shows there are, I mean, environmental issues for the surrounding neighborhood, the cars, if they're idling, all of that, including,
One of the conditions, Mayor, is that they can't idle. So
Well,
that there's no
that's-
evidence to support that. That's
I mean,
speculation, that's not evidence.
Are you going to move next to undo the Trinity application? I mean, the Trinity permit? Because it's the same situation. Should we undo our whole ordinance?
I mean, do we need to, we need to revisit the whole
I think if there
Apparently we
are
do.
41 complaints, there's an issue, but I'm not going to mix it here. If there are 41 complaints associated with any property in the city, I think it ought to be looked at very closely.
But I'm talking specifically about the CEQA finding.
Well, you asked specifically if given what we've heard,
You
and
think
so.
we should revisit the Trinity application and
I-
also reconsider our whole program that we passed in 2023?
No, it's a case-by-case basis, and so
So what's the difference between this and Trinity?
what's different than,
You just said it's a case-by-case basis.
it's a case-by-case basis, and for the record,
wanna
I
hear
don't think I supported Trinity at the time either.
You did.
I made
It was
objections.
unanimous.
And promises were made that I think have proven to be untrue. And so, inaccurate, I shouldn't say untrue, inaccurate. And so if in fact, and I don't want to mix the two, but if in fact you're asking if I believe that matter should be revisited, if it's true, what we've been told in this record, that there have been that many complaints and concerns.
None of them are specifically tied to the safe parking, though.
Well, that I don't know. We'll see. That's what hearings are for. Or
It didn't
staff,
come up in
staff
their,
review.
in any of their MCUP.
That's what review of evidence should highlight for us. So,
Mayor, I don't know.
but that's a
Does one
discussion for a
council
different
member
day.
want to at least make a motion either to uphold BOZA or reverse BOZA's decision on the merits? Either way, so at least there can be a motion and a vote. We haven't had that situation in at least 20 years, I guess.
Well, what's the point? Isn't it beaten by the CEQA finding?
It is. It's the belt and suspenders, potentially. I don't know.
We are
But it
missing
is.
one council member.
Yep.
It has been in the past that we've sometimes held these over so we could have a majority make a decision one way or the other. Should we hold this over and revisit this?
Well, you voted on the CEQA, so
Right.
you'd have to, someone who voted,
There is no prevailing side in this.
Right.
one.
Well, there were 4
So
votes.
there
That's
were-
why it's important that actually the winning side of that vote didn't win because of the 5th vote. So we probably do need to carry it over to the council.
The vote was taken on CEQA, and
it failed.
it failed, and so we would have to have a motion for reconsideration at the
Right.
same meeting, which is today. is my understanding, and I'll look to the city attorney.
Right.
And it would have to garner 5 votes.
And then you'd have to have a motion to continue to reopen the public hearing and continue it to a date certain.
Look, this can always be, there can always be a subsequent application.
Yes.
I think that,
But I think there's Ms. Page can speak to the time frame within which someone can submit a new application. Once.
It's 1 year?
1 year.
and I would ask that the council give direction to All Saints. Let's figure out some common ground and a solution. We are all interested in helping people, but we can do that in a different way that doesn't involve a parking lot and people living in a parking lot. You know, that, and it's just not.
Mayor, that's the
We
program.
can do better than
applied
that.
under. That's the, Mayor, you say that, but you haven't suggested any other alternative. I would love to hear another alternative, and I would love to see your support for other alternatives, which I also haven't seen. So you haven't proposed another alternative here.
I have, 300.
And they've applied under an existing entitlement. So telling them to apply again and see if it comes out different is meaningless.
That's not what I'm suggesting is 300, you may be done, I'm not. $305,000 are on the table that we could purpose or repurpose together with All Saints to help people. That's all I'm suggesting. Let's see if we can help these same number of people in a different way, using the dollars that the council has committed. That's
So
if there's
right
no
now-
interest in that, I mean, I find it hard to believe that there wouldn't be.
So right now, there's 37 people, of which 10 can park at Trinity, right? And so there's 25 plus or minus out there parking on the street on any given night. And so we have an opportunity for them to park safely and have a place securely to access services on a regular basis. And what the decision by 3 members of the council tonight, which is not a majority, says is that they can stay out on the street. They can stay out on the street because until we figure out some better way of helping those 35 people or 25 people. And we have one on the table now, and you're saying it's not good enough. But Mayor, if you are prepared to really dig in and not just solve these 25 people, which we could have solved tonight, but the 300 people who are shivering in the wet tonight, if you are really committed to making that a commitment and not rely just upon grant funds and reallocating the tiny amount of grant funds which are about to be slashed by the federal government, then we have a place for common ground. And if we declare it an emergency and treat it like an emergency and ask all of these people who say, oh, we want to help the homeless people, we just don't want to help them in our neighborhood, let's all pull together. Then I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think what we're going to do is we're going to say, well, this goes behind 17 other things that we want to do in our community. And meanwhile, as has happened for the last several years, 300 people end up out on the street. Some of them in terrible condition who are creating serious problems on Washington, on Lake, on Lincoln, on Fair Oaks, on Colorado. And we had a chance tonight to take a tiny bite out of that problem of the people who are the least troubled to actually help them stay in their car and keep their job and get services. And 3 members have vetoed that on the basis that it's an environmental impact. That is a travesty.
So
I agree.
our system is set up to take votes, and we did, and I disagree with virtually everything you said. Yes, I'm prepared to say, let's, you know, when I said you're mischaracterizing when I said no emergency. I recognized at the time, and you and I talked about this, of course we have an emergency, but we don't need a declaration to highlight that. Now, I would say to you that given what we've heard more recently at the federal level and threats to cut funding, that situation is changing. And we may and likely will have an emergency in the area of housing, the area of food security, all of those things. And, you know, we've given direction actually to our city manager and staff to start looking at alternatives. We've got just over $50 million in, I believe, housing dollars alone that are at stake with the federal government. Absolutely, we should start looking at alternatives, not just for housing, but for food. And we've started that process. So it's incorrect to say that we're not treating it as an important matter. And I do think that there are other alternatives in the city. Maybe, and I've had this discussion myself with the city manager and the staff, maybe even at city-owned facilities or school district-owned facilities. I don't know. But we ought to be looking at all alternatives. I'm just saying a parking lot.
Are you proposing city-owned facilities that we do say parking?
I'm proposing, no, I'm proposing that we look at all alternatives, but I'm not proposing parking lots.
And Mayor,
I think that's inhumane.
Mayor, this is Michelle Bonaris.
You asked me if that was what I was proposing, and I said no.
So not the city's lot.
That's not what I'm proposing. I'm suggesting we look at all alternatives and more humane
But not the
treatment of
city's
people.
lots.
The back seat, I mean,
And you know what,
we're
Mayor,
imagining-
perhaps we should get back to the application that's before you.
Yep.
But we're
rather than
imagining,
a
you know,
policy
some.
decision or discussion about that. And in further thinking,
Right.
there was no action with that motion. It failed. So it wouldn't be a motion to reconsider. It would be if someone wants to reopen and continue the public hearing, then it would be appropriate to make the motion. And then if it fails, then we are back to the environmental wasn't approved.
So we can wait until we have a full council.
You can move to reopen and continue the public hearing to a date certain,
So moved.
until.
Do we need to set a
You need a
date?
You need to
date.
set a date.
And I think you won't have a full council next week.
But wait. What about the vote that we took on CEQA?
There was no, it didn't pass. It
didn't get voted
It didn't
down.
get 5 votes that we need for anything, so it didn't get approved.
But it didn't get 5 votes to deny.
Right, or to uphold it, or to approve it.
Mr. Mayor, you know how much I respect your role as mayor. Even when we disagree, and you know, you have a very hard job. And you have your own opinions, and you also have to, you know, preside over the city council who have 7 other opinions sometimes. The challenge here that I wish I could find our common ground on is there's 300 people. So we could help these 10 people with a different approach, or 25. But right now, those 25 people are living in their cars. That's what's happening. They're living in their cars. Right now, tonight, they're living in their cars. And this is an opportunity to make that safer and to provide them some services. If we house them, it's because our vouchers are limited, it's other people we can't house, right? So yes, we've housed them, but we already have, our vouchers are fully subscribed. So we're not improving anything, we're not making any more humane step forward unless we put more money into vouchers. That's the only way. But right now, we can actually improve the lives of those folks who are parking on the streets where it's illegal from 2 in the morning until 6 at night in our city. So I would appeal to you at least, as mayor, to agree to let Mr. Madison weigh in, and then we can have an opportunity for the full council to make a decision on this.
The 20, if we know who those 25 people are, I agree, let's help them. I mean, if we have a list, and that was, I think, the intent of Mr. Jones's
10
question.
to 15, we have a list of 10 to 15. I understand it's 25 parking spots, but from Trinity, we have that list of 10 to 15 people. Perhaps we could reach out to them.
Yeah.
This is not a serious approach to homelessness.
Why those 10 or 15 people? Why not
As we
10 or
look,
15 other
if I can finish, as we look for the 300, to assist the 300 as well, I'm not decoupling, I say we do both.
We've got to help everyone wherever we can, and we're turning down and shutting off a way to do that tonight.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'd like to move to reopen the public hearing and continue to January 12th at 6 p.m.
Second.
You want to vote?
To reopen and continue the public hearing to January 12th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton? No. Councilmember Jones?
No.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison is absent. Councilmember Masuda? Yes. Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
No.
Motion fails. 4 in favor, 3 against, 1 absent.
And again, I would ask staff to work with All Saints to look at alternatives for the $305,000 to help these families. That's not.
We're done, right? Move to adjourn.
We're imagining, comfortable cars, and that's not guaranteed anywhere.
We're adjourning in memory.
So.
We're adjourning in memory of Molly Amanda Rodriguez George.
So I would ask that we stand and adjourn in memory of Molly Amanda Rodriguez George, longtime Pasadena resident, educator, and great contributor to our city and education, and who herself had a tremendous list of personal accomplishments.